Good morning. We'll bring the September 2025 Board of Regents meeting to order. Thank you all so much for joining us. Jumping right into it. Jasmine, would you please help us take roll?
Yes. Chair Buchanan.
Here.
Regent Bow.
Here.
Regent Dombrowski.
Here.
Regent Southworth.
Here.
Regent Folkford.
Here.
Regent Hoyer.
Here.
Regent Jasper.
Here.
Commissioner Christian.
Here.
Governor Gianforte.
They called in are excused.
And Superintendent Hedlund.
Here.
And a quorum's present. Back to you, Chair.
Excellent. I think it's appropriate, too, to welcome back Jasmine. Congratulations on your second child. We're sure glad to have you back. And in your absence, a hearty thank you to Leanne for double timing and taking care of this group. Thank you both, and all of the folks at Ochi for being such fun people to work with, too. We appreciate the quality and humans that we get to work with. Exciting meeting. Regent Dombrowski and I were just reflecting. The September meeting in Butte is a quick reminder when you have frost on your window that fall is coming. It feels like it's the first time each year that I get to experience that. Hope everybody had a fantastic summer. Visiting with faculty this morning reminded how quickly we get back into shape here. And I want to thank everyone from the administrative level, faculty and staff on each of our campuses for not losing sight of our focus in the summer, hopefully filling your bucket a little bit with some Montana and getting right back at it this fall. We're eager to spend today learning about some of the issues, challenges, and exciting happenings that are happening across our campuses. Location, talk about Montana Tech. Boy, you look at the news about what's going on, a new leader in Chancellor McLean. We're really excited to get to give you the platform, share some of what you're learning. You combine that with longtime dedicated faculty and staff, and it really has a sense of opportunity in front of us. I understand we're celebrating 125 years, and again, what an awesome legacy that's been built here. We're very excited to spend some time with you there. Some of the details that I've been catching in the news that we read, the student and staff competitive honors that are received here routinely are exciting. Grant recognition continues to impress. Saw in Forbes this week that Montana Tech is one of the best colleges in America. Pretty exciting recognition. Being the dad of a couple college-age kids, it's fun to track your students and your student athletes. I see both your volleyball and football teams are hovering in that national top 10 ranking. It's got to feel like it's a pretty good time to be a digger. So super excited about spending the day with you. Butte, America, right? I don't know, any of us don't have some sort of personal connection. Mine started as a high school football player where I remember my knees shaking, preparing for the Bulldogs, the history of toughness that is embodied by Butte. And as we know, that toughness comes from generations of proud miners and mining families that started extracting gold and silver and ultimately hit what would become one of the largest veins of copper, cementing Butte as the richest hill on earth. And again, playing such a critical role in America's electrification. The international heritage that we celebrate here, particularly the Irish, just by a show of hands, who's been here for a St. Patty's Day in Butte, America, right? Did I see both President Bodnar and Tessman did not raise their hands? All right, well, we may have a road trip in our future, gentlemen. We'll see if we can change that. Known between Minneapolis and Seattle as one of the most vibrant metropolitan areas in the country. The international history, the pride, has translated to what this institution now reflects. Again, 125 years ago, the first 39 students stepped on campus here to start what has become an outstanding tradition in healthcare, engineering, education, sciences, and trades. Certainly, Montana Tech is fittingly deserved of being called a world-class education center of higher education. I would encourage all of us to grab a book while you're in town about the history of Butte, remind ourselves of the role it's played not only in our great state, but in our country. It really is a fantastic place, and I'm reminded every time I come here that the folks that populate this community, the generosity, the dedication, the hard work, it's an amazing place, and we're super proud of it. The pick and hammer symbolism proudly carried by this institution, again, really exciting to see how it plays a role with the citizens of this community. Get to work, roll up our sleeves. And last night during the reception, Chancellor McLean, meeting many of those folks, was super exciting to see their pride is, I think, reinvigorated by where we find ourselves sitting today. So to all of those with the Montana Tech campus and this community, thank you for the role you play in all of that. A busy meeting, quickly go over a couple of those. First of all, I want to welcome Dr. Scott Risser, a psychological scientist, head of the Department of Interdisciplinary Arts and Science here. Thank you for joining us at the table and, again, joining us with your colleagues this morning. We had a very substantive conversation about AI and how we're learning to adopt it. I think my biggest takeaway is the humility that's going to be required to pivot, adjust, and onboard how quickly all of that type of technology evolves, and was really proud of the conversations about collegiality and collaboration that I'm hearing across the system. I think that is the key, as we discussed at length this morning. Dr. Risser, thank you for joining us. Opening business, we're going to welcome Chancellor McLean, of course, share a little bit about his perspective of what's going on. System level reports, a busy day here. Commissioner Christian and staff are going to take what I think surfaced from our strategic planning meeting this summer as a top priority, which is resident student access. A lot of challenges across the country when it comes to forecasting where we're going to be enrolling students. Feel really good about the plan we're putting in place and look forward to that discussion and our colleagues here at the table helping drive some of the priorities as to how we push forward on that priority. Superintendent Hedlund, thank you for joining us. We'll look forward to your remarks a bit later this morning. Chair Southworth has been busy leading the budget committee. Big item today, looking at our biannual budget being approved and going through the details of there. Tyler and Shauna, thank you for your leadership from the OT perspective. Review a couple of capital development projects, and then, of course, what's the work plan for that committee. Students, we're excited to meet with you at lunch. I understand that Mass is convening this evening. We'll look forward to hearing what some of those priorities are and how we can, as a system, elevate those and support you with your priorities there. Regent Folkvord, chair of the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, will lead after lunch. I'm talking about a handful of items: distinguished faculty, emeriti, tenure faculty, review the work plan, and then again talking about some of our top strategic priority items. Excited about that. Regent Hoyer, again, thank you for jumping in so quickly, taking the lead of the two-year community college committee. I'm looking forward to some topics that I'm excited to hear about. I was unable to join that committee: future-ready payments, workforce incentives and initiatives, and of course our Perkins grant. And again, wrapping up with your annual work plan ideas. As always, we'll have a public comment opportunity to hear from the constituents of our state on any items that may pertain to agenda items we're talking about or other items that are particularly germane to higher education. And then ultimately wrap up. I've already been charged with staying on time today. Thank you, everyone, for tackling a condensed agenda. We will break for executive session to review some Regents professor nominations and honorary doctorate considerations with that. So I'm going to stop and yield the microphone. It is great pleasure. Again, I want to share just from my observation around the state, the enthusiasm as we've onboarded our newest chancellor here at Montana Tech. Chancellor McLean, what else is going on here at Montana Tech? Thanks for hosting us, sir.
Thank you. Chair Buchanan, members of the board, and distinguished guests, I've been waiting to say this for a long time. Welcome to Butte, America, and welcome to Montana Technological University. I'd like to give a special welcome to Chancellor Michael Reed, whom I don't see yet. Oh, there you are. You were ducking behind Carter, Regent Jasper. I'd like to give a special welcome to Chancellor Reed and his leadership team from Dillon. It wasn't easy for me to leave such a great university. I want to publicly thank Chancellor Reed for his mentorship and commend him for creating such a healthy culture in his team, highlighted by his inclusion of students, like Student Body President Ellie Fulbright, in his shared governance of their campus, a practice I'm continuing here at Montana Tech with our Student Body President, Quinn Cox. Another member of Chancellor Reed's team, Mr. Melvin Ewing, who leads the IT offices in Dillon and Helena, recently told me people need two things at work: meaningful relationships and a meaningful purpose. Well, we are thrilled to host this Board of Regents meeting on our beautiful campus. Highs in the 70s since I've been here since June, and the folks on this campus have convinced me that it's like this all year round. Last week, we kicked off our 125th anniversary with a proclamation on the courthouse steps proclaiming September 10th as Montana Technological University Day in Butte Silverbow. In honor of those 125 years, and under the recommendation of Regent Bao, I've been engaged in 125 days of dialogue since becoming Montana Tech's 13th chancellor in June. Today is day 110. A consistent theme has emerged. This university is driven by what Mel Ewing says we all need: meaningful relationships and a meaningful purpose. I'd like to begin by introducing you to three of our people who exemplify Montana Tech's character and help to create the meaningful relationships that drive this institution. Abby Clark is a metallurgical and materials engineering major from Fort Benton, Montana. In fact, she's a fourth-generation Fort Bentonite. She grew up driving combines and helping out in the shop, and she always knew she would attend a STEM university. When she met a couple of our metallurgical and materials engineering faculty members on a campus tour, she said Montana Tech just felt right. Abby excelled at Montana Tech with multiple internships at Nucor and Rio Tinto. Her undergraduate research, identification of phases of efficient direct reduction of briquettes from direct reduced iron fine, earned the Chancellor's Award for Scientific Insight. She's especially excited about this research because it is in close collaboration with our industry partner, Nucor. She graduated last May, and she's continuing her education and research at Montana Tech, pursuing a Master of Science degree. A colleague of mine at the Idaho National Lab, named Dr. Travis McLean, told me, "I like Montana Tech students. They show up with dirty boots and calloused hands. Not many kids know how to work these days. Tech students do." Abby Clark, like so many Tech students, came here with a strong work ethic. She got her hands dirty from day one, and she set herself up for a remarkable career in a critical industry. And by the way, Abby is the Ore Diggers' first ever track and field academic All-American, finishing third in the nation in the heptathlon and 14th in the nation in the high jump. She's currently continuing her athletic career on the Ore Digger volleyball team. Abby is just one example of countless students from hardworking communities who choose Montana Tech, work hard, build meaningful relationships, and set themselves up for successful careers. We couldn't be prouder of Abby Clark and the rest of our students. I'd also like to introduce you to Dr. Rick Leducer, a faculty member and department head in mechanical engineering. Dr. Leducer grew up right here in Butte. His childhood was difficult, to say the least. His father, a diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic, his mother, an alcoholic. In and out of foster care and a homeless shelter, he didn't finish 8th grade. But he always found insulation in his school experience, and he had great teachers and mentors. After dropping out of college, he moved to Chicago to work in a warehouse and a paper mill, which is where he really learned what it meant to work hard. He returned to Butte, and with 5 children, he applied his new work ethic and became a student in Montana Tech's engineering program. Dr. Leducer is now a 2-time graduate of Montana Tech with both his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and his PhD in materials science. He works closely with students to find sustainable ways to separate, produce, and use minerals and other materials like agricultural waste products. Dr. Leducer recently received the 2025 National Trio Achiever Award from the Council for Opportunity in Education, one of only 5 recipients in the country. This recognition is emblematic of our faculty's laser focus on student success. Mentoring students through cutting-edge research while providing holistic support isn't easy, and Dr. Leducer leans on his incredible journey as he connects with struggling students in deep, meaningful ways. What a wonderful model for the entire MUS and a glowing example of how Montana Tech faculty approach their work. Finally, I'd like to introduce you to a staff member named Amanda Badavenik, who serves as the Executive Director of Marketing and Communications. She is an absolute professional, and I trust her with every step. Growing up in Butte, just down the hill from campus, Amanda's roots run deep in the mining city and within Montana Tech. She's not only a graduate of the university, but has also dedicated over 16 years as a staff member. Montana Tech is a central part of her family's story. Many of her relatives attended, graduated from, worked at, or have supported the university throughout their lives. This tradition continues with her husband, a fellow Butte native and Montana Tech engineering graduate, who also comes from a family with deep ties to the university, making their combined connection to the ore digger community truly meaningful. The family's connection to Montana Tech spans generations, with the tradition continuing with their daughter, who is currently a student, student athlete, and student employee at the university. Additionally, 2 of their nephews attend the university, with more future ore diggers surely on the way. This profound sense of pride in Montana Tech is a feeling that Amanda shares with countless others who have a similar deep-seated connection to the institution, and the kind of pride in this place that can't adequately be described with words. I'll try to illustrate it with a quote. In a recent one-on-one meeting, Amanda looked at me dead in the eye and said, "Chancellor, I'm not going to let you fail. This place is too important for that." And I believe her on both accounts. I've heard Butte called a lot of things: the mining city, the copper city, the Ireland of the Rockies, the richest hill on earth. A few weeks ago, Joe McClafferty told me the city received a different nickname after the Berkeley pit closed in 1982. The city experienced deep hardship, but they persevered. And now both Butte and Montana Tech are thriving. Through that process of rising up, Butte became known as the can-do city. That's our people, proud, determined doers from hardworking communities who are making a difference in Montana and the country. Which leads me to Montana Tech's purpose. For 125 years, Montana Tech has been rising to meet America's and Montana's emerging needs by preparing the next generation of STEM leaders and determined doers. We electrified the country in the early 1900s. We helped America win both world wars. Not only by preparing STEM leaders to provide energy and critical materials, but also by training military officers. In the 1970s, Montana Tech rose to meet the country's emerging environmental challenges through programs like environmental engineering that is now an important part of the Headwaters Tech Hub. We then rose to meet Montana's growing need for healthcare professionals with our nursing program, which is now the largest individual program on campus, boasting the only internationally recognized nursing simulation center in the state, and a 100% NCLEX pass rate last year. Over and over again, Montana Tech has risen to meet America's and Montana's emerging needs. Our special focus STEM designation from this board simply acknowledges that this has always been and will always be our purpose. Now, as AI transforms our society at a pace none of us can comprehend, our country is calling on Montana Tech to rise again. The topics of critical materials and energy have become national imperatives. For example, America needs to regain control of our critical materials supply chain and energy production to fuel our data centers. With Butte's local natural resources and Montana Tech's strong industry partners, Montana Tech is uniquely positioned to lead the state's contribution. Dr. John Medish, who has been successfully leading the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology as part of Montana Tech for over 13 years, has recently accepted a new position at Montana Tech as the Executive Director of Critical Materials Initiatives. He will provide leadership, coordination, and external engagement across two of the university's premier research centers, the Center for Advanced Materials Processing and the Center for Environmental Remediation and Assessment. Please keep your eyes open for a lot of motion in these areas in the coming weeks and months, such as the upcoming Energy and Critical Materials Summit hosted right here at Montana Tech in 3 weeks. We're excited to engage with distinguished speakers and guests from across the country as we discuss these national imperatives. While critical materials and energy are two top priorities as we launch into our next 125 years, Montana Tech is celebrating success across multiple disciplines. For example, Highlands College earned the Carnegie classification of an opportunity college, and we received $5.75 million to train broadband workers. The Sherry Lazar School of Nursing was awarded the Healthcare Simulation Standards of Best Practice endorsement by the International Nursing Association for Clinical Simulation and Learning. Our athletics program won the Bandy Award for the 3rd consecutive year, which is the Frontier Conference's highest honor. And our athletic director, Matt Steppen, was named AD of the Year for the 2nd straight year. Montana Tech's Underground Mine Education Center, along with our Center for Environmental Remediation and Assessment, is a vital partner in the Headwaters Tech Hub. I could go on and on about this university's accolades. Instead, I'll turn your attention to the screen. A wise colleague told me that a Board of Regents introduction wouldn't be complete without a video montage. So please roll the clip. Thank you again for allowing us to host this meeting. You'll find restrooms across the hall, snacks in the foyer, and helpful staff ready to assist you. Please give thanks to Madeline Thomas, Jody Jones, Amanda Badavinik, our dining center, and many others who have prepared this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor McLean, and I sort of feel confident about the next 125 years. Welcome to your new position. We appreciate your leadership. Before we jump into the commissioner's report, we will approve the minutes. The minutes have been distributed to the board as you've reviewed them. Any questions from members of the board about the minutes? If there are none, the minutes will be approved as presented. Commissioner Christian, please lead us through the commissioner's systems report.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Thanks for being here. Great to be back in the mining city, or now the festival city, a new one. And back on this historic campus. What a fantastic place, a place that truly has changed a lot of lives, including that of my spouse's. So it's a homecoming, as always, for me to be back in this part of the country and back on campus. Fantastic to be here. Campus that's seen a lot of change in the last 125 years, yes, but also over the last couple of years, culminating in the new chancellorship for Dr. McLean. Very excited about what the future has to bring for Butte, for Montana Tech, and so it's a pleasure to be here. Most people think of the new year as January 1, or for some of you, Shauna, in the numbers game, July 1. But in education, I think the beginning of an academic year has as much, if not more, significance. Campuses come alive with new and returning students from every corner of Montana, every corner of the country, and candidly, every part of the world. Student clubs, campus organizations, sporting events, lectures, performances occupy everyone's evenings and weekends, and it just truly brings a palpable sense of potential and promise and excitement across the MUS and across our campuses. There's a couple distinct events in post-secondary academic cycle that remind me just how incredibly fortunate we all are to work in this arena, and that is the commencement ceremonies every May and the beginning and launch of an academic year every fall. I look forward to the year to come and continued commitment to excellence in academics, innovative programs, student success, and access, something we're going to talk more about at length here in just a moment, but also to a safe and productive learning environment across all of our campuses. I want to echo the chair's thanks to Chancellor McLean for hosting us, especially as we kick off a new academic year and celebrating the 125th anniversary here. This September meeting is always a very busy one for campuses, and appreciate you taking it on, and as you said, thanks to your incredible staff for making this happen. To that end, I want to acknowledge faculty and staff all across the system who helped get students settled in on campus in the last month. The beginning of a semester is a critical time for setting up students for success. And there's nothing more important to our mission than ensuring each student reach their goals and succeed. While the campus communities prepare for their 25-26 academic life at Ochi and in Helena continues on. The legislative interim committee season, I guess, if you will, is in full swing. All of us been busy participating in a number of hearings, commissions. Last week, Deputy Commissioner Hollenbaugh, Director Lemon spoke to Education Interim Committee on our system updates, enrollment, and Apply Montana. Deputy Commissioner Trevor and Facilities Director Stevenson accompanied the Long Range Building Committee to a tour at the University of Montana as we start the next cycle of what's the important projects for the MUS. Remembering MUS has 2/3 of the state's infrastructure when it comes to buildings and vertical infrastructure. So an important part of what we do. Yesterday, Deputy Commissioner Teal and Director Lyons appeared before the Education Interim Budget Committee along with UM's NAGPRA team and MSU Northern Professor Brown. So just tons going on. I appreciate everyone's work. Director McLean, Deputy Commissioner Theo, been working closely with our new superintendent, Superintendent Hedlund, who's not quite as new as I guess it would seem, but tremendous work happening there. I think building on critical connections and common goals between the MUS and OPI that frankly have been missing. And I think those bridges are essential for us to succeed as a P20 educational environment in Montana. I think those bridges are wide open and the communication is encouraging. I'm excited about what we can do together as two systems that need to work together. So thank you, Superintendent, for all of your work, for opening doors for us, and for your openness to move this enterprise forward for us. So, Mr. Chair, takes us to something that's been on our minds for a very long time, resident student access. I think it's been clear to us what needs to be done there. I think that mission was heard loud and clear over our retreat this summer, as you mentioned. Lots of conversations there. I think we know, just as a basis of fact, that we cannot meet Montana's workforce needs, especially Montana being one of the more rapidly aging states. We can't keep up if we don't involve more Montanans in post-secondary education. The simple math is, from government predictions to economists to anyone that you want to talk to, the country, Montana included, needs some level of post-secondary education attainments in the 65% range. We're capturing in the 50% range. We're graduating in the same. That's the population around the state. We just simply can't keep up. We can't meet Montana's workforce needs. We can't support the economy the way we need to. And frankly, we can't support our own enterprise the way we need to if we don't focus on resident student access. How we get more Montanans into the pipeline. I think we've spent a lot of time on that over the last few years, putting in place what I consider an impressive toolbox, whether it's student retention and success programs like Montana 10, Hillemans and others that are doing a fantastic job meeting students where they're at and getting them across the finish line. I think you're going to hear later today record retention rates at a number of our institutions, record on-time completion rates, doubling of on-time completion rates. Those are big mountains to move in what's traditionally been the higher ed circle, and I'm very proud of the work that our campuses are doing there. But we need to continue to do more. I think in particular, a couple things that come to mind for me. We're making headway on retention and completion, but we have to change the capture rate. And we've got to attract more students that are stopping out of education prematurely, in my mind, but post their K-12 experience. And we know that ultimately that is the right thing. And part of that is changing the value proposition that conversation that's happened nationally, that conversation that is questioning whether it matters, that is short-sighted. It absolutely matters. It matters. I mean, everybody points to the one or two examples of, well, they didn't go to college. I get that, but that's not the average. The average means you're going to earn twice as much over your lifetime. You're going to be way less likely to be incarcerated, and the list goes on and on. You're going to enjoy life more, frankly. We need to re-engage that across the state. We need to do a better job capturing more students into post-secondary. Not necessarily everyone to a four-year degree, but into post-secondary to earn credentials of value, to earn a two-year degree, four-year degree, and beyond. And we need to do that soon. I've also said over the years when this thing really started that we're in public higher education, so anywhere that a student goes, that's a success for us. I think that's partly true, and I said in a meeting yesterday, some students are going to go to military academies, some are going to go to Ivy League schools. There's parts of some students leaving Montana that make sense for them, but we're losing too many students out of state as well. I think we have to do more to capture more students. Those students are likely to stay in Montana if they're educated in Montana. We're likely to lose some if not. So I think those are two areas that we need to focus on. I started to say we put together a pretty impressive toolbox to do that, Montana 10 being one of them, but also our work around the portal, the central app. It leads to a number of conversations that can move us forward. All of this, I think, kind of comes together in my mind with having a system that is ready to embrace a wider array of students and see them to be successful. How do we get those students in? How do we support them financially? How do we tell that story across Montana that education matters? You should be involved in education, and here's the opportunities for you, and here's how you can pay for it. A conversation we had yesterday. How do we remind students that are either not going or going out of state that their parents and grandparents have already paid a huge portion of their tuition? They've done it every year with their tax dollars. The state supports higher education in Montana at impressive levels. You'll see later today in budget, that commitment has never been stronger. How do we help more families capture the American dream by entering our system? So I've asked Scott Lamone to be here today and to kind of walk us through what are the foundational pieces of this resident student access. I think what really should be our sort of front and center points of interest for the next year to 2 years to really help drive that capture rate, to drive resident student enrollment and success, and how do we better market and to those students and support those students in the long run. So, Director Lamone.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning. I'll do my best to be as efficient as possible. I know there's a pretty packed agenda today. Scott Lemon, I'm the Director of Admissions and Enrollment Strategy for the Commissioner's Office here in the MUS, and this is a really, obviously, big topic that we continue to revisit, and rightfully so. We want to make sure that we're continuing to evolve the ideas and the policies and different things we're able to implement across the system. And so, just as an overview, I'll give a brief background of where we are currently, some of the larger initiatives that we've launched over the last 5 years. Bless you, Mr. Chair. Some options moving forward. FAFSA completion. We're going to ask some big questions and would love some board discussion and get some thoughts on FAFSA completion, some really large ideas there for us to move in that direction for a universal or mandatory FAFSA model. Direct admission, a topic that a lot of you have heard. We've talked quite a bit about in depth over the past couple of years, actually, and is this something that Montana wants to pursue from a state-led initiative? And then our marketing efforts, how do we continue to increase these marketing efforts to get the word out on some of these larger initiatives and, frankly, try to make what we're doing in the MUS a little bit more accessible and notable for folks across the state. Apply Montana. So 5 years ago, it's crazy to talk about at this point, 5, maybe even 6 years ago, we launched a resident student college and career readiness portal. I see President Tessman up here, and it's kind of crazy how fast time is going by and working in some of these areas that long ago to see where we were from a temporary microsite we launched in Apply Montana to get the college and career access portal up to what it is today. We're in our second version of the new site to show different things every year to Montana residents. It includes our central application, which I'll talk about here in a second. But this is the main tool. This is where we want to drive as many students as possible. We noted a long time ago that there's so many different areas for students to get information and try to learn more about post-secondary education in our state, how to pay for it, how to apply to college, all the different opportunities that exist. And we've built this really great resource for Montana to engage with. And I always talk about the counselors in the schools and different folks that we're trying to make it easy for everybody to get this information and actually engage with the MUS across the state. So the evolution there has continued. And if you look at the sort of the timestamp here with what we've tried to lead with on our site and find new opportunities to have a new user experience from the full site launch and redesign. We had an interactive college homepage map to really amplify the efforts of all of our campuses to showcase just how big and the breadth of the MUS. So last year, we've got a FAFSA quiz down there for students to engage and take a 7-question sort of quiz and see exactly what's required of them to finish the FAFSA. We want to make this as easy as possible and provide this information as well. And so we continue to look at that. The second large piece that's a part of Apply Montana in the portal is our centralized application to college. So we've got one place for students to apply. This is our 6th cycle. We're actually talking about our 7th cycle, which again is just pretty amazing to see how far we've come on the central application. We have one place for students to apply in Montana for free, and that's all year long. We're incredibly proud of that. We're one of the few states to offer a central application, but to have this place where all resident students can submit one application across 16 campuses and do that quite efficiently is something we're incredibly proud of doing. Our second version of this is a brand new UX, a state-of-the-art application for students to come in and do everything from submit an application to one campus to actually signal where their interest lies if they've got multiple applications out and provide that data to our campuses for where students are raising their hands and really allow them to engage those applicants individually from a campus perspective to do that. So we've got these really 2 large initiatives that we're incredibly proud of and are going quite well. How well? It's a great question. So if you look at the total applications here for Apply Montana, you can see every line. I know the colors don't come across the screen as well as they probably should, but that growth in applications is something that we're constantly monitoring to see, are we reaching as many people as we can in Montana? Is this something that we want to see sustained growth over the amount of years and the application growth we've had? We couldn't be more proud of that as well. How many people are actually applying? And so we see students come in and they submit multiple applications. That average in the state is still right around 2.3 to 2.4 applications per person, and you're looking at the growth in people that are actually engaging in the site. All the way out over at this point in time, 7,800 and even over 8,000, I would imagine, if we pulled those numbers today with the amount of people that are actually engaging. So again, great growth in the folks that are engaging with the application and the amount of applications we're able to come through. Despite these efforts, we're not seeing the growth in capture rates that we would like to, obviously. Now, there's 2 ways to really think about this. The first is, what would happen if we weren't doing these larger scale initiatives? Would the capture rate be much lower than it is today? And we won't know that because we've launched these things, and again, they're not going anywhere. We want to continue to make them better. But the second piece is, how do we get back to those and actually exceed the fall 13 and fall 14? We're seeing a good bounce back in those capture rates of the high school graduates that elect to engage post-secondary education directly out of high school. We want to see these rates come up even more. And so we're asking these large questions. And the purpose of today is really have a discussion about what we can do to try to look at the future of Montana and how we might engage a little bit more effectively across the state. So how do we reach more Montana students? Some really large ideas that we'd like to explore today. And that's, as I said, looking at direct admission. Is this something that we could have a statewide approach to direct admit and increase the data share that we're already seeing some great partnership with the OPI and really appreciative of that. Continue our marketing campaigns. We've had over the last 4 years increase every year in our marketing efforts across the state to break things out from financial aid awards to awareness, FAFSA completion. Obviously the application is a big part of that and trying to drive students to the resident student college and career readiness portal overall. Now we could highlight direct admission and financial aid obviously and looking at these things overall. And then FAFSA completion. Do we want to look as a state from a universal FAFSA or a mandatory FAFSA model as a state? Is that something we want to pilot in a district? Is that a much more manageable population to look at initially overall? So some really large questions to do that. What is direct admission? Well, historically, it's been reserved for really selective institutions. If you look, it's typically program-based. If you go back in time to what folks were doing with direct admission initially, it started out with a very limited amount of seats in very select institutions that would find a way to recruit students and have that first cut line be a direct admit model where they could attract more high aptitude students to join their institution, more specifically programs and graduate programs to do that. And as time has gone by, entire campuses across the country, now states across the country, are looking at opportunities to directly admit students and really take the guesswork out of if they're admissible. So students are getting information in the mail about their admission package to the variety of institutions in that state without having to apply. And that's a big deal for students to find out that they're actually, they do have an admission to a certain amount of campuses in their state or in their region overall. And states are migrating with legislative support. You can see this across the country. We'll talk about the states here in a second overall. What are we doing now? Well, we've got some direct mailings that are going out to try to advocate and communicate with students about their admissibility into the MUS. And a lot of folks are going to be getting this, working with Deputy Commissioner Teal and Director McLean on trying to get a letter out for students to be aware of their opportunities here in the MUS as a first step. And I think that that's an excellent first step for us to continue to do that. 2026 might be multiple opportunities to communicate with that population and continue to evolve in how we're letting them know that they are admitted into a variety of campuses within the MUS. Where would we like to be? Well, we would love to see a model where we've got the data to pre-populate these apps. Could we see an environment where students are getting information from the MUS that they are admitted into a select amount of campuses, all of the campuses in Montana, for example. And those packages are coming directly to a notification that we've took the liberty to pre-populate their application to college. There's a certain amount of data fields that we could actually leverage the technology we have in place with the central application to give them an opportunity to not have to start at square one and fill out the application. We've got the majority of those fields filled out for them. Increased OPI data share, if we could look at financial aid awareness and getting to more students with what early awards might be available and based on FAFSA completion, what they can expect to see from aid, and that's a huge piece as well. And then everything's seamless with the Apply Montana portal. So with the central application, all resident students coming through the central app this year, all students will be coming through, resident and non-resident next year. It just kind of ties everything back to all roads lead to Apply Montana and the resident student college and career readiness portal. Just a snapshot of the direct admit states that are currently in place. If you look at this, the single greatest variable that is different is really their admission standards. So you're seeing a lot of states that actually exclude their flagship institutions from being a part of their direct admit offer, and that would not be the case in Montana. We obviously would love to show all the options here in the state and find opportunities to include our flagships in the direct admit model overall, but there's a lot of variance in what they're looking to do. Texas, with the class rank GPA, the cutoffs differ by institution. They're able to directly admit them into their flagships based on the percentage of the graduating students and where they rank in their class itself. But the opportunities are endless. I mean, we look at marketing, outreach, and awareness from a direct admit model. The two main hurdles that we hear in our campuses here are students don't think that they can get into college in the Montana University system, so they just forego applying or exploring that. And they don't think that they can afford it. And we're one of the most affordable states in the country as far as financial aid goes, and finding opportunities to get that information in front of students would just be a huge win for Montana out of the gate. Increase our marketing efforts. So we've engaged in this heavily with the different ads and opportunities to really reach as far as we can in Montana, from paid search and social media to getting students to look at the Montana University system and really have them focus on staying in Montana, quite frankly, getting their education here in the K through 12 space and then staying here for post-secondary education. From billboards to financial aid awareness, different things that we've been able to launch in our state. We want to continue to do this. What a great new message we would have for our students if we were to undertake some of these larger initiatives to get the word out across the state. But this will increase. We want to see more marketing across the state, more opportunities to cast a wider net, if you will. And even in year 5, year 6 of these large initiatives, I still go to meetings and hear folks talking about not knowing the central app is live, not knowing these things are free all year long. And so it's an ongoing thing that we want to continue to engage in. We drive a lot of this traffic, back to Apply Montana. That is the central goal, that we want folks to go to the resident student college and career readiness portal. And you can see, based on marketing, what these efforts look like, from our increase in views on the site, new users, our engagement rate, and the key events. We're getting the traffic to the site, and that shows in a lot of different areas. I won't get into all of the pie charts here, but you can see we're tracking where students and parents are actually engaging on the site, where they're originating from, and what locations they're coming to. And so this is something that will continue to evolve in the analytics piece as we continue to report out on this. New FAFSA approach. These are really big ideas, and would love, obviously, as we're done here, to wrap up and have a discussion. But can we engage in this space? Can we have universal or mandatory FAFSA in our state, and looking at maybe piloting, as I said, a high school district, and looking at this from an opt-out perspective for students as a requirement for high school graduation? And there's opinions on both sides, and there's certainly data to talk about what's a better option overall, but it gives us an opportunity to have students complete their FAFSA while they're in high school, and be able to communicate with them. Not only that being completed, but they're able to get information on what they're eligible for on financial aid overall. Going back to those completion rates and things that we're trying to increase every year in Montana, it's just a great way for us to do that. Who's doing it? So we're not the first. If you look at a national perspective for states that are actually universal or mandatory, and universal is traditionally an opt-out model, where mandatory would, just as it sounds, make it a mandatory requirement for graduation. There is no, to my knowledge, data that suggests students are not allowed to graduate if they don't complete it, but there is more of a distinct opt-out model on the universal side overall. So you can see the states engaged there. Some states have actually participated and then opted back out from a FAFSA model overall. So there's quite a few states that are doing this, and we would not be the first to engage in the national perspective. So what happens when they do this? So if we look at some completion rates from some of the states that participated, you can look at the high school pre-policy completion rate. So very low rates, from 0 to 45% of a high school's FAFSA completion rate prior to policy. And then that first year, after they implemented a universal or mandatory FAFSA rate, the increase in FAFSA completion. It makes sense. I mean, it is something that's mandatory in high school, so you would expect a natural jump. In 2024, with Indiana and New Hampshire, as you might remember, last year was one of the worst rollouts in the history of FAFSA, with the delays that came out of the Department of Education, and that would account for the decline there overall. And then you can see the change in the rest of the U.S. in the same year. And so we see these large jumps in Louisiana, and that population that we really want to look at, those that aren't completing at a high rate now. Obviously, we're going to see some pretty good jumps there in the first year, as these states did as well. Who benefits by household income? So this is a data set compared from data from the free and reduced lunch. And so you're looking at low-income households and high-income districts, who's actually completing and what happens. And so highest income districts in that first column, the last year before the policy was implemented. Lowest income districts last year pre-policy, what that gap was overall, and then looking at the difference in that first year of the policy. And a state to note is just looking at the inverse in Texas, and they're able to actually account for the lowest income pre-policy at 50% completion, jumping up to 66.8, exactly the population that we would want to be impacted positively by being able to complete a FAFSA. The most aid from a federal perspective going to the lower income households, and being able to see these jumps overall. Does it guarantee that we're going to be able to reach these audiences and look at these rates? We wouldn't know, obviously, until we implemented such policy. But seeing that gap in different states move, the post and pre-policy implementation from that gap that they're able to complete is quite remarkable. Does it impact enrollment? So the million-dollar question is, are these students actually engaging with the mandatory universal FAFSA in place? And the short answer is it depends. We can look at different states and what is happening here, and there's some really good outcomes. That first year is the year that state implemented mandatory or universal FAFSA, and that year-over-year change in undergraduates in the selected state after policy. And then the next column goes into what does the rest of the United States look like overall. And so some states saw some really good gains. And again, who knows if they didn't implement this, where they would be from an enrollment perspective. It does not guarantee students are going to enroll in a Montana University System campus. What it does almost guarantee is that we're able to reach more students and take the burden of FAFSA off later in the cycle for them to try to ask and answer these questions. And we find that to be one of the biggest hurdles students and families are facing, frankly, as they come into this. It also empowers our high school counselors to have these conversations much earlier on. We'd love to communicate with our students in Montana much earlier on to really talk and explore about what is FAFSA, can I go to college, what do I need to do to prepare these conversations, knowing that this is something they're going to complete in their senior year, a greater opportunity for them to ask the questions much earlier on in the cycle overall. So again, very large questions we have today, very large items to discuss. We've seen some other states with some great success, and I think the charge for us is to ask these big questions and start to look nationally and look more in Montana's direction for what we can do to continue to move that needle from a completion rate and a capture rate. Mr. Commissioner, that concludes my remarks. Happy to stand for questions or discussion if the board has them.
Mr. Chairman, Director, I want you to go more in depth on your rural school outreach and what does that look like. I actually graduated from St. Regis on one of those bar marks. That was lower than it is today, but I know that our rural schools still kind of feel isolated and kind of distant, especially the further you get away from one of our campuses across the state. So what are you doing to engage with rural schools? What are you doing to show the value of higher education in the state of Montana?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Regent Jasper, I would defer to Director McLean. She works more in the rural outreach space, but I will say on the marketing side, we're trying to reach everybody in Montana. If you look at the variance of what we're doing to try to market to and get the message out for students overall, I know the relationships with our office, the site coordinators in every high school receive a welcome packet and have information there. Montana is a very large state, and so you can tell it's very difficult to reach every single high school in person overall, but I know that outreach continues, and I know from marketing, we are looking at how do we specifically get to the rural communities and find a way to continue to get that message out.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. On that marketing piece, I talk to President Bodner and President Tessman all the time about the CDL program at the Missoula College and the carpentry program at the Gallatin College. You know, and it seems like in the rural schools that I experienced, you know, we have a small group of students that see a real value in higher education, and then we have a larger group of students that say, is college really for me? And it's those CDL programs at the Missoula College and it's the carpentry programs at the Gallatin College that I really feel would be beneficial to push in those rural schools that maybe not see a value in a 4-year, you know, bachelor's degree, but in those certificate and associate degree programs, I think could be very beneficial to attract and retain students from our rural areas in the state.
You know, one of the things that Director touched on is the two big challenges, and these apply maybe more to rural students than anything, is am I qualified to go and how do I pay for it? And I think that is something that we really need to help students answer that. The direct admit is one level to get to the first question, but how do we pay for it? And conversations we're having, you know, I think it's important as we look at how we can market this better and more broadly. Rural students have to participate in Montana for us to hit any of the numbers we need to. But it goes back to a conversation we had around we need to come together and work on things that are not proprietary to the individual institutions. Whether you're qualified to go to college is not proprietary. How you pay for it, access to federal aid, those are not things that are unique to an institution. I think the institutions will do a great job competing on what is proprietary, from programs to location to the right fit for students and families, but we have to work to get that message out. I think one of the things I've always liked about the central app is I think the superintendents would tell us counselors at the high school level are so understaffed, overworked, trying to reach all of those students in the different levels and then trying to figure out how to direct those students to 12, 16 different sites. If we can get one single message that I think can move the dial a bit is, here's a one-stop shop. You can find out what is available. You can find out where the access to financial aid is. You know, it can answer questions without everyone knowing all that there is to know about every institution across the MUS. I think that's been a significant challenge for us. So I think that rural section has to be addressed. I think the two fundamental questions is, am I qualified and how do I pay for it? And those answers are there. And you know what? In Montana, it's incredibly affordable. One of the most affordable in the country. How do we get that message out? I think will be incredibly important. Regent Dombrowski.
Thank you. Sort of a follow-up to a follow-up, if I may. I hear, you know, how do I get in? Am I qualified? I'm sort of trying to sort through what's the prioritization and what's the right next step. I mean, I think you've made really a credible argument, and the staff in terms of there is another step to make. So what do we as the board need to do in terms of putting our support behind the next right step. And I feel like they're linked, the direct admission and the FAFSA, and I might be oversimplifying it, but it feels like one will certainly be synergistic. I don't really like that word necessarily with the other, and it's sort of like, where does the board want to sit in terms of moving the priorities that will have the impact forward?
Mr. Chair, Regent Dabrowski, it's a great question, and that's something we want to come back in November and have a discussion about and really look at sort of timeline, what might be the best step. I think for the board, it's in this group is really to discuss, is this direction we want to pursue? Are these initiatives that we actually want to look at and engage in? And I think those are really big questions, and I feel like the answer is yes. I feel like we do want to explore and go forward. The timeline of what initiatives might be out, I don't think we'll have more information until perhaps November and beyond with what next steps might be for that, depending on board feedback.
Yeah, and as I said in my opening comments, we have a newfound relationship with OPI, but some of the answers to those questions lies in what data is available, how can we process that data, how can we share. We, as a standalone entity, do not know and have not known all there is to know about our high school students across Montana until we get more information. With the right information, we can pre-populate applications. We can fill in the names and addresses, and we could do all kinds of things. Protecting privacy, absolutely, but there's things we could do that would really help that, and I think as we continue to explore with the superintendent's office what those opportunities are, it will help answer some of those questions. When, how, what are the priorities, and how does that all come together? Regent Bao.
Director Lemon, really excellent on FAFSA. Thank you. I mean, I think that just seeing what's happened in other states and how the dial has moved is super helpful for making a decision on that. A lot of that data you presented was primarily based on individuals moving back and forth. But do we have some assumptions about what increased FAFSA participation would do on the revenue side, right? Because again, we're talking about federal revenues coming to Montana and to Montana kids, and do we have some sense of what that what those projections could be on some basic assumptions?
Mr. Chair, Regent Bao, I don't have those data points for you. I'd be happy to follow up. I don't know if Joe, you want
I think Joe's got some.
Sure.
We did some work before on what's getting left on the table for lack of FAFSA completion. That's a good starting point.
Regent Bao, Mr. Chair. The estimates have been that for each entering class, there's $10 million in Pell Awards left on the table. That's just their first year of education, so you can consider that would magnify if those students are retained and continue on and continue getting federal aid. So it's a sizable number.
10 million. So to make sure I'm understanding this, the students are leaving they're eligible for $10 million of Pell that they're not taking, probably because of a lack of awareness, right? Yeah. And so pushing forward, resolving any surrounding, sensitivity around information, but that's a pretty clear transfer to the state and to the system that would be a big benefit. Am I kind of capturing that accurately?
100%. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. And what's our timeline, like for making a decision on this? Like what obstacles or other issues do we need to overcome before we could push forward on this?
I think Regent Bao, Mr. Chair, the answer on the FAFSA part is probably in the hands of the board. What is our tolerance to move forward? I think we could set out timelines and plans as early as the November meeting to say, okay, here's what it is. I can't tell you what that rollout looks like at this moment, but that then coupled with some of the other options on the table that the portal brings with the direct admissions or pre-populated apps or all of those things, I think there's probably still work to be done on the data collection end of that, but the FAFSA requirements are something that this board has the authority to do. And I actually think that's probably the right place to exercise it. I mean, some states have chose to do a legislative approach or, a broad variety. I think it's conversations we need to continue to have with the superintendent about, where can we push that to? And is Board of Education or, you know, are other entities willing to push that too? Ultimately, there are different paths. It could be a requirement for high school graduation. It could be a legislative mandate. It could be a mandate coming from the university system. They have different tentacles to them. And we got to work through that a little bit too. But I think the point of the discussion today is to kind of get a sense of this board of what do you think of some of these ideas? What do you want us to try to work to move forward? And I think we can come back with a plan on how to do it. President Tessman.
Thanks, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Director Lemon.
Thank you.
I'm so happy that this topic is on the agenda. My first board meeting in this role. I think the stakes could not be higher. And you mentioned this, Mr. Commissioner, that the future of the state depends on our ability to attract more Montanans to college study and to retain those Montanans here after graduation. I'd like to make a point about timing and maybe a point about nuance. Timing, I fear that as a system, we're walking into this conversation maybe a little bit too late. So even with universal FAFSA, even with direct admissions, as a system, thinking about ways that we can work with our colleagues on the K through 12 side to begin the conversation early, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and really try to move the dial so that students see themselves, as college material. Regent Jasper, they see programs that are there for them, and I think our programs need to be open to all students, rural and less rural. But I fear that the mind has been made up by the time a student reaches their junior year or their senior year, and we can maybe move it a tick, but I'd love to see us work together to reach more students earlier in their educational years. And then the second point about nuance. I think Montana is a big state, and getting around to schools in every district is a big chore. But I fear that if we try to homogenize across the entire state, across class sizes, the reasons that students might not be choosing college, we may miss an opportunity to kind of segment our messaging. And so I'd love to work with President Bodner, the other chancellors, and campus leads across the system. It's not proprietary. This is about growing the pool overall, and then the students will find the right fit for them. I'm so happy to have this conversation highlighted here in Butte. Thank you.
Regent Hoyer.
Thank you, Commissioner, Regents, and Director Lemon. Thank you very much for your presentation. One of the things that I want to call folks' attention to, and Superintendent Hedlund can probably attest to this, is that the parent right and privacy for public school information is very, very different than it is at the Montana University system. From my seat as a superintendent in a large AA district, I think that direct admission will be much easier. FAFSA with the financial implications will be much more difficult to mandate. Just being aware that sometimes that K-12 has to play by some different rules legally than what the MUS does. And so when we go into this process, we need to be sure that we go into that with kind of our eyes wide open.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think on the urgency front, not to belabor it too much, but the truth is the demographics are changing across the country. And for us to meet any of our objectives, we're going to have to take a wider swath of students that have not traditionally been seen as whether college ready, college going, whatever, rural first-gen students. Students that frankly will need more support. I think we've got a lot of those support pieces in place. But if we don't do it, I mean, there's a myriad of reasons to do it for the state of Montana, but we also are seeing these demographic changes across the country. In fact, Montana's seeing them less than most. Our expected high school graduation decline is slow when you compare it to some of the states across the country. There's some that'll see a 20+% decline in high school, which means several things. The population that we need to go to college will change a little in their needs and that demographic shift on that end. But it also means that the competition for those students will continue to intensify. And I think it goes to what President Testman's saying exactly. We need to start early on a unified front, talking to Montana students about why higher education is important and why the Montana University system has opportunities for them that they never thought about in the past. And we need to do that collectively as a group. I don't think it's a battle we can win one institution at a time. I think we've got to do it as a state, and I think we've got to get started on it soon. Regent Bowe, did you have another thought?
No, I think you accurately summarized my direction I was headed. Thank you.
Regent Southworth.
Sorry, I know that we've been going on this for a bit, but I think this is super, super important. But just wanted to, for newer regents, and just maybe as a refresher, that we ran the study 2 years ago on the perceptions of higher ed. And so I guess this kind of embodies, this topic, this problem, that the lowest income earning, demographic in our state wildly surveyed that higher education is unaffordable. And the reality of it is that that's not the reality. So part of these pilots or whatever we're doing is also, the ability to get, I don't want to say infiltrate, but, to work with K-12. And I do like the ideas of pilots, legally or whatever. I mean, on behalf of Lewistown Public Schools, I am a trustee, and I would love to run any pilot that we want to there. Just the door is open, Scott. But I do think that the timing and of Regent Hoyer coming on board, and I've gotten a chance to talk to Susie, and she's very innovative about this kind of conversation. I mean, our time is now, striking now, I think is, the stars have aligned. We've got a runway, let's go. So anyway, just wanted to remind everybody that, the $10 million that we're leaving on the table, a lot of that is there's $10 million worth of high school students that are out there right now that just truly don't believe that higher education, whether it's a 1 year, a 2 year, or 4 year beyond, they deem it wildly unaffordable. I can't remember, Joe, but it was in the 90-some percentile, correct? I mean, it wasn't. I might be juicing that a little bit, but it was a big number. Yeah.
Thank you, Regent Southworth. Couldn't agree more. I think, like I said, I think this is our highest priority for the upcoming year, and hopefully we'll make some significant progress on it. Thank you, Director Lemon. We're going to move, a bit of a new creation in the big, beautiful bill around workforce Pell, short-term Pell. I'm not sure what we call it, but I thought a real quick update on what's happening there, because there's some things that do need to happen in the state for us to participate in this. Deputy Commissioner Teal.
Commissioner Christian,
Joe.
Regents. And I think this actually connects very much, because historically, and there's been a debate over the past 2 or 3 years, Pell Grants have only been eligible for students in programs of 16 weeks or longer. And there's been a debate about extending those down, providing new financial resources to students in short-term programs, which oftentimes might be adult students, students who are place-bound, students who don't have the time to go to that longer degree. Also intermingles with a lot of the work we've been doing on stackable credential pathways, students who want to make a start but then have a pathway to go. As the Commissioner mentioned, the big, beautiful bill passed over the summer put this into place. Now, shorter-term programs of 8 to 15 weeks in length that are offered by accredited institutions can get approval for their students to receive Pell Grants. But as with every change, there's going to be a process, and in this case, that process is likely to be pretty complicated over the course of this year. They set out a 2-step approval process. The first comes from within the state and is guided by criteria set by the governor in coordination with the State Workforce Innovation Board. They need to certify that the programs that are approved for Workforce Pell are in high wage, high skill, or in demand industry sectors, that they meet the hiring requirements of potential employers, that they have this stackability or portability to further study, and that they have a pathway to grant academic credit. And then the U.S. Department of Education is going to come in a step 2 to certify that those programs have been in existence for at least a year, have a 70% completion rate, have a 70% job placement rate, and then that there's this value added measurement in terms of the earnings of graduates and the costs of the programs. If that all sounds complicated, it is because it is, and it's because there's a lot of questions that have yet to be answered and should be answered through rulemaking and discussions within our state over the coming 6 to 9 months. And I'll go into that timeline briefly. But some of those big questions is, what data are we going to use to determine job placement and wage outcomes? That's not information that the Department of Education has gathered historically for these programs. And so understanding is that information that we're going to try and work with our Department of Labor to support our campuses in delivering? Is that something that there will be a federal solution for? We don't know at this moment, and we'll be engaging through the fall. Is it going to be restricted to college credit programs, or will non-credit programs, which many of our institutions offer, be eligible? How could this interrelate with prison education programs, which would seem to be an enormous opportunity, but if you think about some of the job placement rate requirements, that could pose a unique challenge and depend on how the rules roll out. What criteria will we establish in our state around these programs? And then there's a question, in the Act it's restricted to accredited providers. That would be our institutions and other institutions accredited by Northwest who are in our state. But there are discussions of using powers that the Department of Education has to expand this to non-accredited providers. So the general timeline, we've already had some early discussions with the Governor's Office and State Workforce Innovation Board leadership on how we think this process could play out in Montana with some of the criteria that we might see. Starting in January, the U.S. Department of Education is going to pull together a negotiated rulemaking committee. This is a stakeholder committee that under U.S. Department of Ed processes informs their rulemaking. Many times those committees don't come to a consensus, and then the department publishes a rule. And that can be a time-consuming process. Our forecast is, it'll be March or April when we have a solid sense of what the department's rules look like and their answers to many of these questions. And that will kick off a process of our institutions and other institutions in state seeking to make their programs eligible. And those programs that make it through that process could start receiving funding for their students in the fall. Again, long term, that could be a big opportunity. We have 63 programs currently. We expect if this comes through, more programs might be stood up in this space. Currently 300 to 400 graduates a year through these programs. We'd expect that that would go up because now students would not have more opportunities to pay for those programs. That comes into these communication and marketing challenges. How do we articulate, hey, there are new routes to pay for different types of higher education that haven't been available before? A lot of that, I think, will come at this next stage. Once we understand, can we communicate clearly about which programs are eligible? And just showing on the screen, we do have good starting points in much of our work on Perkins, our work on with the State Workforce Innovation Board in terms of what Montana sets as definitions, the programs or program types that would meet those state-determined criteria. With that concludes my report, and I'm happy to open up if there are any questions.
Questions? I think it's got some great opportunity for us. We'll pursue this. Work with the Governor's Office and SWIB and all those to get this done. Yeah. Okay. Campus reports are part of your agenda. Look forward to everybody taking a look at those. We do have a few introductions, and then we'll be done here. Chancellor Hickswa, I think you have one.
I do. Thank you, Commissioner Christian. Chair Buchanan, members of the Regents, I am pleased to introduce Dr. Lee Vartanian. He is our new provost, and he comes from Athens State University, where he served 5 years of dean of their College of Education and as their interim provost. Prior to serving as dean, he was a longtime professor of education at Lander University in Greenwood, South Carolina, and he really focused on student leadership initiatives and study abroad experiences, as well as experiential learning. He has great experience in student success initiatives, and he geeks out about strategic planning, which is perfect timing for our campus. He understands pedagogy and high-impact teaching practices, so he's a perfect fit for our university at this time in our history. So please help me welcome Dr. Lee Vartanian.
Welcome. President Bodner.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Chair Buchanan, members of the board. I have not necessarily an introduction, but an acknowledgement and notification of someone who's not new to the system, but over the summer, Dr. Jen Kavanaugh moved into the role officially as the Dean of University of Montana's College of the Arts and Media. Dr. Kavanaugh is not, again, new to the university. She joined our faculty in 2009 as a professor of oboe and music theory, and had served as an interim leader for the college. She's a fantastic leader, just a great innovator, and just is a phenomenal addition to the University of Montana's leadership team. So congratulations and an official welcome to Dr. Kavanaugh, Dean Kavanaugh.
Thank you, and welcome, Dean Kavanaugh. Chancellor McLean, I think you've got a few.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Buchanan, members of the board, I have 5 introductions. First, I mentioned in my opening welcome, Dr. John Medish has been named the inaugural Executive Director of Critical Materials Initiatives. He spent 36 years with the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology here on Montana Tech's campus, including 13 years as Director and State Geologist, and is a past President of the Association of American State Geologists. In his new role, he'll lead strategic growth in research on critical materials and energy systems. John Lefebvre has been appointed Interim Director of the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology and Interim State Geologist. He's been with the Bureau since 1993 and continues to serve as Research Division Chief and Professor. Lefebvre also serves as Associate Director of the Montana Water Center and represents Western states on the National Groundwater Monitoring Network Board. Dr. Jack Skinner has been named Dean of the Lance College of Mines and Engineering after serving as interim for the past year. A Montana Tech alumnus and accomplished researcher, he previously founded the Mechanical Engineering Department and established Montana Tech's first Clean Lab facility. His research portfolio exceeds $14 million, and he continues to direct the Nanotechnology Lab. Tammy Burke, who is here today, has been named Dean of Highlands College. She brings both industry and academic leadership experience, most recently serving at Boeing Helena and previously at Helena College as Executive Director of Career and Technical Education. Her career has focused on building workforce partnerships, training programs, and student success initiatives. So welcome, Tammy Burke. And finally, Dr. Katie Haler has been named Interim Vice Chancellor of Research and Dean of the Graduate School. A faculty member at Montana Tech since 2010, she is a tenured professor and department head of chemistry. Her research career includes a postdoctoral fellowship at the Mayo Clinic and a focus on bio-inorganic chemistry. And she's here today as well. Please welcome Dr. Haler. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor, and welcome to Montana Tech. President Tessman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Mr. Chair, members of the board. We've got a great team at Montana State University, top to bottom. Certainly true of our leadership team as well. And so I have 2 introductions to make today. The first introduction is of our new interim vice president for university communications, Mike Becker. Mike and I share something in common. We have big shoes to fill. We certainly miss Tracy Ellig in his role, but Mike has stepped in and is doing a fantastic job. He's not new to Montana State University. Mike, for 8 years, has served as the lead for MSU News Services. He's coordinated our university press releases in many cases, acted as publisher of our flagship magazine, Mountains and Mines. He has served, even in my short tenure, as the university spokesman in countless television and print media interviews, and certainly plays an important role in our emergency response team. Mike's a native of Eastern Montana. He's a Bobcat through and through. He holds both a bachelor's and master's degree in English from Montana State University. And prior to his work at MSU, Mike spent about a decade as a newspaper editor and digital director, and has been a professional journalist for 20 years. Mike says that he's a believer in the power of communication, and I've seen that in action. He believes in the unity of an organization, and he brings his Montana work ethic. I feel like you wrote this part, Mike. His Montana work ethic and enthusiasm to every project he pursues. It's a pleasure to work with you. Welcome again, Mike. My second introduction, and this also, I feel like I've got a thread here because of my honors college background, but my great pleasure to introduce Dean Richard Bodenhausen as the new dean of the Montana State University Honors College, a position he started in July 2025. I do not think Richard is here with us today, but he is doing a fantastic job. Just was able to spend an evening with him welcoming our new academic scholarship recipients, and I know he'll be a great leader for the MSU Honors College. Since 2017, but prior to MSU, he was dean of the Honors College at Westminster University in Salt Lake City. He is a nationally recognized leader in honors college education. He served his university, Westminster University, as interim provost for a couple of years, and he directed the honors program prior to it becoming an honors college for over 15 years in the early 2000s. Prior to that, he was a faculty member at Marshall University and worked as chair of that university's honors council. His master's and doctorate degrees are from the University of Michigan. He has a bachelor's degree from Colgate University, and notably in 2019, he was the president of the National Collegiate Honors Council, kind of the National Council for Honors Education in the United States. He received the NCHC Sam Schuman Award for Excellence at a 4-year institution and was named an NCHC Fellow in 2011. He is also an editor of a book I've read, a 2023 book, Honors Colleges in the 21st Century. Please join me in welcoming Dean Richard Bodenhausen to Montana State University.
Thank you, President. Welcome to those deserving individuals to Montana State. Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes our system report.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Superintendent Hedlund, thank you for the commitment in joining us today. And from what I'm hearing, a lot of pressure on us to work together to push a few initiatives forward. Really excited to hear your comments this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chair Buchanan, for the opportunity to share some K-12 updates with the Regents. I want to start by thanking Chancellor McLean and the Montana Tech community for hosting us. I always enjoy being in Butte. And we also have a team here at Highlands College today. We have staff bringing together community members, business partners, parents, and others to provide input on Carl Perkins. And I know we're doing that in collaboration with OCHI as well. So excited that's happening here today as well. I want to congratulate Chancellor McLean on your appointment to Montana Tech. It's great to get to work with you. And I also want to thank and congratulate President Tessman. We had an opportunity to start our collaboration already, and it's very exciting. I look forward to working with all of you to expand post-secondary opportunities for our Montana students. And as my colleagues at the Commissioner's Office will attest, it's been a very busy start to the school year, not just for those on our campuses, but for us in our offices as well. As the Commissioner mentioned, we have been participating in the interim committees and been in the Capitol in a seat for days now. So it's nice to be out and be joining you here. Dr. McLean and I were in Dillon together last week at the Board of Public Education, and we truly appreciate all of her information and dedication to participating in person in those meetings and bringing that bridge of P20 education, just as you invite Superintendent Hoyer and I here. So thank you for that. I want to thank my leadership team, and as well as yours. It's just been incredible to see Dylan Clapmeyer, Joe Teal, Dr. McLean, everyone working seamlessly on those partnerships that have been discussed today. At OPI, we're moving in a new direction, definitely emphasizing school safety, student wellness. So I'm excited to have positions open, leadership positions in those areas, so we can better support our schools and ensuring they have safe and secure safety plans, emergency operation plans, and mental health access opportunities for students across Montana. We are also increasing our support to special education programs, our special ed directors across the state. So we have some openings for assistant director right now for special education. And we are working on implementing the new judgment that came out that is going to ensure students receive FAPE up to 22 years old across the state of Montana. And so a big part of that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to stay in their high school until they're 22, but that they have an opportunity to get the resources and have a really good transition plan in place. And that might mean working with you to make sure that they continue to receive the services that they need as they continue learning until they're 22 years old if they have special needs. I am really excited to talk about data modernization, and you guys mentioned it earlier. So we have come a long ways in the last 6 or 7 months on our data modernization project. The 949 board, I don't know if any of you have been involved in that work or sat through those meetings, but it was pretty much at a stalemate for a while. And those of us that are passionate about this project and know how powerful data can be and what we can do with this research, we're challenged by that. So I'm excited that we have turned the corner. We have insights and analytics dashboards with data on all kinds of data on student academics, attendance, demographics, all kinds of information that will be piloted by schools here starting in October, and then we will have full access to all school districts in 2026 for these dashboards to go live. We also look forward to working with OCHI to utilize this data to improve education outcomes, P20, and really launch this research that we can do and help turn the corner on this. One of the areas I'm really excited about is taking a look at remedial math and how we can support students to make sure we can reduce the remedial math rates and that our system better prepares our students in math when they enter higher ed. So this data is going to be very powerful and informative. Another component to that is the accountability system. And so we are taking a look at updating our accountability system and how we label our schools and what indicators are important and how we weight those. So obviously attendance is huge. If our students aren't in the seats, they're not learning, right? So we're taking a look at updating that accountability system, and we'll be collaborating with you guys on that. One of those indicators is the Future Ready. That's also an indicator, an incentive now through the legislative process, as you know, and I know that we're going to be hearing more from your team about that later today, so I'll let them get into the details, but I'm just very grateful for our partnership on this work to make sure that we have a voice for educators in this field. It is important to have input from industry and businesses, and we need to build that bridge stronger between education and industry, but we need to make sure educators have a voice in what Future Ready means. So I'm looking forward to that. One of the programs that has been really exciting to collaborate on is the teacher residency program, and we were on the campus of Western just recently, And that is a school that really ran with the residency program, but we have expanded it. I'm grateful to MSU. However, we have multiple colleges now. We have some great pie charts as well that show the teacher residents we have across the state. And so with us partnering on these educator prep programs and giving these students the opportunity, as Regent Jasper said, to work in their rural local communities and earn while they learn, which addresses Regent Southworth's comments on that funding component being challenging for our college students. So we heard over and over again that student teaching was a great barrier for folks becoming educators. So now they can have a whole year-long experience, and Superintendent Hoyer has a great program with the core school there in Great Falls doing this. They can have a whole year-long experience in the classroom, learning from that master teacher, behavior management, and all of those different components that we know are critical. And they earn a wage and they get a housing stipend. And it's just an incredible program that Dr. McLean and others have helped us to expand. So that's something that is heading in the right direction. I also just wanted to share that you covered this earlier, but we're grateful to be partnering on the letters, notifying students about their opportunities. I think you're spot on. I think those letters are critical. And while we have to be mindful of data privacy and security, we also need to make sure students know what opportunities they have and that college is an option for them. So I think the letters that those students are receiving is going to be very exciting. Lucas Rousey on our team, he is on the executive staff because this data modernization and this work is so important to me. I used a position for that, and just overhearing his excitement for those letters and the discussion over the envelopes even was really entertaining. So we are happy to partner, really excited that those letters are going out to students next week to share their opportunities for their future and to give them that glimmer of hope of what they have in store. So thank you so much for having me today. I'm really happy to partner and look forward to more discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Hedlund. Bright days in front of our collective K through 20 efforts. Thank you so much for your collaboration. At this time, we're going to jump into committee meetings for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. We'll be focused on the budget. Chair Southworth, I hand the meeting over to you in the Budget Committee. Thank you for your leadership.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Buchanan. And a special thanks to staff, faculty, and admin for throwing this party for us. We know that when we roll into any town, there's a lot of work and a lot of thought, and this has been fantastic. While I have the mic, I just thought that it would be, I don't know, I just feel kind of compelled to point something out that I had the honor of serving on the search committee for Chancellor McLean, and I just kind of wanted to highlight something that stood out, that the process was very thorough, it was very thoughtful, but it also, for the brass at Tech that served on the committee with myself and Deputy Commissioner Tyler, it was personal to protect this special focus institution, its bright future, and its beautiful culture. So hats off to everybody on that committee. While I've always respected Butte, it's just you walk away from something like that, and you just, I don't know, you can almost, you just feel it. When I come back to campus now, that was a cool process, and we collectively we landed a winner, and I mean this as a compliment. You, Johnny, you look like Butte to me. This community will embrace you. This institution will embrace you. The state will embrace you. You have a very bright future, and I look forward to watching you on a very long tenure here. Deputy Commissioner Tyler, before I kick into this, I left my who our presenters are going to be on the informational side. So if you keep a hot mic there for me, that would be awesome. Working in the consent agenda, is there anything any regents would like removed? Any discussion before we roll into action? Seeing none, Deputy Commissioner Tyler, let's move into it. Oh, hey, before we move into it, perhaps a bit of a spoiler, but I do also want to point out that I'd like to highlight, when you look at our operational budget, we have an administration and legislative partners in Helena that, if anybody tracks them, they will not throw good after bad. And I would just like to point out that our state is making, it has increased their investment in the into the MUS, which highlights their faith in all of our high-functioning institutions and the rock stars at Ochi. So just hats off to everyone. That's a big deal. I can't remember what the total amount was. It was $31 or $33 million bump to the operational budget. So, collectively, to the people in this room and to your colleagues that you left back at home to work, that's a big nod from Helena that what we have going on here is incredibly high functioning. It's proud to be part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I'll enter into the presentation of the MUS operating budget. The item itself, I don't really want to go through, but the primary point of this item is to tell us that state law requires that the Board of Regents approve an all-funds budget. Although the appropriations from the state of Montana go to combine with tuition to make up the current unrestricted portion of that budget, which is about 30% of the total, the requirement here is to approve an all-funds budget. So with that in mind, let's see if I can back up here. We provide, I guess if we had a catastrophic failure and we needed you to approve this in 1 minute, we would put this spreadsheet up on the screen. You would kind of gloss over some of the numbers here. It's kind of just a sea of very large numbers. And at the bottom here, you would see that last fiscal year, we were at about $2.1 billion. This year, we're budgeting for a little over $2.2 billion for a 5% increase. Now, we're not going to just leave you with that. We're going to try to paint a picture here for you of the important aspects of this operating budget. It is deep and wide. Every campus spends an inordinate amount of time in extreme detail. Those details all roll up to our office. They land on Director Lyon's desk. She does the 99% of the work here. What you see in this is done from one person at our office. It's Shauna Lyons, and a huge amount of respect from me goes out to her on just the detail and the confidence I have in her. We have really a website dedicated to house all this information, but in order to kind of move through this in a manner that we can digest the information, we provide a summary presentation. And I know even President Tessman, who hasn't been here for a couple of ones of these, recognizes this presentation. And I often maybe sound like I'm apologizing for it, but I'm not. I'm actually really proud of this presentation. FY26, the first time I gave this presentation was FY13. So we've turned a few pages since then, hopefully improved it along the way. And it's that evolution and the history of this which has, to me, really come into focus that it's the May Board of Regents meeting following the legislature where we determined the budget drivers. And this wasn't always crystal clear in the past of Regents would have this presentation land on this meeting, and the question is, okay, now what? I mean, the logical answer is to vote yes, and we can keep operating the university system. But what I want to hammer home here is that the big decisions of the tuition rates, the increases in fees, the allocation of state appropriation, and performance funding all culminated together at the May board meeting to tee this up so campuses can take those drivers, apply them to what they know to be true, their enrollment projections, and come back to us with the detail. And that's what we're going to try to unravel for you here. And it comes with two halves, this presentation does, and I'm going to try to stay away from my football analogies because I think they're starting to get dry. The first half is really the global portion of this, providing the context of who we are, where have we been, how do we compare nationally, what are our benchmarks, the 30,000-foot view. And then we go to the second half of the presentation, for lack of a better term, the nuts and bolts. And that's where I'll hand the ball to Shauna. There goes my football analogy up again. Sorry. This is our Super Bowl. So it truly is. This is what we work all year for, right here. All right, I'm going to stop trying to be funny and just be myself here. So the process, it can seem like it's mechanical, but it's about those budget drivers. And so keep that in mind as we go. Don't hesitate also just to interrupt us, flat out ask questions. This presentation comes off a lot better if we have a little bit of discourse dialogue in between here. So the mics are open. We'll start off, and I'll hand the ball to Shauna.
Thank you, Tyler. Well, Tyler said a lot of what I was going to say already. But as he mentioned, really, all that you did in May to set the allocation with the estate appropriations, the tuition and fees, really does build what we're going to talk about today and leads us into this. Tyler's going to take, I say the first half, even though I'm here starting us out. It's pre-game, right? To talk about the system level summaries, and then I'm going to get into a detail of the campuses. Just know that at any point, even though we talk about it as the MUS, we can dive into any one of the campuses if you want to. I know all my CFOs behind me just cringed that I said that, but we can. So it's all out there for you to look at. We'll go to the next slide, Tyler, because you're in control right now. Too far. There we go. Nope. There we go. So as Tyler mentioned, really what we're trying to accomplish today is talking about the MUS All Funds Summary. So a lot of times when we bring information to you as the board, we're really looking at the current unrestricted. And the reason that we do that is because that's where the most of our accountability is and our transparency needs to be, because it's our state appropriations that we receive from our legislatures, from all of our taxpayers, and then the money that our students and families are paying to attend school. But our universities are much more than that. Not only do we have the current unrestricted, which is about 30% of our budget, we also have our current restricted, which houses our research pieces of it, our financial aid, any gifts that come into it. We have our current designated. This is where our athletics, our fees, anytime if we have indirect costs or fee recoveries and continuing education would be. Then we have our auxiliary services, a very important part of our university system as well. Think of these as our revenue producing facilities, our residence halls, our food services, bookstores. And then we have our plant funds because, as the commissioner said earlier today, we have 2/3 of all of the state buildings within Montana. So we have to have a lot of funding infused into our plant as well to maintain all of those facilities. With the MUS, we also include our community colleges, so you'll see that they're a portion of that. The community colleges also have an all funds, but on this slide here, you'll see that it's their total roll-up for them. We have a small portion of loans and endowments. We have a tribal college assistance, and I'll get into that one a little bit later so you can understand why that component rolls into the Montana University system. And then, of course, we have our office, OCHI, and you'll see that that looks like a really big slice of the pie at 10%, but there's a lot that goes into that that we can go into when we get into another slide later. This altogether is a $2.24 billion enterprise that we're presenting to you to approve later today. This is a summary of that first attachment that Tyler showed you earlier. This is a roll-up of that data, and under that first portion, we'll have the current unrestricted again. This is for both the ed units and our agencies. You're gonna see that we're showing an 8% increase in there, and that's primarily driven by, as Regent Southworth said, all of the support that we received through the session from Helena. We have a $33 million increase for state appropriations and our pay plan coming into this biennium. Our next area is our current restricted. We'll see that we're moving that up slightly to 8%. Our designated, that is gonna flux a little bit. It's going down slightly. It's $2 million of a decrease, but that's not anything to worry about in that realm. Our auxiliary enterprises, again, as I mentioned, these are our revenue producing facilities. You'll see that's a slight increase. That's primarily because of our housing and our dining services is why we'll see those increases. On our plant funds, I'd like to point this out. Right now, initially, you're probably looking like, why are we cutting plant 8%? Plant, though, has three major components to it. Our renewal and replacement, so that's fixing our facilities. We have our retirement of indebtedness, so when we take out bonds or long-term intercap loans, that's how we pay for that portion of, that's our debt portion. And then we have what's called unexpended plant. When we get to build new buildings, later today we'll hear from Ron Muffick about some buildings that are happening here on campus. Those are ongoing. That funding will be an unexpended plant. But if we look at what's happened, Western recently finished their student wellness and their football stadium. Bozeman's closing in on finishing 5 nursing schools. So that unexpended plant portion is declining only because those projects are coming to completion. And then we have our tribal college assistance in there. That has grown significantly thanks to support from our legislature and some change to statute. Mr. Chair, Regent Hoyer, so through statute, the state of Montana supports students that are attending tribal colleges that are not affiliated with the tribal institutions there. And so we do a reimbursement basis for those students. This past session, they decided to increase that reimbursement rate to a much larger amount and increase that appropriation so that we can further support our tribal colleges and the students that are attending them. You're welcome. And then we have the OCHI portion in there. We have our general fund, so that's our basic administration of the program, and then we have our other larger component, which is our federal pieces, our private and our proprietary pieces for OCHI. 5% increase overall.
So I have to ask, can you give us some more detail on the OCHI side of it? There's an increase, and I see the notes there, but a little bit more would be helpful.
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski. So in the OCHI General Fund, that's going to be the primary operational piece of OCHI. What's also included in there as part of that increase is we have some Montana 10. We have our professional student exchange programs. Both of those saw pretty significant increases this year. And a little bit of OTO for our 1-2 free program. And then in the OCHI federal, special revenue, private, and proprietary, this will be our federal grant programs, Gear Up, Perkins, ETS. And then the private portion of it is, ironically or interestingly, is the College 529 plan is housed at OCHI, and I'm not sure a lot of people are aware of that. And so that administrative purpose is a private fund for our 529 plan. And then our proprietary, we have a self-insured insurance program and self-insured or self-funded workers' comp program, and so that's our proprietary piece within OCHI. So if Tyler will go back one. So as Tyler mentioned earlier, this is what's contingent upon your approval. We're going to ask you to approve this all-fund summary. And we could stop right here, as Tyler mentioned. But then I would take away all of his fun for the day that he's worked so hard on. And he's got a lot of great data points to share with the committee to showcase how the MUS fits in nationally, and then we'll move into the next portion of the MUS budgeting piece.
Okay, so from this point on, we're going to talk about that 30%, the current unrestricted, the state appropriations combined with tuition for the ed units themselves, the actual campuses. Previous slide also had agencies on there. This was a $47 million increase. You're going to hear me talk about a $33 million increase. That's the portion that just goes to the campuses. So this is our history. This is our longitudinal display of state appropriations since 1992 through obviously 2026. Now not quite halfway, almost for the first third there, I've deemed this the defunding era. And I still marvel over the fact that we received $7 million less, not controlling for inflation, than we did. We received $7 million less in 2005 than we received in 1992. And this drives a lot of the trends you'll see on some of these other slides, and I'll mention those when we get there. But since 2006, you can see there's a $170 million increase in state appropriations. So if we then control for inflation, you can get a little bit better understanding of where the high points are that have been distributed across this. And note that FY26 is really the first time we've come close to actually exceeding what the level was controlled for inflation in 1992.
So when you look at 2005, of course, statistically, it's our lowest bar. What are some of the driving factors that's pushing that increase? Because that's a fairly significant increase.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's kind of an unraveling of a lot of historical things. One of those has been agreed upon tuition freezes that occurred, depending upon the size of the campus, between 10 and 15 times over that period. And those were the spikes that, sometimes more overtly than others, where the legislature would basically buy down our resident student tuition revenue in exchange for not increasing it. And that started the trend of increasing state appropriations, but connected to that also are what we call shared policy goals. And we still, and you'll remember from the May meeting, have this understanding with our appropriations committee of key policy points that we want to try to achieve. Some of those in the early years were centered around Complete College America game-changing strategies, trying to get students to take 15 credits, instituting performance funding, things like sprint degree, shortening the time to degree. Those definitely contributed. I mentioned performance funding. And then in these later years, fully funded pay plans. I mean, the last two biennium, we've received strong support for pay plans. And I guess if you wanted to kind of combine that into one takeaway, is that it's the partnership with the executive and the legislature. I can't really speak to what happened in 1992 through 2005, but my guess is the partnership wasn't as strong as it is now. So I guess one more slide and a way to look at it is state appropriations per resident student. And you see the same sort of trend there. In 2011, which we'll point back to a couple times here, that was the record enrollment for resident students. So we had a lot of students and not as much money. Dollars per student, obviously lower. You can see that we've almost doubled that in that amount of time to now in the last 3 or 4 years on a per student basis, we've exceeded that 1992, kind of what we call a benchmark. And then to take a look at adding the tuition revenue to the state appropriations for the full look at the current unrestricted. I bypassed a couple slides here just to get to the constant dollars and the look of that. And really what stands out to me is how strong our current position is with the combination of tuition revenue and state appropriations. FY26 exceeds all other years. Okay, now just a quick moment to focus on the tuition side. The chart displays resident tuition revenue and non-resident tuition revenue, and then we separate out the Western undergraduate exchange students. They're actually a part of our tuition matrix, if you want to call it that. It's 150% charge on resident rates, so that makes up a small but important portion of our revenue. We're looking for anticipating a 2.5 percent increase in tuition revenue, 5% coming from resident tuition, 1% from non-resident, and 4% from WUI. We'll kind of unpack some of that as we move through the presentation here. And then one final look here at the current unrestricted budget over the last almost 10 years and focusing on the increase for this year. Current unrestricted is anticipated to increase by $43 million or 8%. Most of that coming from state support, $33 million as we indicated earlier. The combination of a well-funded pay plan and our present law adjustments. Tuition revenue at 2.5% increase, and then we have some transfers in interest earnings and such from campuses that are move in to complete the the totality of the current unrestricted budget. So now I'll kind of shift a little bit here from where we're at and compare key budget drivers that can be benchmarked against, inflation, for example. And the takeaway here is that tuition and fees are the rates that we charge, and the expenditures that we end up expanding from those combination of state appropes and tuition have basically mirrored the growth of inflation over the last 10 years. And the blue line on top, which we'll discuss as we move forward here, is the financial aid available for first-time, full-time freshmen. This is sort of the golden era of financial aid that we're in, and you can see that that has outpaced both tuition rate increases and inflation.
Deputy Commissioner, what are some of the reasons for the growth in the MUS financial aid?
Yeah, great question, Mr. Chair. I think if you go back over time, not just the last 10 years, but the last 20 years, the changes to the Pell Grant are the largest influencing factor to our overall financial aid position. Pell is somewhere around $50 million of aid that we receive as a state. Changing eligibility requirements in terms of not just the dollar amount you receive, but who receives it, has impacted us over time, definitely after the Great Recession in 2010 and 11, and then again during COVID. So that's one. COVID funding itself in 2000, 2001, 2 era there, if you remember, we had direct aid from the federal government to help students. And then it's a kind of a combination of programs that are kind of coming to full fruition now. The STEM scholarship was revitalized about 4 years ago, fully funded now. I believe it's about $2.5 million of aid. We have, of course, Montana 10, which has pushed us up, and we have $3.7 million of funding per year there. And then, the commissioner talked about it a little earlier. As a system, we need to work collectively to recruit resident students, not against each other. At times, that competition has increased the amount of aid going to students. So you combine all those together, it's the driving force. This is just a bar chart for those who don't like the previous one. It just, I don't know what else to say about it. So current unrestricted expenditures, control for inflation or not, the takeaway is in constant dollars, MUS expenditures have dropped by over $15 million over the past 10 years. They're awful flat when, you see the most recent upticks, largely because of strong state appropriations since 2003. And then we compare our expenditures in Montana to the U.S. Expenditures across the totality of higher ed, public higher education, and we're spending at a lower rate cumulatively over time. Compare our state appropriations per student. These are all students, not just resident students, and you'll see that we are in the kind of lower third of the states at around $8,800 per student. These data, when we compare nationally, are always 2 years behind, so we're going to see a bump in these as we move into more recent data. Net tuition revenue per student, we're strong in this area, and it's, as we can talk going forward, about kind of the shift in business model that happened to the university system following the Great Recession, and our ability to recruit non-resident students has changed our position on net tuition revenue. While we're slightly ahead of the national average, we pale in comparison to the states really on that upper tier. And then educational revenue, another name for current unrestricted, the combination of state appropriations and tuition revenue per student. We're at about $16,000 per student, national average $19,000. State percent share, so what percent of the current unrestricted does state appropriations make up? This is the kind of the banner year for us. We have 48%. And really, this has been a long history of tracking state percent share. I didn't talk about it on an earlier slide, but back in 1992, the state percent share was 76%. We're at 48%. Quite a bit has changed since then. I don't know. I don't know if I can back up to that real quick. This mouse moves at the speed of light, so I'm just not going to do it. State support per capita, we fall quite a ways behind the national average. And as we talk about these different metrics, enrollment is obviously a key driver of our budget. And as you can see, Montana, we've been doing all right. It's the last 4 years of tuition increases. You take a look nationally, it's been 12 years of decline. And this is the first year of an increase that the nation has seen. So we should feel fortunate that we've kind of gotten to the slow and steady increases coming our way since COVID.
Chairman, Deputy Commissioner, can you talk a little bit more, go into that? Maybe what do you think is driving that peak, the decline, and then hopefully the subsequent rebound?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Regent Hoyer. That's a great question. If you go back to that peak is around 2011. This is the Great Recession, the effect of it. And I always say there's a reason why they called it the Great Recession, because man, did it have an impact on higher ed. It's that inverse relationship between the economy and the demand for higher ed. And so we saw a flood of students, particularly at our two-year campuses, coming into the system. And then as we moved out of the recession and the job market heated up, those students left higher education. And simultaneously with that is a demographic change that kind of started with the decline in the number of high school students. At that point in time, we could say it was because the baby boomers' kids didn't have as many kids, and it resulted in less people. It's kind of counterintuitive, but we've had, in 2006 and 7, we had about 11,000 public high school graduates, and at one point in time, we had dipped almost to 9,000, so we're 2,000 down. Combine those factors together, and you see the decline, and you can see it mirrored across the nation. So you can't talk about enrollment without talking about retention and graduation rates, and that's kind of a stretch for the budget guy to stand up here and talk about retention and graduation rates, but what an effect it has on enrollment. And I'd say this is an attributing factor to one of the attributing factors to why we've been able to kind of rebound since COVID. It's this collective focus on retention. And whether you define retention as first-time, full-time students coming back for a second year, that's the bars on the top, or you define that same group and their ability to graduate in 4 years, or as measured against the federal standards, 150% of time allotted, which turns out to be 6 years. You can see the improvement that we've had, and it's just startling to look back to 2003, 4, all that zone through there. We're under 20% on the percentage of students graduate in 4 years, and we're barking at the door of 40% now. It's literally amazing to think that we switched our 4-year. That was basically where our 6-year graduation rate was.
May I stretch it further?
Sure.
So why? Why? It's great, but what's driving that?
Yeah, and so, Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski, I'm going to just one person at the table here with my opinion of it, and I look around and I think there's other people here that can answer probably better than I can. But I would start with system initiatives that clearly conveyed the board what the board values, and of course I'm going to go to performance funding. Those metrics inside performance funding tell campuses unequivocally what's important. And retention is our core metric inside of performance funding as our completers. So that would be my first go-to answer there. The implementation of our Complete College America game-changing policies, and then really you'd have to say the increase in financial aid, but finally, a combination of just a host of different campus approaches and their own strategies that were designed to meet one common goal, which is increasing student success. So wrapping up here, at least on the first half, state-supported financial aid as a percentage of state appropriations. We always put this slide up. It's, this is our one. Montana is last in the nation in state-funded financial aid. We've said this for years. I will say this. You come back here in 2 years, because my slides are 2 years old. We're not going to be there. We could move up a slot. We did receive Montana 10 funding. Hugely grateful for that. It's going to lay the bedrock of our support for students and to increase retention rates. But it is a fact. You could increase the amount of state-supported financial aid we have 10 times, and we wouldn't meet the national average.
So this is kind of confusing because we just saw a huge increase in financial aid. So this is kind of counterintuitive to us being number 50. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, it is counterintuitive to it. And I guess if you went back to my explanation about why financial aid increased, and I started with the Pell Grant to begin with, which is obviously a federal portion of that, that's one thing. And I think then you'd have to go to some of our homegrown efforts with the STEM scholarship, Montana 10, and then institutional aid. And institutional aid is broadly defined, but when you don't have state-supported aid, inevitably campuses find ways to find more institutional aid, whether that comes from donors or if it comes from reserve accounts that the board has authorized campuses to save funds for financial aid in future years, or if it comes from discounting students and waivers. It's the network of those financial aid streams that have done it. And it's not the overt support from the state, but the overt support from the state has come to us in that lump. So it's kind of hard to hold the state of Montana hostage with this single chart. Hey, a new slide, institutional waivers per student. And this is takes residents and non-residents, and we know there's a big difference in discounting and waivers between residents and non-residents, but it combines them all together, does the math, and lo and behold, we've got a lot of states that look like us when it comes to discounting and waiving funds. And Director Lyons will show you exactly where we're at with waivers here coming up, but just wanted to call that one to your attention.
Some examples, just as a refresher for me. I know waivers aren't a one-size-fits-all. Can you just give us some examples of different types of waivers?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, great question. So in the big picture, we have mandatory waivers and we have discretionary waivers. Mandatory waivers are established in board policy. Kind of the big hitters there would be the American Indian waiver, the MUS Honors Scholarship, waivers for the National Guard, veterans, and so on and so forth. And then we have discretionary waivers. And those discretionary waivers have different flavor for them in and of themselves. Athletics, non-resident discounting, recruitment of non-resident students, and then just overall discretionary waivers that can be applied to residents, undergraduates, graduates. There's a whole mix that goes on there.
Chair Southworth, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, waivers. We just, in the spring, raised resident and non-resident tuition, and it did spawn a conversation among us about making sure that that message, which could perpetuate the perception of unaffordability that we discussed past being something that increases that barrier, a concern that was elevated, how are we tracking on an institutional perspective how much of that increase in turn is then discounted? Again, I think the risk I see is we're telling the state, hey, the cost of higher ed just went up. Mm-hmm. And in effect, and I think you've shared data in the past, that the net tuition expenditure by students right now is flat going back to 2010.
Yep.
You see a budgeted proposal of 5% increase in resident tuition. Is it a fair question to ask, tracking? How are we doing with that discounting? Are we empowering campuses to discount away that entire tuition? increase that could decrease the perception of affordability, right?
Mr. Chair, absolute great question. The levels of complexity associated with the answer here for the first portion of it, I would say, look at it from the student angle, the affordability in Montana, and so that's waivers included with the rest of the financial aid. The more we have charged, less students have had to pay over the last 20 years. This is the all-time most affordable time to attend, which then leads to your question, which is, well, are we still, because there's a portion of this tuition revenue that is absolutely critical to running the operations. So are we giving too much of it away in relationship to upholding affordability? And those are the balancing scales, and we definitely have the means in place to track as a system on individual campuses, all of that. And but it's not to say that there are likely more systematic approaches that we could take and frameworks that we could employ to ensure that and give us a great sense of confidence that campuses are realizing the needed tuition revenue to support the operations. That's a long, convoluted answer, and we have a slide to tell you, yes, we are producing more net tuition revenue per student, and we have been over time. Now, we've increased rates at the same time recently, but we continue an upward trajectory of increasing net tuition revenue. So that's important to know. When you slice and dice different categories of students, are there areas of improvement? Very likely.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, thank you for that. I just want to reiterate, we collectively agree the perception of affordability is one of the biggest issues that we've got. And again, if we could track, and I believe I've heard consensus from some of us on this board that the expectation is we're not discounting a disproportionate amount of our very loud public statement that we've just increased the cost. And so for us to be, I think the message I'm hoping to send is this is not perpetuating discounting. I understand it from a recruiting mechanism, but we've got to be careful not to send, because the message is tuition just went up, right? And the families that are in that high percentage that Regent Southworth, they heard that. And so again, holding ourselves accountable that the effect of increased FTE resident tuition revenue is the goal. How effective are each of our campuses managing that discounting nuance when it comes to that? So thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to dismiss away those comments at all with an explanation, because that's right. And I think that's a challenge for us, and I think it's one that we intend to focus on in the next year. But yeah, the sticker price going up and the net revenue not following it is problematic in my mind. And I think that this discounting model has become the way of the world across the country. So I get the pressure campuses feel to compete in that arena. But I also think it's a challenge, I think to the earlier question about need, I think one of the things we've done in Montana for 20 years, the good chairman and I have been on this same wagon, is we've tried to keep tuition affordable for all Montanans. So we are a very low-cost provider. I think we're incredibly high-value, low-cost. But when you're a low-cost provider doing deep discounting, that becomes very problematic. And I don't want to become a high-cost provider with deep discounting to try to compete on that level. So I think that we need to continue to watch that very closely. I think, yes, we are having conversations with campuses to try to narrow that delta between what we're publicizing and what we're actually charging. And I think it goes back to the earlier conversation about how we talk about ourselves, how we market ourselves. Taxpayers have put a lot of money into higher education in Montana. Students should take advantage of that. We, as a state, have kept tuition low. We've kept this entire process low so more students can participate. I think we've got to get that message out much more broadly than we have. You're spot on with the concern. I share it, and we're going to try to manage it more actively.
I think to manage it more accurately, I wouldn't presume that we've managed it inaccurately, but the transparency around it, and I know it gets complicated, and I know there's some campus-based decisions, but I think we owe it to our taxpayers to be clear-eyed about exactly what we're talking about in the best in the best way. And I don't have any ideas about the mechanism, but just the information needs to be clear.
I might have said accurately, but I meant to say actively. I think we should engage with campuses to monitor. I think since the discounting model has just exploded across the country, we've sort of left that up to campuses, and we will continue. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to micromanage campuses, but I think we do have to try to set some targets that we as a collective can get our head around and make sure that campuses are trying to manage to those levels. So, yeah, more active.
Active. Thanks.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to point out the vast majority of our discounts and waivers are for non-resident students, and we charge upwards of $33,000 a year at UM and MSU and discount off of that to compete with other states. It's the resident student and the discretionary waivers given to resident students varies widely between campuses, and it is relatively a very small portion of the financial aid that they're receiving.
That's critical. That's a critical.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Regent Dombrowski, and I do think, as much as I dislike it, I do think we have to continue to empower our campuses, especially the flagships, to compete on that national framework, right? So I don't, we're going to have to continue to move non-resident tuition so we can compete on the discounting levels. I don't like the model, but I didn't write that book. I think we will have to help our campuses so they don't fall behind in the competition for those students, non-resident students. But great distinction, Tyler.
Just one final thought on that. I think a message that needs to be stated to residents and resident students and potential resident students is the net expense is flat over the last 15 years. So we can get lost in the nuances of the variability in each of these items, but the out-of-pocket expense for our resident students has not changed in 15 years. That's a pretty dramatic statement.
Mr. Chair, the expenditures for our campuses have not changed over the last 20 years or 10 years. The tuition and fee charge for students has gone up, but the actual amount they pay has gone down by 20% in the last 10 years. That's the flip side to it. It's the golden era of financial aid. Some of it comes from waivers. Okay, halftime. Director Lyons.
There's not a show. This next part, we're going to go into the MUS so you can see more detail at a campus level of what type of expenditures, where the money goes, right? Where did that $33 million go? What's going on with the campuses? We're going to break this down into revenue, expenditures, staffing, waivers, a little bit probably more conversation on that, and enrollment. But kind of moving back to May, I want to remind, those decisions were made, and those were part of the major budget drivers that, again, built what goes into this presentation and how the campuses bring the information forward and how we do our analysis at OCHI. And those major budget drivers, again, are the state appropriations of $33 million with present law and pay plan. The enrollment, and we'll get into more specifics into enrollment when we get to that slide. Tuition increases, Tyler's mentioned that along the way. We did have some tuition increases this year, and how does that impact what our net tuition revenue looks like? Enrollment management and that financial aid, again, into that waivers conversation, how that ties to enrollment and all those pieces. And then ultimately staffing demands. How do we service all of our students across the MUS effectively and provide them with the services and all that they need? So while we know, like in the backside, there's a ton of weeds that we can get into, really, we try to keep it simple to provide that information to you so that we're not getting into that level. Again, if you want to, though, happy to dig into any of the details at any campus, any specifics that you have. But really, this represents all the components that interconnect to develop our budget. Enrollment is going to drive our tuition revenue, but we also need to, again, consider that waiver conversation as a factor in that net tuition revenue piece. Waivers are a big aspect of that strategic enrollment management and how campuses are being competitive with our external states that are around us and how we recruit the best and brightest to Montana and keep all of ours here. We also need to take into account that financial aid factor that Tyler had mentioned as well that brings us to our tuition revenue. combined with our state appropriation, serves all of our students, faculty, and staff in order to combine that with our state support, and then that brings us all together for our operating budget. So a lot of numbers on these slides, and I just want to point out a few things that we provide information for you on. We provide a little bit of historical data so you can see some trends over time. So a year to year on our actual expenditures from 24 to 25, what's happening in the 5-year look back, and then what's happening from what we did in 25 to how we're budgeting in FY 26. So our first component of our revenues here is our state support. Again, driving this home, this is our state appropriations and our pay plan that goes into that line. It's a 13% increase. I mean, that's a huge infusion into our university system, which is a wonderful opportunity to have for the state of Montana. On that state support OTO, it looks like we're a negative there, that we're going down, but remember, these are OTO funding, and in the last biennium, we had a lot of OTO funding that was infused into the Montana university system. Not saying that we don't have some going into this one, it's just not quite the same level as we did the prior year. Our net tuition revenue, we know that tuition went up, but we're seeing a 2% increase here. That's because our campuses are very conservative when they're managing their enrollment and giving us those projections. There's nothing worse than saying that we're gonna add 1,000 students and you come in at only 100 increase, right? So they're very conservative on that, and you can see that in that net tuition revenue component of it. Earlier, Tyler mentioned that transfers and others piece. That's always a big component of our budgets. This is an opportunity for campuses to utilize their reserve funding, whether it's to help with student scholarships, enrollment management opportunities, but these are the reserves that are designated by the board that campuses then can bring back into their budget the following years, for a total operating revenue in our current unrestricted of $606 million. So a nice increase for our university system. So let's talk about a little bit of enrollment here. As I mentioned on that net tuition revenue, campuses are being conservative, and we can see that their enrollment projections are basically flat with a little bit of a shift between resident and non-resident. But what are some of the key metrics that we look at? One of our ones that we really partner with the legislature and we look at, Tyler mentioned earlier, is that state percent share. You can see from 21 to 26, there has been an increase there. We know that we've had great support from our partners, both at the executive and the legislature, for our 48% there. We do rank, as Tyler mentioned earlier, 35th. The national average is about 61%. That data, as Tyler mentioned, is also lags a little bit, so not quite apples to apples on that piece of it. And then our state funds per resident are, again, budgeted to increase. That is primarily because of the fact that we receive such support from the state to increase our state appropriations and that pay plan, which directly goes to how we're spending or supporting our students, and that is increasing about 12% there. Now, by campus, that will vary quite a bit. So just remember, this is the average for the MUS. We go back to expenditures. Thank you. So now we have the money. We know the revenue that we're going to spend. How do we spend it? The university system divides this into our program areas of instruction, academic support, et cetera. With the, again, historic state appropes and the pay plan that we received for this biennium, it's no surprise to see growth in all of those areas. The one I'd like to point out specifically, because there is a negative in there, is that research. Remember, research primarily is in its own fund. This is just a little slice of it that's dealt with through the current unrestricted. Again, student FTE staying stable there, but let's talk about the metrics that we look at with our expenditures. We always want to look at our percent of instruction in our expenditures. The board target is 50%, and that's based on history and a study that was done many years ago for the MUS on where that level should be. We're right in target. I mean, we're at 48.5%, and the board target, again, is 50%. Then we also like to look at our percent instruction with academic support and our student services. We've consistently been over 70% for the MUS, and your target that has been established again on history has been at 70%. And then how are we spending our dollars per student? That's our expenditures per student. We're again budgeted to increase, a nice increase, primarily due to those state appropriations that have increased over time. When we go into staffing, there's two pieces I like to point out here that are really important. Really, when we look at the staffing for our current unrestricted, it's important to look at that 5-year trend. Really, we're at a 3% growth over those 5 years, which means that we're remaining steady and consistent for those support services. Sometimes people can look at that FY26 budget and think, wow, we're going to jump 9% in our staffing. Really, the goal here when we're budgeting is to become fully staffed across the Montana University system. Hopefully that does happen. That would be great. But we know that this is the goal for the institutions here. The personal services are going up 8%. Tyler and I have both mentioned that we had a great pay plan to help support all of our faculty and staff across our institutions, and you're seeing that directly here within this budgeted level. So the factors that we like to look at here on our metrics when we're looking at our operating budget is, what is our student to faculty ratio? And we've remained fairly consistent. We went down a little bit, right? For the budget at 18.1 for FY25 down to 17.1. Again, that's because we're trying to get fully budgeted. With our enrollment mix right now, that's where we would be. And then our personal services percent share, we're budgeted at 80%. The higher education cost adjustment likes to see that at about 75%, so we're slightly higher on that. Again, we have a lot of long-term employees, though, that have been with our institutions for a very long time, and that's why we're seeing that a little bit higher for the MUS. So as we move into the waiver portion, it was already noted that we have the primary mandatory waivers. Those are the board designated. Tyler mentioned two that are of the largest players in it. That's the American Indian waiver and the MUS honors. But we also have the discretionary portion of it, the resident, non-resident. Again, those can be a mix of undergraduate, graduate, athletes, and all of that. Again, with that misconception, though, of waivers, they are for specific purposes. They are a huge player in that strategic enrollment management that campuses are trying to do and be competitive, along with that discounting. But also, if you think back to that slide that Tyler showed that we were dead last within financial aid, this is how we make up room for that and how we provide more support for our students within that. Slight growth there in our waivers of 3%. I think that's pretty consistent with what we expected to see with our enrollment and with our mix in there. You can see that our waivers per student is going up slightly, roughly $90, right? $80, I guess, on that. But that turnaround value on the net tuition revenue is increasing slightly with a little bit of growth. So even though we're discounting a little bit more to our students, we're still keeping that net tuition revenue stable. A little bit higher in the waivers, a little bit lower of growth on our net tuition revenue from this portion. And then as we move into enrollment, again, I mentioned earlier, we really are looking at very conservative enrollment management for their projections coming into this. But I like to focus on that fall 25 column over there. While our campuses did project conservatively as being basically flat, we are slightly up, and we'll see that vary by campus. A couple of spoiler alerts. Montana Tech, they budgeted to be basically flat. Right now they're up 6.5% when we look at their year-over-year from last fall. Another one is MSU Northern. They projected to have a slight decrease in their enrollment. They're up 2.5%. So definitely some positive aspects when we're looking at enrollment through the Montana University system. And with that, I'm happy to move into any details of any specific campus that you like, or else we can leave it here with the roll-up of the MUS. Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Director Lyons. Sorry, I'm going to get back to this. Any questions, comments from the regents? None. Deputy Commissioner Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Getting some aid here backing up. Thank you, Ange. Mr. Chair, that leads us into a few other action items centered around facilities. I'd call Director Stevenson up to take us through these.
That. So we have 4 action items for you to consider today, and we'll pause at each at the end of each item, and if you have any questions, please bring them forth. And then we have 3 very interesting informational items after that. Okay. So the first item here is a request for authorization to remodel the food service space in Lamason Center that was previously a coffee shop. University of Montana, Missoula is seeking authority to spend $1.1 million to renovate this space. This renovation would be a modernization of the coffee shop to provide a more welcoming and warm environment for students and campus community. The project is currently under design under presidential authority at U of M. The construction is expected to be completed and the venue up and operational spring semester of 2026. The construction would be paid for by dining services revenue. This is, I'll pause there. If there's more detail required, we can certainly provide it.
Questions? Keep going, please, Dan.
All right. Our next item is request for authorization to renovate and construct additions to the visual communication building at Montana State University on the Bozeman campus. Montana State is seeking an increase in is seeking authorization to spend up to $27.5 million to renovate and construct these additions and modifications to the visual communications building. In May of 2023, the Board of Regents authorized $2 million of planning and design funds to proceed with design of the visual communication building modifications. Subsequently, the legislative authority only was granted to the accumulative amount of $27.5 million in the 3 sessions of the 66th, 68th, and 69th sessions. Montana is, State University is presently in the design process. The project is, there's a high level of confidence that it is in budget. Fundraising is 100% complete, and the project is fully funded by private donations. The project consists of renovations within the building, some additions to the building, and a small building for broadcast logistics that will be adjacent to the visual communication facility. This project will greatly improve the academic collaboration and the experiential learning opportunities within the VisCom building, as well as provide for expansion of and unification of the School of Film and Photography, the Black Box Theater, and Montana PBS. Again, the work is 100% funded with private donations. I'll pause for questions.
Any questions, comments from the Regents?
Just one comment. I really appreciate the sort of the trajectory of the time frame of the funding, because it's easy to get lost across those legislative sessions in terms of dollars authorized, dollars spent, and so thanks for doing that, or thanks to MSU for putting that together to make it so clear.
Mr. Chair, Regent Dombrowski, I completely agree with that, and I think you'll see more of that approach to the history of how authorization and appropriation occurs. Okay. All right, the next item is a request for authorization to lease space in the Engine Works building located in the Montana Innovation Campus on behalf of a Defense Innovation On-Ramp hub. Many of you on the committee and other regents, I think, have recently toured some of the Innovation Campus. The Innovation Campus is a product of a for-profit wing of the Montana State University Foundation, and houses many buildings that do very unique, in some cases classified, research and development work. This specific work is a request from MSU and Miltech, and I'll explain a bit about Miltech. Miltech is a department within MSU that specializes in the rapid technology transfer to U.S. government defense organizations, primarily Department of Defense, but also other security-related agencies within the U.S. government. This Defense Innovation Hub will provide partners with, will partner with commercial companies to rapidly field cutting-edge technologies to those agencies. So it's a really amazing area of research for the institution. The lease itself is for 5,063 square feet in the Engine Works building, which is a building of appropriate type and quality for this type of research. The lease is at $37.50 per square foot for a term of between 18 months and 24 months. That lease is comparable with the lease that we have a quantum hub facility in the same building. And Regent Jasper, I believe you recently had the opportunity to tour that facility. So we believe it's in line with the type and quality of the space. So, it would be funded with grant and federal funds. Any questions on this item? All right. Next is a request for authorization to construct an elevator and associated ADA improvements at Lewis Hall on the Montana State University Bozeman campus. This specific request is to authorize MSU to increase its spending authority by $4.6 million. This is another one of those items with multiple historical appropriations and authorizations being required. MSU received an appropriation of $2.4 million in the 68th legislative session, and subsequently this board authorized the initial planning, design, and construction of that amount of money. When MSU got into that design process, there were opportunities and also code regulations that drove the cost significantly over that. And so the budget required that MSU return to the legislative session, which they did in the 69th session. We did in the 69th session to gain another $4.6 million in appropriation. So the important thing to know about this project is it not only installs an elevator, but it achieves ADA accessible restrooms. And not only for Lewis Hall, it's very strategic. I commend MSU for the design process in that they found a way to not only benefit Lewis Hall, but also Cooley Lab and Teets Hall, which are adjacent research-related facilities. All of those buildings will gain accessibility due to this project. So it will greatly help our students, faculty, and staff with mobility limitations, and the project will be paid for completely by legislative LRBP appropriations. Any questions?
Questions from the regents on action item E? Oh, thank you, Director Stevenson. That brings us to informational.
Yes, so we have 3 informational items and a process that I would like to propose to the committee is as we have opportunity with these meetings, I think it'd be great, especially for the hosting campus, to be able to highlight the progress that they've made on capital development projects that you all have approved over the years. A lot of times I think you approve a project and it goes away and you never see the results. So today we'd like to do that. As much as I would like to bask in the sunlight of Tech's good work, I'm going to ask Vice Chancellor Ron Muffick to come up and provide a quick capital project update. If he's in the room. There he is. Or I'll steal your thunder if you're not. Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, or members of the board. As Dan said, Ron Muffick, Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance here at Montana Tech. I'm going to go through and provide an update on the capital development projects we have ongoing here at Tech. We are in the midst of some very exciting times here at Tech, and are in the midst of some unprecedented funding that we've received or have been appropriated for our benefit. All right, bear with me here. All right, so I mentioned the unprecedented funding. So we've received major investments here, $56 million in capital development and major repair funding, which has been appropriated for Montana Tech and Highlands College from the last 3 legislative sessions. And if you include the 2019 session, it's up to $65 million. That's a historical investment in our institution. And it's not something we take lightly. We're excited about it, but we also, we want to make sure that you understand that we are committed to being good stewards of these funds and using these funds in the most efficient and effective manner. We don't take it lightly, and we're excited about it, but we're going to be darn sure that we stay within budget and make sure that we further our special focus mission in the use of these funds. What we've done to kind of embark on that or ensure that is we use some of the funding for a campus facilities master plan. So we set aside, we received $38 million for Main and Engineering Hall, and we said, okay, $38 million, these buildings are 100 years old. We haven't had any major renovations to them in 100 years. We've done a great job maintaining them, but we got to go, okay, what are we going to put in these buildings? What are we going to do so these buildings function for the university for the next 100 years? So that's how we embarked on the master plan. The master plan, I'll get into a little bit more about how the master plan ties to Main and Engineering. So the master plan is something that we've been working on for the last 15 months with our architects. It is complete. We just have not hit the print button yet. We've got some accessibility things that we need to address before we can put it on our website. So that kind of gives you an idea of some of the planning we've done. I'm going to go through a couple of projects, a heating system upgrade, Main and Engineering halls, renovations, and then finally the Hyper, which is our physical education building. So the heating system upgrade is something that was it's not a glamorous project at all. But in 2018, when I was at Ochi, some similar to Dan Stevenson's shoes, Tech and the University of Montana came to us and said, our heating system is at the risk of catastrophic failure. And if that heating system fails, that means closure of the campus in the winter months. So we made that the #1 priority for the legislative session in 2019. We received LRBP funding then. And then in 2021, we received some additional funding due to all the cost escalations from COVID, which was that supplementary funding. We've completed phases 1 through 3 of the heating system upgrade. And now we have a phase 4, which was funded in the last legislative session for $2.4 million. This is going to enable us to be much more efficient. It enables us to move from high pressure boilers to low pressure boilers. Current status of the phase 4 is we're waiting for assignment from architecture and engineering divisions. So Main and Engineering. So these are pretty exciting projects for us. Main Hall was our first building on campus. It was opened in 1900. Construction started in 1896. Engineering Hall was the 3rd building on campus, opened in 1910, then addition in 1923. Second building on campus was the mill building where you can get a cup of coffee, and that was in 1908. These 2 buildings, Main and Engineering, as we stand here, it's about 2, 3 o'clock from my perspective of where these buildings are located. Main hall is about 38,000 square feet, and engineering hall is about 14,000 square feet, to give you some scope to the projects. Again, $38 million from the legislative session. From 2023, we started, we came to the board for approval for planning and design in March of 24. We were fortunate to come up with and get our architects on board by July 1st of last year, and just recently, in the last couple of months, we were able to hire our general contractor construction manager. This project, we're looking at it as one project. Main and engineering sit next to each other, and when we looked at doing them separately, as far as could we close down Main, could we close and keep engineering going? But as we looked at project costs of doing that and the time that it takes to complete the projects, it was much more expensive. So we're actually saving about $1.8 million by emptying the buildings completely and doing the construction simultaneously.
What's your construction duration?
24 months is what we're looking at. We've got some built-in, some extra time if it ends up going 28 months. We're looking at, and I have a slide later on, but we're looking at first quarter, like January, maybe early February of 26 is when we would start abatement, and then construction completed first or maybe second quarter of 28. We originally, the architects were thinking we could get it done in 18, and we never really thought 18 was realistic from the campus standpoint, and it's turning out it's 24. And like I say, even if it goes to 28, that finishes the project at the end of the spring semester and gives us the whole summer to move back into the buildings for fall of 28. So I think I want to point out too, envelope is another piece of this. The project includes, as it says up there, electrical systems, plumbing and technology, a new roof on Main. Engineering has a new roof. Classroom renovations, restroom and office renovations, and ADA accessibility. Neither building is ADA accessible, and that's a big piece of this project, and I'll show you something that's actually pretty exciting about what we're going to do. So, as I said, these two buildings sit next to each other. What we are planning to do is what we're calling the link. It's a connector between the two buildings. It adds about 4,000 square feet, which has been approved by the state. But what it also does is it saves us about 6,000 square feet in Main and engineering because we don't have elevators and stairs in both buildings. We'll have one elevator and one set of stairs in the connector. And the other thing that's good about this is built into the budget, so it's not an extra cost. We've got it within budget. And the link is something we're pretty darn excited about. It's here's an internal view of it, the rendering of it. You can see how that wall there, that brick wall, is Main Hall, and that's just kind of a restored version of that. So we're going to keep the integrity of the buildings. The buildings are going to be, the link is going to be designed, so this ends up being one building. We're going to have one system for HVAC, one system for electrical and all that, and you're going to be able to see between the buildings. And what we've done there, and one of the reasons as we embrace our special focus mission, is we looked at going through the master plan of what programs should be in these buildings. We came up with mechanical engineering and electrical engineering. If they're in these buildings, they're able to cross-pollinate, if you will, and collaborate a lot more because of the layout of the link. As I mentioned, Main Hall is really a workhorse for the campus as far as classrooms. Electrical and mechanical will be in there for offices, but the entire campus will be using the classrooms. It won't just be limited to those programs. So where are we at in the project status? Region Southwest, we kind of already touched on this a little bit. Schematic design has been completed. We're in the middle of design and development. We've hired the general contractor, construction manager. We're going to be coming to the board and with an action item asking you to approve the construction, and we will have the financials figured out by then and make sure we're within budget. And again, first quarter abatement with construction to follow and completion in first quarter or second of 2028. Final project is the Hyper renovation, and Hyper is short for our Health, Physical Education, Recreation Center. This is a $4.4 million private funded project. There is a second phase, but that we think is quite a few years down the road. So we've come to the board for approval in May for planning and design of phase one only. It's currently in a status where it's awaiting assignment from the State Architecture and Engineering Division. And I don't know if Dan's touched on this with the committee or the board, but there's quite a few projects ahead of our 2025 funded projects, particularly the priorities that have been set out by the legislature and the executive branch. So we're waiting for assignment from the State Architecture and Engineering Division. This renovation scope is, we have a swimming pool right now that is very minimally used and is actually really quite expensive to maintain. That will be converted to a multi-purpose room / gym that will be able to host larger events in and intramural sports and maybe even varsity sports in there as far as practice facility. It frees up some additional space for students to use. In addition, there's women's varsity locker room construction in there. Athletic training room is expanded. I think there's some student study areas in there that I don't have on this list. And then additional storage and offices in the building. So that's it for my report. Like I said, we're very grateful, very excited about, some might even call it the golden age of construction or facility upgrades here at Montana Tech that we're on the cusp of. And our master plan that we went through it's given us a 10-year plan on what that looks like. Part of that, we're looking at additional parking that we need to address here on the campus. And that's not glamorous either, but something that is foremost in part of the master planning process. So I'll stand for any questions, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chancellor. Exciting stuff happening here. Any questions, comments from the regents? Regent Folkboard?
Chairman, I guess just for my own edification, it seems like there's a statute in the state law that doesn't allow new buildings to be built unless they're funded by private donations on state property. Is that true, or is it just athletic buildings that fall into that statute? Or what is the clarification there for building new construction and on improvements?
Mr. Chair, I'll take that. So revenue generating building, auxiliary buildings are completely authorized by the Board of Regents. Anything else that adds new space, academic space, yes, has to be approved by the legislature. If we receive private funding in between legislative sessions, they still need to approve it even if it's privately funded. We can get governor's consent, but essentially there's two sides to it. You got your auxiliary revenue generating buildings, regents have complete authority for. Anything else, got to get the legislature or the governor to approve.
And then does the legislature typically fund any of those revenue generating projects or not?
Mr. Chair, no. The auxiliary revenue generating projects, the definition of state law is that the revenue generated from the building is used to support the buildings on campus.
Thanks. So informational item B, Deputy Commissioner Trevor.
Mr. Chair, we'll just keep rolling with Director Stevenson up here and kind of facilitating that.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, the next informational item is from Montana State University Bozeman. They'd like to make the board aware of their intent to seek financing and project authority at the November 2025 meeting to meet for multi-year, multi-phase projects related to energy, performance contracting, and university student housing related to deferred maintenance. You may remember last November, MSU came before the board to ask for authority to enter into an energy service performance contract. With that, I'm going to ask Vice President Least to give you some details on the impending request.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity today to talk a little bit about this, give you a heads up on a few items that I want to bring to the board at future meetings here. So again, Montana State has done these energy performance contracts in the past. You have graciously approved some of those, and they've had wonderful outcomes. Last September, we brought an item requesting authority for up to $50.5 million in energy performance contracts. 43 million of that is deferred, will take care of deferred maintenance, so a very large percentage. We have been sort of doing this dance with figuring out the financing part of that in terms of the timing mainly. I mean, interest rates have been up here a little bit. We also know that there are issuance costs every time we go out to issue debt. And so we've got some housing projects and a lot of deferred maintenance on the housing side as well. So if we can combine those two into a single financing, that will provide some efficiency for us. Our housing right now is very full, and so doing some of these deferred maintenance projects is difficult when they're going to be bigger than just a summer project, right? So these are going to take 1 or 2 years to complete, and so where do we put students in the meantime? So we're working through those issues right now and trying to find out exactly what we can do on the housing side and when we can do it. So I guess what I'm saying is that the housing piece, we will seek authority if we're able to at the November meeting. If we're not quite ready, that might roll to January or March, figuring out the details of that. Regardless, I think it's time for us to move forward with the energy performance contracting, so we will seek authority in November for the financing piece for the energy performance contracting, regardless of whether or not we're ready on the housing side. But we hope to be ready. That will be the intent. That would be certainly nice. So I'll stand for any questions, but just wanted to give you a heads up on that and look forward to seeing you in November.
Yeah, Terry, I appreciate the calculation on the energy savings annually. That's kind of a, you know, that adds up pretty quick over there. Any questions, comments for Vice President Least? Thank you.
And our final informational item for today is University of Montana Western's intent to request authorization to purchase a multifamily residential property that is located adjacent to the Western campus. This facility is, as I said, a multi-family facility. 2 appraisals have been completed. The market valuation is between $285,000 and $313,000. This purchase would benefit the Western by generating revenue from the rent of the housing, while also providing much needed housing opportunities for students at Western. The purchase would be intended to be brought back to the board as an action item in November as well. And I think I'll stand for questions unless Chancellor Reed or Vice Chancellor Brown would like to comment.
Thank you, Dan. Members of the board, I'd just like to address one thing that I'd stress. This property is in the acquisition zone of the university. The university, basically, there's 3 blocks south of the university. We've been able to acquire all of those properties. There's this, and then on another block, there's 1 remaining property. But after that, we'll have completed the acquisition zone. So the hospital contacted us, let us know the property was available. We really don't have an immediate need for the property, but because it's in the acquisition zone, we feel it's in the best interest long-term for the university to acquire this. To help fund it, we'll go ahead and continue to rent out the property to be able to fund the financing that we'll coordinate through UM. But again, the main emphasis on this is it's within that acquisition zone that we're trying to secure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chancellor. Any other?
Any questions? Item D.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'll take it from here. We traditionally have provided a work plan for each one of the committees of the Board of Regents. In honor of that, we've moved forward with this document, very similar to other documents in years that we've reviewed. Gloss over the charge there to the committee, but kind of get into the categories of the work plan. Not a lot of difference than years when there's not a legislative session. We can do a little more focusing on the first item there, the budget, and just the structure. And a lot of it surrounds, and maybe the bullets don't completely articulate it, but the discussion that we had today about net tuition revenue. We also referenced board reserve accounts and the scholarship account, and just the availability for campuses to use those accounts to increase security, as well as just overall continuing to articulate and communicate our budget principles. And I think that's just the basics of a base plus budgeting system. But oftentimes in the March meeting, we might revisit those budget drivers that combine together, and at the same time talk about performance funding. Facilities, second on the list here, and for those of you that have been on the board for at least 5 years now, will notice the marked difference in the way we're approaching facilities, and that's obviously intentional, and we want to keep that going. What's unique this year is that through state law, we are now required to produce a 6-year lookout on our long-range building projects. So Director Stevenson is and has developed a database from the campuses. Part of that database will also go to the ranking of those LRBP projects for the next session. And so you can look to an item in November where we provide information on that and then ask for your approval in March. It's a little bit more accelerated than prior years. It's just some changes in requirements from architecture and engineering. And then information technology. We don't spend a lot of time in this committee reviewing or talking about IT, although arguably maybe nothing more important on our campuses. Cannot operate without it. And we have a great set of CIOs in this system. I will say I've worked with the CIOs for 20 years in this system. At no point in time has there been more collaboration and the willingness to work together than it is right now. Taking advantage of that and driving our own agenda to look at our information systems, the backbones of which run our student, financial, and HR sides of our operation. It's coined as enterprise resource planning. And to begin to look at the future and how we're going to handle challenges related to that. Closely coupled with our enterprise resource planning is cybersecurity efforts, and we don't take the eye off the ball on that. We have a structure in place, and we continue to operate through that structure. Enterprise risk management, I'm going to talk real quickly after this about our annual report that we bring forward here in September. But it's kind of the unsung hero of one of the efforts from, 5-10 years ago, and the insistence of the Budget Committee and the Board of Regents for OCHI to lead and do a better job with putting our arms around enterprise resource management. And I'll talk about the details associated with that in the report here coming up, but it's really on this list as to not lose momentum. And then finally, the recognition that the Budget Committee plays in our success agenda, just pointing out 2 of the areas, resident student access and Montana 10. We continue to evaluate and help facilitate in any way and fashion that we absolutely can. So, Mr. Chair, I also have a calendar that basically summarizes some of the up-and-coming meetings and what you can expect at those meetings. Of course, there's a lot more details associated with those, but these are the heavy hitters on the calendar. So that's the work plan. I'd be happy to answer any questions. If we don't have any, I'd turn our attention to the last information item, the Enterprise Risk Management Annual Report. I won't go through this report, but I highly encourage you to. This is a very well-constructed report. I appreciate it very much. Margaret Wallace is our Enterprise Risk Management Director of Enterprise Risk Management at the System Office. She does a great job of working with the campuses to not only identify the top 10 risks in the system. In this report also bounces those up against some of the key things that came out of the legislative session and how our risk management framework addresses those items. And then as part of our region's priority funding that we allocate each year, we take a chunk of the funds there and funnel it back to campuses on a proposal basis, not just to ensure that every campus, we want to ensure that smaller campuses that have less ability to address some of these have the capabilities, but also The shared services approach that you can get out of enterprise risk management is it's sort of the path of least resistance. If you just try to share services in the name of sharing services, it's difficult to identify what are the priorities. But when you do it embedded inside of identification of risk and the commonalities that we find between the campuses, this is really a key document for shared services. So I think that brings us to the end, Mr. Chair.
I think it does too. Yeah, on behalf of the Budget Committee, Margaret, Shauna, Dan, thank you, and Deputy Commissioner Trevor, as always, thank you. This is helpful, it's comprehensive, and it is awesome for us to have the four of you as arrows in our quiver. I don't think we've ever stumped any of you on a question, so it's just your work does not go unnoticed. And with that, I think we're done. My mic is yours, Chair Buchanan.
Chair Southworth, thank you. Budget Committee, thank you for your work. I did check in with Regent Folkford, who is willing to start the ARSA committee meeting here. We've got about half an hour before we break for lunch with the students. So, Mr. Chair Folkford, the ARSA committee, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity to chair the ARSA committee for this coming year. I've met with Deputy Commissioner Teal individually, and he gave me a little download on some of the details. The committee has met ahead of time to review the agenda that we'll be going over here today. And so we should go right at it. We've got a nice agenda that's been put together by Deputy Commissioner Teal and his team. Thank you for the detailed information. The first item is the consent agenda that is before you, comprised of the emeriti faculty and the tenure faculty. In the emeriti faculty, collectively, these emeriti faculty candidates provided 98 years of service to the Montana University system, namely Ledbetter, Kalm, Ridenauer, and Sterling. Any questions about our emeriti faculty or tenure faculty on the consent agenda? If there are none, then we are ready to move into the informational part of the agenda, and I'll turn it over to Commissioner Teal.
Thank you, Chair Folkford. And unusually, we do not have action items on the academic agenda. We will expect that will change come November, and we'll be talking about new programs and centers again with you all. But I do think this is a useful time to, just as Deputy Commissioner Trevor did, talk through the ARSA work plan for the year. And we shared this with the committee, had good discussion in terms of some of our aims as a committee over the next 12 months. And a very similar structure of what are some of our goals and priorities, what are the calendar of where you as regents or campuses can expect some action items coming forward to this agenda. First, this committee really takes a lead in recent years on shared policy goals with the legislature. A lot of those now relate to advancing dual enrollment, transfer, tribal college partnerships. And so you'll see updates on the efforts that we're doing with our legislative partners to move forward those shared priorities. And then on the success agenda, and here certainly contributing to the resident student access agenda that Director Lemon reported on, retention, Montana 10, research, seamless distance education, and artificial intelligence. We'll talk a little bit later about academic planning. We've had a focus on reviewing and revising our board academic policies, our definitions around the structure and content of degree programs. Now at the national level is a really active debate on some of those discussions, particularly related to bachelor's and graduate credentials, and you'll see some recommended policy changes today that will come forward at a future meeting. But more so, we want to take a look at the metrics and the framework that we use to assess our overall academic inventory. We have a lot of process that each institution is held accountable to in terms of reviewing their programs. But how does that flow up to the board in terms of measures that help you understand how enrollment is shifting across academic programs, how those programs at that unit of analysis are performing, how that relates to the needs that we see in labor market data or in licensure data or from our educator prep programs across the state. Next, teaching, learning, student success. You've heard, and I think heard from Lauren Fern this morning on our ongoing work on math and writing pathways, delivering on some of the collaborations that were initiated last year with the Office of Public Instruction, the Board of Public Ed, to more clearly link K-12 to higher ed math and writing success. And then expanding access to coursework through the Montana Online Course Exchange that's now operating across 10 of our institutions and a couple of tribal colleges. This coming year will be important in the research and innovation space. We have a couple of backbone grants that will be in their design phase for what we want to propose at the federal level. That's particularly in a space called EPSCoR that is really focused on building out our research capacity. And that's driven by a state science and technology plan. So re-upping that analysis, that strategy of where we want to be strong in our research enterprise and what investments we make to help that happen, at a time when we recognize there's a lot of federal budget changes and a lot of discussions that impact the research enterprise, and having an eye on some of our key metrics, our advocacy, our strategies for what those changes might look like and how we react. And then finally, the culmination of work that's happened over the past year. We have a new employee, Amber Spring, who's led this work recently. J.C. Hacker initiated this work when she was at OCHI to look at a more comprehensive student health and well-being strategic plan. We've had a great task force focused on suicide prevention, mental health, oftentimes some of the more acute and clinical reactions. And this is kind of expanding that through the next circle out of a public health approach to preventing mental health challenges and students who are addressing them, how we measure that over time, and how we coordinate across campuses in the shared service model to ensure students have adequate support, faculty have adequate support in supporting students, faculty have adequate support themselves when they're facing challenges. Again, a calendar kind of going over what we see as some of our key deliverables on these priorities over the course of the year. And with that, Regent Folkvord, members of the committee, happy to open if there are questions or suggestions on the work plan.
Chair Folkvord, Deputy Commissioner. Yeah, thank you. I think it's, when we talked with faculty this morning, we heard a lot about AI. And so I'm super pleased to see that that's included as it's an ever-moving target and hard to get your arms around, but I think we can't ignore it either. So appreciate you putting it out there as we work through those. And again, as having worked on this as chair last year and worked with you last year, it's really helps clarify, I think, where we're going with this committee, the way you've laid it out. So I know that there was a lot of back and forth on that, and I appreciate the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we might have just enough time before lunch to move through this next item. And, this is really to your point. A project of ours has been, we have a lot of process in academic planning, process that happens at the campus level, involves faculty governance, process that happens at the state and system level, process that involves our accreditors. And we've been really working to think through some of our policy measures and kind of questions and process to ensure that's delivering the right outcomes. Last year we had a revision to some of our definitions of short-term certificates and credentials, and the two-year committee will talk about a lot of work to put a framework around even shorter-term and non-credit training and credentials and the data that we hope to gather on those, particularly as we're looking at short-term Pell. Here we're going to initially dive into a work of a task force that we convened at Provost this past year that was guided by Dr. Sue Balter-Wrights, thinking about, in the first case, how we approve new programs and the definitions that we have around bachelor's and graduate degrees, where there's a pretty active national debate trying to think about the content of those programs, how they can be accelerated, et cetera. work that we've engaged in things like sprint degrees. So I want to invite Sue up to the mic if she is here. Oh, never mind, because we shifted. She is out, so I'm going to do my best. So this is a lot of text. Again, what I want to talk through here is some of the context and some of the process. The context is that there's been a national debate around reduced credit bachelor's degrees and national debates about other ways to accelerate bachelor's programs. And we wanted to have a thoughtful conversation with academic leaders and faculty about, what do we feel are the outcomes of bachelor's programs? Do we have good definitions of those outcomes and that content in our policy, in our practice at the campus level? How do we address that in our academic approval processes and discussions at the campus and the system level? And you all as a board have had a policy that sets out what the content of a bachelor's degree and certain graduate programs are for some time. What we found is that a lot of that policy was imprecise, and that we didn't have great systems to ensure that it was being followed well. We also have seen changes at the accreditor level to some of their definitions, and to the greatest degree possible, we want to align with our accreditor in some of our quality standards, some of our definitions. And so we had a group of 6 provosts starting in the fall, very grateful to their efforts and time, dive into some of these questions, meet with folks leading some of these conversations nationally, meet with our accreditor, Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. They structured questions first for their colleagues, provost colleagues around the system, and then for faculty and faculty senates to engage with for several months. That led to an initial draft of this policy that was circulated in the spring. We've had a lot of good discussions over the summer and improvements, leading to what you see here. And again, this is going to have some further discussion before it's in front of you in November. But to just help explain the complex red text, this does a few things. Currently, we have a requirement that any bachelor's degree that exceeds 120 credits receives special permission from the board. We're changing that to a requirement that deviation from 120 credits requires special permission from the board. And that's to give us some policy flexibility if at a future date we want to talk about what those processes might look like for accelerated bachelor's. We tighten up our definitions around the content in a Bachelor's of Arts, a Bachelor's of Science, a Professional Baccalaureate, and align that with language that's used nationally and language that's used by the Northwest Commission. We coordinate some of our other language across this policy around options and concentrations, and then move some definitions around between Regents policies so that hopefully the policies read more clearly. Now, one thing that we should all recognize, some of our bachelor's programs currently do not meet these definitions. And so there's going to be a process that aligns with our program review cycle where faculty and institutions will have an opportunity to update their programs and their program content to align with the Regents definition. And that gives, we think, appropriate lead time to ensure that, hey, when we're delivering a bachelor's degree, we know what the content means. We've had discussions about what content falls into the buckets of general education, education within the content area of the degree, elective education, and that has a reasonably common meaning across the MUS. Item 2 here is just a policy change related to that larger discussion. And so I'd be happy to open up if there are questions or comments from members of the board on this policy work.
Great work. And thanks. It makes intuitive sense. I'm just wondering, is there any unintended consequences that we need to be aware of that the committee has talked about? Or
Regent Dabrowski, our biggest fear in terms of an unintended consequence was disruption to faculty and curriculum. And that's some of this conversation that we've had with provosts in terms of leveraging that program review cycle as a reasonable timeline and a process where faculty are evaluating the curriculum within their programs in any case as a sensible pathway to ensure, hey, we're all meeting these thresholds and definitions.
And a follow-up question, and is that is there a sense that that will then give the right platform, the combination of the program review and the faculty? I mean, is that, I don't want to be a Pollyanna about it, because I think this is a big deal, and on the other hand, I think it has to happen in order to stay contemporary.
Yeah. Regent Dabrowski, and I'd welcome if colleagues want to chime in. You know, my sense is there's a broad-based desire to have alignment in what we mean around a bachelor's degree. There's a broad-based desire from provosts to have clear guidance in board policy on what that content should look like and mean. I think right now that's an important discussion that faculty have had, that can be useful in articulating the value of a bachelor's degree and setting some of those standards for if we're accelerating, we don't want to dumb down or diminish. And so I think there's support. Getting the process right, and those program review processes do look different at different institutions and require some substantial effort. So this is work over a good period of time, but work that's trying to achieve a common goal, pushing with the grain of what those program review processes are intended to do. And Sue is now here. Sue, if there's anything you would like to add.
Mr. Chairman, Deputy Commissioner, are our campuses that are next on the review cycle, if this passes, are they prepared to do the work to align policy with their current bachelor's degree offerings?
Yeah, Regent Jasper, that's some further discussions that we're going to have between now and November when we set the review calendars for the coming year. And so that's going to be a discussion that we continue to have with provosts. You know, we have a 7-year cycle through which every program is reviewed, and campus is having flexibility to be strategic with that cycle, given this requirement, to say who's best prepared or to undertake this change next year. If there are no other questions, again, this policy will come back to you for a vote at the November meeting. And between now and then, we'll have a little more discussion in terms of that cycle of compliance onboarding, but also opportunities for campuses to provide further input. I do want to turn it over to Sue briefly. Sue has joined our accreditation liaison officers around the system over the past year on several of their calls. And there's so much work that goes into accreditation. And Sue, I'm just hoping you can provide a quick overview of the accreditation report.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize for missing. I didn't realize that you'd move so quickly. Excellent work. So I just wanted to give you a little highlight of the accreditation report that you will see linked. What you will see is a summary of the 24-25 visits, as well as the upcoming visit schedule for the Northwest. So this is regional accreditation. The report represents Herculean work by campuses focusing on ensuring that students are receiving an outstanding education and that institutions are strong and meeting their unique mission. One of the things I really want to highlight is that what we've been able to do is not only give the feedback from the peer review teams that visited campuses in 24-25, but we've also asked campuses to provide their own feedback as well. So you're going to read a little bit about the evolution of campuses in response to this peer review team.
Perfect, thanks, Sue. And I do just want to emphasize, we presented to the board some of our summary of themes coming out of these reviews. those themes really oftentimes are action steps for all of us. You know, if institutions are collectively struggling with disaggregating data around their programs at the campus level or program level assessment, we've taken that as cues of areas where we can host conversations, make investments, look at software, look at shared approaches, and they're really a lot of work for the campus personnel who lead them, but really, really useful insights for you as a board and we as a system office on what are some shared challenges that we ought to work on. Thank you, Sue. And then finally, I'll talk about these two final academic planning items in tandem. Each year, we ask our academic leadership to prepare a vision of where their academic inventory programs and priorities are going in the coming year. And it's meant as an exercise to say we see individual programs come forward from campuses, but that doesn't always give us insight in terms of what do we think we're building to in terms of areas of excellence or areas of need for our communities or constituencies. And so this exercise both ensures that conversation is happening at the campus level. It also solicits, hey, what are the academic programs that might come out of that could come before the regents in the coming year? As a good colleague notice also to campuses around the state of we're looking up to stand up a program in this area. If you have a program in a similar area, we want to have those communications and conversations happen early so that we can, where sensible, delineate what are the specialties of these programs, or to have some of the conversations of is that the most efficient way to meet the student need or to meet the need of the state. And so that's what you see in item 4, a summary of some of what we as your commissioner's office staff are seeing, to provide a summary of the summary. A lot of focus on short-term stackable pathways, fewer larger new degree programs in the works, but some areas where there are some similarities where we're trying to ensure that those discussions are happening. That process flows in really to item 5, which is where we want to take this academic planning working group in the coming year. We have, I think, really good data and processes that dive into the details of individual programs. What we want to improve on and move forward is to think about what are our measures, what are our tools to look at our larger academic inventory as a system, to think about how that aligns with workforce needs, and then to think about, okay, what's our framework given that data and information that should inform both when we're approving new programs, but also how we review and how provosts and faculty are charged to review their programs regularly, and what information flows into those processes. And so we're grateful that the participants in the task force for the past year have agreed to continue on. We've reached out to institutions to solicit some new membership. We want to have business officers, registrars, and each campus have some representation on this working group for the coming year. We're grateful for OCHI colleagues who have offered to contribute to this work, but with the aim that we'll have some initial reports, recommendations, and metrics to discuss with campus stakeholders early in the spring, and to bring some reports and recommendations on this work to you all later in March and May. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's our summary of our academic planning items and really plans for this meeting and for the coming year, and happy to open up if there are questions.
Any more questions or discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can cover the last two items here and then break for lunch would be my recommendation. C is the academic approval memo. These are academic items that you have delegated to the commissioner or to campuses for approval. We meet monthly as academic officers around the system to discuss and review these, and so they've undergone a good degree of scrutiny and here for your review or should you have any questions about them. And then item D is our regular summary looking back almost a decade now on what degree approval has looked like in the university system. Are we adding or subtracting programs at what level, at what campus over this time? With the aim that we're being thoughtful about investing in new programs, standing down old programs where sensible. This is just one tracking list, but again, I think the goal is that this becomes a lot more detailed and informative for us through the work of the task force over the coming year.
Okay, that brings us to a stopping point, if that would be the desire of the chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Chairman Folkvord and team on the ARSA committee. A lot of detailed work there. I really appreciate the professional eyes on that. With that, we will take a break for lunch. I believe students and regents are meeting downstairs. Johnny, is that correct? In the same room we met this morning? Great. And lunch for the broader group is available upstairs. We'll reconvene after lunch at 1:30 here. We're in recess. Thank you. We will jump back into it. Appreciate everybody's willingness to be prompted on time, and we'll pass the ballot back to Regent Folkvord.
Thank you, Chairman. To continue with the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, we're at strategic priority items on our agenda here for the day, so I'll turn it back over to Joe.
Thank you, Regent Folkvord. We had a fantastic conversation with our faculty colleagues this morning, and it was on the topic of AI and discussing how they're finding how that is improving some of the efficiency of how they can provide quality instruction, how it's for sure changing how their students are experiencing courses, how it changes, we imagine, what is going to be expected of our graduates in the workforce. And I don't know about you all, my sense from a lot of that was this thing was moving fast, and now, if anything, it's moving faster. It's going to have an impact on every part of our organizations, how students learn, how we teach, how campuses operate, what graduates ought to know, how scientific research is conducted, and also how we provide service to the state and to businesses who are all challenged with the same pretty rapid pace of change. Over the past couple of years, the system's tried to facilitate, and there's been a lot of enormous campus efforts to encourage experimentation with AI, get folks in our units using it, interacting with it, talking about the pitfalls, the ethics, the challenges, but also the transformative use cases that might come out of this. That's included your Teaching Scholars cohorts, recognition for faculty statewide that hosted 15 faculty learning communities at campuses around the state, a statewide convening at the Extended Learning Institute in the spring focused on distance education impacts of AI. Great partnership with the Montana Digital Academy, who you'll hear from today. They hosted their own P20 convening over the summer. Montana State University, who's not on our panel but is doing amazing work, hosted a nationwide convening on impacts of AI in the research enterprise and how that changes faculty research late this spring. So there's a lot of excellent work going on. At this next stage, though, I think there's more focused cross-system conversation that needs to happen, both to understand, hey, what do we think we can learn from each other on how this is going to impact each of our institutions and what investments or guidelines or practices do we need to put in place. But also across the state, the governor recently had a 406 Montana Jobs executive order, and an important component of that was charging the Office of Public Instruction, the Department of Labor, the university system with thinking about how do we support Montana businesses, Montana schools with this AI transition. So, tomorrow we're going to have a convening of campus folks who've led these discussions at their institutions and campus leadership to share out, to talk in some of the key areas where we're going to see some of these transitions and changes. What's happening, what's challenging, what are opportunities, and what would we like to prioritize for conversations throughout the year that we expect will bring back to this board in March. But to kick that off, I wanted to bring this panel really to highlight how some of our campuses are approaching these AI questions, other investments the state is making in the K-12 space to help teachers and districts as they also try and leverage AI and prevent its pitfalls, and then some national examples of how institutions of higher education writ large are thinking about this and some of the emerging models of how to think about this. And we have an excellent panel. Zach Rossmiller is AVP and CIO at the University of Montana, has really been a thought leader behind a lot of the University of Montana's efforts in AI. Caitlin Byers is the brand newly minted director of the Montana Digital Academy's Frontier Learning Lab. That is the state's main investment in helping to support K-12 schools statewide and thinking about artificial intelligence. And then last but not least, Van Davis. Van is the Vice President of Digital Learning at WICHE and also leads the Western Collaborative on Education Technologies. So I'm going to turn over our panel quickly. They're going to run through some brief presentations, and then we'll have a moderated discussion where we'd invite others to join in. Zach.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zach Rossmiller. I grew up in Dutton, Montana, a small farm town north of Great Falls off of Interstate 15. For the past 5 years, I've had the pleasure to serve as the Chief Information Officer here at the University of Montana. Our AI journey began in November of 2022, which is when ChatGPT launched and quickly became the fastest growing consumer application in history, reaching 100 million active users in just 2 months. This caught the world's attention and ours. At UM, our first documented conversation on campus started in about May of 2023. From there, interest grew into a series of lectures and discussions across campus and departments. By January of 2024, that momentum led to the AI Symposium, which brought together hundreds of faculty, staff, and students to explore AI's potential on our campus. Out of the symposium came the 2024 Flagship Fund. It was a grant designed to help strengthen our AI capacity in 5 key areas: academics, student success, operations, research, and enrollment marketing. From the beginning, our approach has been swift, strategic, but also intentional and careful, moving quickly, but in a way that helps build trust and alignment across the university. So I mentioned the Flagship Fund. It helped create real momentum across our campus. And I won't talk through every project that's up on the slide, but the pattern was clear and actually pretty inspirational. Faculty tried new approaches in the classroom. Researchers used AI to help try speeding up discovery. And staff looked at ways to help improve operations in their daily workload grind. And most importantly, people from very different fields, like computer science and biology, they found a common language together using AI. What mattered most was that people were willing to experiment. They weren't waiting for a roadmap. They were testing, sharing, and learning. The Flagship Fund, it helped build energy and it sparked cross-disciplinary collaboration, but it also showed us that we had a need for a unified AI strategy on campus. So with it, we built momentum, but we also saw the need for a coordinated effort, and that's why President Bodner and Provost Lawrence, they launched the Future Project. It gave us a framework organized into 4 pillars: how we teach, helping faculty bring AI into courses, what we teach, preparing students with both technical and human skills, how we work, giving employees tools and guidance for their daily work, and also industry demands, staying aligned with our Montana employers and what they need from us. The Future Project turned our early momentum into a shared framework with 4 clear pillars that will guide forward with AI. So without some outcomes, this Future Project, it wasn't just about planning. This was purely engagement. We engaged over 1,500 faculty, staff, and students. With the help of Creighton Consulting, we also worked with over 30 industry partners across Montana. From campus, the message was very clear. People wanted training, resources, and guidance, regardless of how they felt about AI. From the employers, the message was just as clear. 58% were already looking for AI skills in job postings. To help kind of answer the question and the need and demand on our campus, we launched umontana.ai, a website, as a trusted hub for training and resources. We also launched Amplify. Amplify is a generative AI tool that brings in all of the industry-led AI models into one platform. This gives students, faculty, and staff free access to a tool that is capable of doing many, many things. This also helped address 2 concerns on our campus around AI. One is the AI divide, which, for those who know what the digital divide is, where rural communities have poor broadband connectivity. Now we're seeing an emergence of a thing called the AI divide, where students, faculty, staff maybe not be able to afford the more premium version of AI versus those who could and can and cannot. There was also a large demand on campus around how we address the environmental impact on AI. This sits in our data centers in a managed cloud infrastructure environment. I won't get too technical, I promise. But what's important is our data centers are green. They don't use any water. We recycle hot air, and we use smart, in a really layman's term, throttling our resources. So when something sits idle, we power it down. Because the concern with how much power consumption is used by these AI models, we wanted something to be able to power it down when not in use so it wasn't consuming a lot of power and energy. So these results, they showed an opportunity in front of us. UM can connect with what our students learn and with what employers need, and that's how we're leading. And this fun slide right here is something that I'm extremely proud of, because this positions not just the University of Montana, but it's also the Montana University system to help set the pace for the state. This isn't about UM. This is about the state of Montana and the necessary partnerships. And what you're seeing on this slide is the actual ecosystem of collaboration that's necessary, and it's already taking shape. We're extending our impact through the Montana Digital Academy, preparing K-12 educators, which Caitlin will share more about. Creighton Consulting, one of our future project partners, they've been working with us to spread the word through webinars, through a collaboration with the Montana High Tech Business Alliance and the Montana Jobs Network, and in fact, I believe they did one with MSU earlier this week. Also with Accelerate Montana, driving workforce development, and together we're help answering the call from the governor's 406 Jobs Initiative. We are leading the way. We're building AI capacity, not just for our campus, but for K-12, workforce development, and Montana's academy. And you might be asking yourself, well, why does this matter? Because at the end of the day, this is not about technology. It's about Montanans. For our students, it ensures they graduate with both AI competencies and the human skills employers demand. For our faculty, it provides support in adapting teaching and protecting the human side of education. For our staff, it helps reduce administrative burden and improve our daily work. For Montana, it positions UM and the MUS as a convener, leading a coordinated AI strategy that strengthens our state's educational and economic future. This matters because it prepares our students, it supports our employees, and positions all of us to serve Montana's future. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll pass this over to Caitlin. I'm extremely proud of the work that UM and the MUS have been doing in this area. So with that being said, I'll pass this over to Caitlin.
right, thanks, Zach. So I'm Caitlin Byers, and as introduced, I'm the new director of the Frontier Learning Lab at Montana Digital Academy. We are an edge technology learning lab focused right now on AI and VR and the implementation of those technologies in our K-12 schools. We recognize the challenge and the promise of these technologies and want to be sure to support our schools in the implementation and all of the questions along the way, because we believe our students deserve these opportunities. And the reason why MTDA is in this space is because we've kind of always been in this space. For the last 11 years, Montana Digital Academy has been the online supplementary education provider for the state of Montana for students enrolled in grades 6 through 12. I came from that distance learning program. I worked with those students who were enrolled in those classes, and they are all being impacted by AI. So number one, MTDA is in this space because we work with those students as well, and it's incredibly important that we understand how to support their teachers and those students. But also, and importantly, because MTDA is an organization that encouraged some thoughtful experimentation early. Like Zach said, in November of 2022, when ChatGPT burst onto the scene, there was palpable excitement in our office. We were encouraged to get in and figure out what this looked like because it was obvious from the get-go that this was going to have massive implications in education. So we knew that we were, generating essays pretty much at the same time probably our students were, and we needed to know what this sounded like and what it would look like on the other end, as well as how to help our teachers understand what this technology could do and what they could expect from their students. We also knew that there was a danger in a profession with overworked, sometimes, teachers who don't have quite enough time to do all of the things they'd like to do in the way they'd like to do them, that there could be a bit of a over-reliance on AI because it is so competent and capable at delivering really pretty good lesson plans and rubrics and things like that. We wanted to be sure that the implementation of AI and eventually VR in classrooms was responsible. It was ethical and it's safe and specific because we know that that's the best application of this technology. As you can tell, this is an AI-generated image and the hands are fantastic for once. We're doing this work a couple of ways. One is professional learning. We are providing professional learning all over the state, and I can attest to that in the miles driven in the last month since I've stepped into the role of the director. We are meeting teachers, administrators, and schools exactly where they are to provide the development around AI literacy and tools that they already have available to them. There are folks out there who don't know that when they use the Google Workspace, they have Gemini and Notebook LM, two of the most powerful AI tools available to anyone right now at their fingertips that their staff could be using. We want to make sure they know that and can use them effectively. So we are holding face-to-face trainings that teachers, staff, and districts can schedule with us. We are also, as the weather changes, going to be moving into some webinars and providing asynchronous resources so that teachers, districts, and schools can learn at the pace that works well for them. We're also working with to develop some stackable credentials so that K-12 teachers have the ability to speak to their AI literacy and ability to apply these skills in their classroom settings. We'll be holding and facilitating online PLCs to provide support and connection so that once we surface some of these early adopters who have been quietly and proficiently using AI in their classrooms but were scared to speak to it, now have a space to be able to share their knowledge and understanding with their peers. We know that it is far more powerful to walk down the hall to your teaching colleague and ask them what they're doing and how it's working for them than it is for us to come in. We want to surface those experts and get them together in a space where they can share their innovation and responsible implementation. And then finally, and I know I have at least one subscriber in the room, we do have a Substack, which is our newsletter that is reporting back from the field. So everything that we're doing, we are highlighting in our Substack. You can read about the schools we've visited, the tools that we've worked with, some of the things that we're trying professionally to figure out how to get AI to work best for us. So that is called Field Notes. If you'd like to jump in and subscribe, we would welcome your readership. Not only that, but we are also standing up an AI help desk, which we believe is the first in the nation for educators from all levels to be able to write in and get help from an expert right away to answer their questions about AI. Do you have questions about whether or not you can enter student data into Gemini, even though it's under your organization's protection? We'll talk about it. We're happy to dive into it with you. It's a great connection and helps us to understand better what the need is out in the communities around Montana. So this is that direct support for schools and classrooms, and here's the email address. I encourage anyone who has any questions, please feel free. We would love to talk with you about AI. Another opportunity is providing vetted access for teachers across the state. So some of our bigger districts definitely have some pretty powerful tools under the hood of whatever current platform they're using. However, that is not true for some of our smaller and more rural and potentially even tribal schools. And so we want to be sure that everybody has access to the most relevant AI that is also safe to use. Because we know when we put student data and we put other private information into these tools that are not organizationally controlled, we run into some larger issues down the road. We are a state with a strong DPA, and we want to make sure that our educators have access to tools that support that. So one piece is identifying one of those sort of education-based tools like School AI or Magic School that can help teachers use a tool safely. And if their school isn't already subscribing, we will provide a subscription to them, to School AI or a tool like that, so that they have access. Not only that, but has generously shared their learning and work with Amplify. So MTDA will be standing up our own Amplify instance for K-12 teachers across the state. Anyone in education in the state will have access to the most powerful major models, and it will all be protected. And they don't have to worry or go outside of their school's tool set to be able to have access to the ones that are most relevant to the work that they want to do with AI. And so there's a nice picture of Amplify. We're also standing up a buying consortium, and we have already identified, because we have a clearinghouse, which is our vendor host through the MTDA organization. We've already been able to identify and work with the procurement office at to determine that these are great launch partners for our schools. So they'll be able to provide specific services in AI and VR to schools as they need them, and that will be part of the needs assessment that the Frontier Learning Lab does. Do you need a tool to help you determine student authorship? Great, we've got one for you, and we'd love to connect you to it. Let's talk about the way to get you access. And then finally, we've been playing around with AI tools for a really long time at MTDA and building our own custom bots to do all kinds of fun things, but also some serious things, like developing a multi-choice question bot that is trained on the best of question best practices, writing multiple choice questions. Most middle schools across the state don't have access to that kind of expertise, but we can release a bot to them, or the training data for a bot that allows teachers to write better questions, getting better assessment data, and making better instructional choices, right? We are hoping at the end to keep the students at the center of all of this work, what supports them. Okay, so final strategy then is experimentation, playing, and fun. Zach mentioned the AI playdates. That was work that we partnered with to do, where we invited folks from the community, the college, and the local schools to join us in essentially getting in and playing with these AI models with access to support from, we'll call ourselves experts, in AI, so that they could ask questions as they played and figure out how to use these tools and what their capabilities were. We're going to continue this work across the state, trying to make sure that we address regions that may be currently underserved or may not have as much access to some of these resources, so that they have the opportunity as well to jump in and figure this out together. And again, if you need any AI help at mtda.org. I'll hand it over to Van.
Good afternoon. As Joe said, my name is Van Davis. I'm the Vice President for Digital Learning at WICHE, the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. one of the 4 regional higher education compacts across the United States. And part of my job at WICHE is I serve as the executive director of WCET, the WICHE Cooperative for Educational Technologies. Earlier this year, we we sponsored a national survey where we asked institutions to report on their institutional maturity around the use of AI. And we specifically asked them to report about institutional maturity into 3 domains: governance, operations, and instruction. And what you see up there is not surprising, that in terms of maturity, most schools reported that they were slightly mature. They were doing better with instructional maturity than they were with operations and governance. But we still have a long way to go at most of our institutions. One of the things that WCET did back in 2023, whenever we began talking to our institutions across the West and across the United States about their needs, was we developed a policy and practice, an AI policy and practice framework. And basically what this framework did was it said, look, if you're serious about this, and we think you need to be serious about this, you need to think about what ethical and responsible use looks like within your specific institutional context. And then based on that, you need to think about what are the governance policies for effective AI implementation, what are the operations policies for effective AI implementation, and what are the instructional policies for effective AI implementation. One of the things that we realized very early on was that most institutions, their entryway into these conversations around AI for many institutions, and especially for many faculty, was around academic integrity and cheating. And although that is an absolutely critical conversation to have, it can't be the beginning and the end of those conversations. And so we really focus our conversations with faculty, and I'm sort of taking the 3,000-foot level here. We really focus our conversations with faculty and staff and students at institutions with helping them develop what ethical and responsible use looks like for their context. And we believe that there are 6 categories that institutions need to address if they haven't already done so. They have to address transparency. Anyone on a campus needs to know when AI is being used in conjunction with their work, their employment, their classroom experience. We need institutions to think about justice, fairness, and equity. AI hallucinates. It's that old computer science adage of garbage in, garbage out. And so there needs to be some consideration of what fairness looks like, what justice looks like. There needs to be consideration of non-maleficence. It should do no harm. In consideration of responsibility and accountability, we talk a lot about the human in the loop. At the end of the day, AI can't be held responsible for its actions, but those using it should be held responsible for its actions. There has to be accountability somewhere in the system. And with that, it means that somebody needs to be monitoring the outputs. Privacy. This is a state that has made a significant commitment to privacy. That is absolutely critical with large language models. And it's not just about making sure that somebody doesn't inadvertently put in personally identifiable information. It's also about making sure, if you're a student, that there is a conversation about how your own work is going to be used with AI. If you're a faculty member, how your research notes, how your lecture notes, how your course materials may be ingested and used by AI. And then accessibility. Some of you in the room may be familiar with the fact that in April of 2026, there are new Title II ADA requirements that will be put into effect for public entities by the Department of Justice, One of those requirements is that any third-party tool that an institution or a government entity uses must be accessible. And that means that any AI tool that is adopted by an institution on an institution-wide scale is going to have to be accessible. And accessibility is one of those things that is sort of a double-sided coin. There are dangers that sometimes these large language models have not always been the most accessible, particularly for users with visual impairments. At the same time, we're seeing some extraordinary opportunities in the ways that AI systems can be used to expand accessibility for learners with a diversity of needs, whether those be visual impairments, whether it be auditory impairments, whether it be neurodivergent learners. And so we see ethical and responsible use as the foundation for any discussion that takes place on a campus about artificial intelligence. But then that there are a number of policies that institutions need to address in order to be able to effectively and sustainably, and that sustainably piece is really important, implement artificial intelligence across the campus. Governance policies, and probably chief among those is data governance. And a piece of that is privacy and protection of personally identifiable data. Operations policies, professional development, training and support across all of the campus constituencies is absolutely critical, and it's something that this state is doing an extraordinary job of addressing, both at the K-12 level, as Caitlin's talked about, but also at the university level, as Zach has talked about. But it can't just be professional development for faculty. It has to be professional development for staff, and just as importantly, it has to be professional development for students. Everyone in the campus community needs to understand these tools and understand how to use them effectively, efficiently, and ethically and responsibly. Developing and maintaining infrastructure for AI is particularly going to be important for our small and rural campuses that may not be as resourced as our larger R1 institutions. And then instructional or pedagogy policies. And academic integrity obviously has to have a prime place in those conversations, but also making sure that students understand algorithmic bias and making sure that any tools or are accessible to all learners, regardless of who those learners are. And then the other thing that we spend a lot of time talking with institutions about is literacies. What does it mean for our students and our faculty and our staff to be AI literate? We have adopted the framework that's been developed by Gunder, Heron, Weber, Chelf, and Birdwell. That's a mouthful, I realize. It's the 8 C's, which is an even bigger mouthful. But that there is a cultural component to AI literacy, recognizing the connections between people and AI-informed resources and tools. That there's a cognitive component, understanding how AI can expand intellectual capability rather than throttle it. There's a constructive component. How do you use AI to build new things? A communicative one. How do you use it to communicate better and more effectively? A confident component. How do you become confident and use it to develop your ability to solve complex problems? And be willing to make mistakes along the way. A creative component, the development of new resources. A critical component, understanding those ethical considerations and knowing when you should use it and when you might not better play around with it. And then finally, a civic component. Understanding what is the impact of AI going to be on our society, whether that be environmental impacts, whether it be political impacts, or whether it be cultural or social impacts. We believe that these conversations are necessary for institutions to be able to effectively and responsibly and sustainably adopt AI on their campuses. We believe that these conversations create an environment for experimentation, an environment for communication across all campus constituencies. And that without the policy piece, we're not going to be able to do this effectively. And at the end of the day, if we don't do it effectively, we're negatively impacting our institutions, our students, and our communities and our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Van. And I just want to ask one question of the panel, and then we'll turn over for any discussions or questions that Regents might have. And Van, you kind of closed on my question, which is, this is moving so quick. There's a need to respond. Wish casting 1 or 2 years in the future. If our response to AI goes poorly, what happens? If our response to AI goes well, what happens? And I wonder, Van, if you'd start and we can go down the line.
Sure. I'm scared if it goes poorly. And I say that as somebody who has spent his entire career of almost 30 years in higher education. This is a technological moment, an inflection point like none that I think we have ever seen before. If we don't do well here, if we get this wrong, we're impacting our students and preventing them from being able to be effective citizens and members of the workforce. But I'm also afraid that this might end up, if we get this wrong, that this is a missed opportunity. Because I do think that we have a moment here to think about how higher education can do a better job of responding to student needs and community needs and workforce needs. And AI, I think, has the ability to help us do that, whether it's through personalized learning, whether it's through a better alignment with industry, whether it is through thinking about how we continue to upskill workers and improve lifelong learning. And quite frankly, many institutions are facing problems with a demographic cliff. The traditional age student population in many places is declining. Institutions are going to need to pivot and think about, are there other groups that they need to be working with? And AI, I think, is one of those opportunities to work with those groups, but we're not going to be able to do that if we get this wrong.
I agree with Van. If this goes poorly, it feels a little scary. I think that we are looking at some workforce misalignment. I think that the skills that are needed are not the skills that will be taught if we don't address this now. I think that there's a risk that there are investments in costly tools that are actually irrelevant for workforce needs, and that then our workforce doesn't actually know what it needs, because eventually those folks move into the workforce. I think we're looking at an erosion of academic integrity and, more importantly, critical thinking. I personally don't want to exist in an environment where we have really high technical skills but no social responsibility. And I worry that that's where we're headed if we do not address this now and make an investment in AI literacy across the board from, I've heard it said K to gray, across the lifespan. I think if all goes well, we're looking at the human skills that we all value being amplified. I think we're looking at a better preparation of K-12 students into college level work. I think we're looking at institutions who have to spend less time preparing students to be there when they walk through the door. And I also think that we're looking at the development of career-ready skills for students that lends a relevancy to what, or more relevancy to what happens in the classroom, that they can connect to what they're going to do in their lives later on. And we're talking across multiple sectors of the workforce and industry. And then if all goes really well, you know, I think that this AI serves as this amazing thought partner that can enhance creativity that can enhance and amplify critical thinking and can help us make amazing advancements in all of the places that we would like to see it in medical care and exploration and identification of all of the wonders that this world has to offer, which is getting pretty broad, so I'll pass it on to Zach.
That's two tough acts to follow. I actually might take it back a little bit because UM has been working on this pretty much from the beginning. And so I don't really necessarily have fear because we've been so intentional with how we've been going about this across our campus. But I will take a slightly different approach from what concerns me, and that's around cybersecurity and social engineering with the use of AI tools and deepfakes. To give an example, much to his dismay, I cloned our president's voice in 3 minutes, and it sounds pretty identical. Then used another tool that took a still picture of him, used his voice, and made him move around, and created a deepfake of our president. I think what worries me the most is that we will be in a world where deepfakes will control the narrative, and we're already seeing that in our political landscape. We're also seeing that in phishing email attacks and everything else, and I think that's where Cyber Montana and how UM as the cybersecurity hub of the state, we will work together on educating not just students, but our society on understanding and recognizing what these deepfakes look like. Right? Caitlin joked about a hand on an image because it's notorious for having 6 or 7 fingers or going in different shapes. I did a video AI generation of a elk, and it pans over and then it looked like a unicorn. So it's not perfect. But what's worrisome, again, is technology, and this tool is evolving so rapid and so fast. We have to train our people to understand what is real and what is not. So that's kind of where I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Zach. Regents, I'll open if you have any questions for our panel.
Need to hang out with Zach more. Obviously, a lot of fun things going on in that office, President Bodner. I guess I'm a little confused about sequencing, right? I mean, these are good goals, but I think, this isn't a software program that the universities or the system control access to. AI already exists, it's already out there. And it's going to be, adapt and adapt as we go. So I'm a little bit, I think that's just something we should recognize that, if we wait to try and get all the perfect preconditions in place, then we'll be left behind. So, from my perspective, I think that if we're open and transparent and admit that mistakes will happen along the way, and that learnings will happen along the way, that's how we get to that. But it's going to be an iterative, long-term process, not something that's put in place before we start. I just wanted to make sure I understood where we're going with this as a as an action item for the system.
Yeah, that's correct. And actually, Ange, could you pull up and these have been some of our discussions, is if we had put in an AI policy in spring of 2023, that AI policy would now look pretty silly. And I think that the challenge that we've seen is so many of the applications require folks to use these tools and experiment with them, and then to share what they're finding with each other. And what I've heard from folks like Zach, folks like Caitlin, folks like Van, is having the resources that create a structure where people feel safe in knowing they're okay to go and do that work, and that they're not creating institutional risk and they have access to some of the tools to do it, is a precondition. So starting to think about how are we doing on that front of, we have faculty, staff, administrators, operations folks feeling comfortable that they can go and make use of AI, and that they know where some of those tools are, they have access to them. But then second, that we have good mechanisms within campuses, which we've shared, and there are more of those mechanisms that have happened over the past 2 years, but increasingly in a more fine-grained way between campuses in some of these core areas. And so, you know, the areas that Zach discussed and that have been a frame for thinking about what are working groups over this coming year at the system level that are really about surfacing. Can you scroll down just a little bit, Ange? Okay, what helps? What can we do together that's promoting appropriate use of AI tools? How are we getting feedback from those folks who are experimenting with these tools to inform barriers and strategies? How can we then think about, are there guidelines that we need, guidelines that are likely short of policies? And from all of that, what are areas where we perhaps either need to think about scaling, investing, procuring, or having some deeper discussions and conversations? So in my view, it's not, and I think this is the consensus I've heard from some of the leaders across our system on the AI front, it's not prescribing or having a set policy around AI use. It's saying, hey, what helps folks use this safely? What gives them the know-how and the feeling of confidence that they can use this safely? And then how do we glean from all of those experiments to inform our strategies and our investments and how we think this is changing how we teach, how we learn, how we support the state, how we do research?
Zach, I have a question for you. So on the Montana.ai, that you've created, what is that built on top of an LLM, and so you want University of Montana students to use that, and it's somehow more secure? I mean, why would anybody use? Is it just a page to talk about the policies?
Are you referencing Amplify or the UMontana.ai?
Either one.
So UMontana.ai was built by our IT staff with the help of AI content to help enhance kind of having a centralized hub for resources on use case examples, learning platforms as far as, if I'm starting out in AI, what's a learning path for me for the foundations, or if I'm more advanced, what are some of the things I could do to, advance my skill set there. So UMontana.ai is really just a hub for anyone really in the system, and actually in the world now, to go to look at our guidelines, look at how we treat AI literacy or guidelines around accessibility. And then Amplify is basically, in really layman's terms, it's a platform that brings in the different models, large language models from OpenAI and Anthropic and Meta, to where we have control and access over what goes in and out of that environment. So when I'm running a prompt, and this is what was worrisome in the beginning, and Joe was speaking of guardrails, if I put something into a free model, if I just log into ChatGPT today and start typing in, that prompt is now trained in that model. Automatically, you can't opt out. So with our Amplify solution, that data is not being trained whatsoever. And actually, when you run the prompt, it runs locally on your machine. There's options for if you're running a really deep research analysis or something along those lines, you can push it to the cloud or whatever. But it's encapsulated into our environment where we have guardrails. Because as we've seen not at but just across higher ed and nation, people are accidentally uploading data into large language models that are basically essentially now taking their data. And if you follow the news, Anthropic just settled a large lawsuit with a lot of different publishers because of that reason.
So what does success look like in terms of usage of Amplify?
Great question. Success for me is everyone in the Montana University system. We'll open it up for everyone. But at and our system, that anyone has access to it and they can get in and go. We did a class, the Big Sky Experience, which is a really great orientation week. We brought in a group of students that are incoming, many from Montana, And we got them into Amplify and let them play around and just really silly tasks of, open up this prompt, run it on this model, now run it on this model and see the difference between the two. And then starting to show them how bias works with these different models because they're trained by different people. And as an example, since I'm a dorky IT guy, the bias is interesting with image generations. If you say, go generate an image of an IT professional, well, the image output is a white male wearing glasses that looks like a nerd like me, drinking coffee. And so we showed our students, like, this is how it's working, because if you look at all the different models like Anthropic or Claude or ChatGPT, they have these different tiered pricing models to where you get capped at limits. And so if you're trying to use Claude, you get capped at a certain rate, and then you have to pay the $100 per month or $200 per month. That's, as a student who, that's challenging. So Amplify is that solution for them. There's no max cap limits or anything like that. They go in there and they can play around with it. Success for me would be every student, faculty, and staff across our university system has access to it and can use it. And we have already seen, I think I got a text this morning, we are almost approaching 1,000 active users today. And we just launched this mid-August.
I think, Regent Bao, one way I think about it is, Amplify is bringing access to these tools. The umontana.ai and some of the trainings is a little bit of it's not, I wouldn't call it an owner's manual, but it's sort of like, hey, a quick start guide. Here's some ways you can use this tool. So I open up this new toy. Amplify brings together these toys, and umontana.ai, and what we're trying to do is, with some of the guidance and some of these best practices, some of the trainings is, okay, there's thousands of ways one could use this. UMontana maybe gives you some use cases, some policies, some examples about how to use this incredibly powerful new tool that we have.
You may eventually get your question answered about what to teach. You keep bringing up with this, but good. Thank you. Super interesting.
Yeah, thank you. Super interesting. I agree with Regent Bao. The question is building the action plan, right? How do we tackle these strategies? We met with students over lunch and faculty this morning, and this was a topic that both constituents used. The student consensus was maybe we feel a little behind on this. I would say in our conversation with faculty this morning, the tone sounded similar, but the discussion that ensued demonstrated high level of engagement, high level of curiosity, high level of understanding where the next learning points are. And so I give that context, and maybe Van, I look at you. How are we doing? As you look at the higher ed landscape, are there clear best practices that we've got to go ask ChatGPT to give us their action plan? Or as a system, and I'm not asking you to single out our systems, but as you look at the landscape of higher ed, to me, as I articulate the conversation this morning with the faculty, it's evolving so fast, but the elevation of focus is where I feel it should be. Everyone's accepting that we've got to be there, and are we far enough along there, or how give us the temperature? How is higher ed doing in response to this?
I'd give higher ed a B+. I think that there are pockets of higher ed that are doing exceptionally well, particularly with those institutions that are well-resourced, whether that be monetary resources or human resources. Where I worry are our smaller institutions, our rural institutions, many of our tribal colleges. I worry about their ability to be responsive. I think that, Zach talked about the AI divide. It is very, very real. Access is one of those things that I don't know that we have quite figured out across higher ed. I think we're getting there, but we aren't there yet. Where I shared about where I worry, where I get excited is much of what Caitlin was talking about. I do think that we're having critical conversations in a way that I don't know that I have seen us as an industry have critical conversations about technology in my career. So I think that we are doing very well in that regards. I think we are having more critical conversations about workforce alignment than perhaps we have had before. And I think that we're doing good there. I don't think we can sit on our laurels because this is going so fast and furious that we can't be complacent about it. We have to keep pressing. The other thing that I think that we are doing a good job of in higher education, although there is room for improvement, is bringing everyone to the table to talk about this. We can't, this is not a conversation that can just happen in silos. You have to have both proponents and opponents at the table. You have to have students at the table with faculty, with staff, with administrators, with leadership. And I do think that we are moving in that direction. But it is also, we also have some space to improve there.
I appreciate that. And my take from this morning's conversation was exactly that we're developing through our own academic freedom. Every professor, every institution has their own experience and their own integration of their findings from that experience, but the engagement level, the desire for collaboration sure felt real to me, and to see the follow-up work. And I guess I would just wrap up by saying, really grateful for this presentation. It really, to me, feels like the evolution of this conversation is going to be the fun part, because it's just going to change so rapidly. And the goal for us is, how do we keep it as a top priority so that the whole system, not just silos, are talking about it on a very routine basis. So thank you very much for your presentation.
President Tessman.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Commissioner Teal and Mr. Chair, our panelists. So happy that this has been a through line for the entire meeting, really. I mean, breakfast, lunch, and now this session. And I sense a really high level of engagement. I think about the language and kind of the mindset we're putting out on the table most often, though, which is kind of responding. It's sort of thinking about what might happen to us if it goes wrong. And I mean, I'm all for responsiveness, and of course we need to have contingency plans, but the thing that strikes me is that no one really knows what to do with this technology. Our students expressed over lunch, they feel like they might be a little bit behind. Our faculty felt like they might be a little bit behind. The reality is everyone is a little bit behind. I mean, we could look up, I guess, and assume that the government at whatever level is going to come up with solutions to regulate. That's probably not the best strategy. I think we could let the industry and industry leaders set the tone and dictate terms. That's probably on its own not the best strategy. So I'm really happy that we're talking about kind of the right level to fly at with respect to a system approach. I mean, we could be totally decentralized within the system. We just hosted a major AI summit on our campus a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And it's already happening across our campus in all the silos, talking about all the silos. Instructionally, we have a dozen or so courses. We have a grad certificate in AI. Research-wise, we have over $20 million right now in AI-related research grants. We're going to host the second national conference on research and artificial intelligence. So it's happening in that world. Statewide, you mentioned tribal colleges. So our Center for Technology, Culture, and Ethics is working with tribal colleges on appropriate uses of data and ensuring data autonomy. It's happening in that world. But it's so decentralized, I don't think that's the right way for us to approach this. And so it's like, how do you build the architecture, or maybe think about it as infrastructure, so we have all of our players innovating and able to work in their own areas, but we're coming together often and sharing new ideas, best practices, and moving each other forward. I think about building broadband infrastructure. The key in that was not sort of prescribing how the internet would be used. It was providing the sandbox or the vehicle for that to be possible for communities. I think about the fact we're in Butte, Copper City. I mean, electrification of the country. It's about providing access to everything that came along with that. So to me, it's about building this infrastructure for the future that should thread throughout each campus and throughout the system. And really excited our provost to be able to chat a little bit more about this over the next month or two, to see in November for your consideration an institute at Montana State University, the MSU Institute on Artificial Intelligence, that will absolutely create a through line between our instructional mission, our research mission, and our land grant mission and service to communities. And I think that that absolutely should be a statewide effort. So really excited to hear about all of these efforts occurring around Montana. Zach, commend you in particular for such an effective presentation.
Mr. Chair, with that, I'll just thank our panel for sharing your expertise, in Van's case, traveling to share your expertise. We're lucky to have you three as part of this conversation in Montana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, our last item on our ARSA agenda, I think you all know and have heard about Montana 10 over time. We were so pleased that we have received support from the legislature and the governor to both continue that program, think about its long-term sustainability and scale of the cohort program model, and also work on strategies where aspects of that program model are available writ large to campus. We're entering, I think, the fast and furious phase of institutions enrolling students, institutions engaging with some of those. That's a lot of work for all of those campuses and all of those folks. And so we wanted to give you kind of an update of what the fall portion of that work looks like, some of the immediate next steps. Kind of we're moving into making sure that we're operationally working to deliver on the legislature's and the governor's expectations. So I'll hand it over to Director Miller to run through all of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is going to be a little bit more of an operational update today about how we are using this legislative investment. I do, before I start into that, want to just review really quickly what Montana 10 is. We have some new regents, and I know Regent Hoyer that you know this. I know Regent Jasper, you do too, but just really briefly, Montana 10 is our system's signature student success initiative, and it's really built after lots of evidence from across the country, in the state, at many of the campuses that you see represented here. And it's really the idea of Montana 10 is that students' barriers to success are not just single things that cause them to drop out. There are these kind of intertwined problems, and therefore we cannot have a singular solution to any one of those problems. So like, for example, if affordability is a challenge for students, they often choose to work more hours. Those increased work hours, we know that over 20 hours a week really compromises students' ability to graduate on time or even stay in school. And there's, their academics suffer if they're working too much. So these problems kind of compound upon one another. And so we really need an evidence-based model that has comprehensive supports to address those comprehensive problems. The other part about Montana 10 that I think is really important and that I probably don't talk enough about is that we're not just providing benefits to students, right? We're also telling them, hey, you came here, you want to earn a degree in whatever it is, a certificate, a 2-year degree, a 4-year degree. You want to do that, we know that. We're going to provide some supports to you. We're going to help you know which benchmarks you need to meet, which activities that you need to participate in that make it more likely for you to do that. But we also expect you to step into that, and we have expectations of you.
I was just going to say to our panel, you don't have to stay there for this.
You're dismissed.
Thank you again.
You can answer the Montana 10 questions later. So I think that's a really important part of Montana 10 is that we provide students with benefits, but we also tell them, hey, we have some expectations that we want you to meet. And it turns out that with some affirmation and some guidance, students really step up to the plate on that. So with that, I do want to talk about our legislative investment. We have been at this for 5 years, and we have worked really hard to make this program successful, and I'm very pleased to say that in the past legislative session, because of the hard work of our regents and Commissioner Christian and Deputy Commissioner Teal and Deputy Commissioner Trevor and like basically all of VOCHE staff, we have been able to secure a $7 million one-time only investment in this project. And I will just say I am so proud of this because when we look across the country, we don't often see this kind of affirmation that what's happening in higher education is innovative, it's working, and we got to stand behind it. And I think Montana is pretty unique in that our state is recognizing that the way that we enhance the value of education is to put that investment in students and in their success. So I want to talk to you today about what we're doing with this investment, and I will just say right out of the gate, the only goal that we have is to increase graduation. That is our goal, period. This funding will support 2 major activities. One activity is to continue to grow our cohort-based Montana 10 programs, the program I just described. We will build enrollment in that program this fall and then again next fall through this investment, and we will continue to support the students who are already enrolled in Montana 10. The second major activity is to really, we've set aside a slice of that funding and we're trying to think about innovation. Not just how do we build more programs and build more supports for students, but how do we fundamentally build capacity at institutions to be able to innovate around the student success challenges that we see, whether it's this year or next year or 10 years from now. We have to be more agile in our ability to innovate. Our students won't be the same. The workforce that they're entering clearly won't be the same. And we have to really step up to that challenge and not just build programs, but build our capacity to do innovation. So I'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like with this investment. I do want to say that whether institutional innovation funding or cohort model funding, all of that funding is around this sort of strategy framework. And these strategies will be familiar to you if you're familiar with Montana 10. We're emphasizing data-driven advising. We're really doubling down on academic momentum, so getting students through on time. We're thinking about affordability and what the challenges to affordability are. And then we're also really thinking about purpose and belonging. We talked today at the Student Regent lunch that higher education and earning a degree can't just be transactional, it also has to be transformational, and that's really what keeps students staying in class, coming to campus every day, and enrolled in their degree programs. And so we work really hard through the Montana 10 program and through our institutional innovation projects to develop this sense of purpose and belonging, not again just in those programs in direct service to students, but how do we build that into the fabric of our institutions? So everything you see here and everything campuses will be doing is within this strategy framework. I'm going to talk really briefly about the cohort-based programs, and then I want to spend the most time on our institutional innovation. So, like I mentioned, our cohort-based programs will continue growing. We're enrolling students in fall 25 through next fall as well, and probably the next spring. I'm very happy to say that under President Tessman's leadership, MSU and Gallatin College have brought Montana 10 to their institution. I think we have students enrolled and they had their orientation last week, so that is launching. We now have 10 campuses in the Montana University system who run a Montana 10 program and who have students that they're actively serving. So again, we started this in 2020. We had 3 campuses, 200 students. Now we have 10 campuses. We're hovering around 1,000 students and expect to bring in several hundred more over the next couple of years. We will continue to maintain the core design of Montana 10, and I do think as we move forward with this project, it's really important for us to not become static and not become fixed. Here at Montana Tech, we are thinking about how Montana 10 might align better or coordinate with their Lance Scholars program. And I think that there are many examples of that at institutions. The point is that we will maintain those evidence-based practices that have been proving successful here and elsewhere. We will also continue to maintain an eligibility minimum. We really want these students to be Montana kids, okay? We want them to be Montana residents. We want them to have demonstrated financial need, and we want them to have freshman standing. We heard this morning from our students, at lunch, many of their experiences, what made them most want to stay in school even when they experienced hardships, was that they had these early experiences in their freshman year, whether it's orientation or first year seminar or connecting with a faculty member really early on, that set them off on a successful trajectory. We'll also maintain and even strengthen, I would say, our approach to holistic data-informed advising. That's a kind of the linchpin of Montana 10. And then we will maintain the scholarship portion of this program, which you heard Deputy Commissioner Trevor talk about, is one of our systems approaches to need-based aid and affordability in the state. So this is just a quick overview of our enrollment projections, and as I was reviewing this before we started, I think we're undercounting our continuing students a little bit. That's a bit closer to 1,000 students who are currently enrolled in Montana 10. As you see, we've brought in more this fall, and then we'll bring in even more the following fall with the addition, again, of MSU and Gallatin College. So I want to talk a bit more. You've all heard a lot about Montana 10 program. I want to talk about our institutional innovation work. An express part of the legislative funding that was given to the university system was intended to support innovation at the institution level. We're using a slice of this funding to do a couple of things. One is to really help orient institutions around building capacity for strategic innovation that uses technology and data to do that. The second thing we're doing with these institutional innovation projects is identifying through that process, that capacity building, identifying a really specific project that's directly aimed at increasing on-time graduation. So let me give like a little bit of an example of what I mean by this. You can see our design principles here. I'm not going to read them out. You can all read yourselves. We've been looking at our institutional data. An example of what we see is that one of our campuses is working on high DFW rates, so drop, fail, withdraw rates. And there are some patterns, right? Not just high DFW rates in specific courses, but if students are taking 2 or 3 courses in the same term, they have very high DFW rates with that combination. That's an institutional problem, not a student problem, right? So we're using good data and developing processes of assessment and innovation to be able to identify and target those challenges and build strategy around them. That won't stay the same from year to year. We might fix one problem and then, several years later, another one comes up. And that's why alongside of identifying these particular challenges or these particular problems or barriers that students face, we're also trying to do that work of building institutional capacity to innovate and regularly look at our data, understand our student outcomes, see where we need to do work. And I say this knowing that institutions already do this. Our goal is to just kind of like build that muscle and supercharge it with some investment. Okay. And so just really practically, institutions are receiving institutional innovation funds at these levels here. We are hosting a summit in about a month that will bring our campus teams together to do some planning, dig into some of our data, really hypothesize about what are the retention and on-time completion challenges that we face, and then do some designing around that. Campuses will share back with us proposals for what they would like to work on, and then the expectation is that teams will launch that work in January 1, 2026. And finally, in closing, I just wanted to note one piece of this institutional innovation and really kind of recognize that the university system is innovative and we do lots of interesting work and other people notice that. We have developed a partnership with an organization called DataKind that builds predictive models to help identify where students get tripped up. So as part of our Montana 10 work in our cohort programs and as part of our institutional innovation projects, we are partnering with DataKind, who will build predictive models and is at work at that right now, building predictive models for that institution's student population to say, these students aren't meeting XYZ benchmarks and may need some extra support. And then we are mobilizing our Montana 10 teams to do outreach to those students. At the same time, we're also kind of looking more globally at that and being able to identify like, wow, it really looks like credit accumulation really drops off in the second year for students. They're going from an average of 13 credits a year to an average of 11 credits, a term. What's happening there institutionally that we can change and get students back on track? So we're very excited about that. The DataKind team's coming to our summit and will help coach and each campus team and provide dashboards. And Eric Meredith, who's over here, has been a huge part of that work as well. So just finally to wrap up, this is really just our operational timeline through the next several months. As Joe said, we're really kind of in the meat of it right now, getting teams launched on this institutional innovation project and also onboarding new cohorts, working on our Montana 10 programs as well. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Chair, Director Miller, there's a lot to be excited about in that, so thank you for all that hard work. Big picture, let's say we have 1,000 students enrolled in Montana 10 across the state, and let's talk about what success looks like. So what were our expectations of that group without it, and what are our expectations with it? And specifically, I think you mentioned graduation is the one measure that we're basing. I mean, that takes 4 years at least, right? So how do we know we're on track with that group?
So, Mr. Chair, Regent Bao, excellent question, as always. I should have preempted this with describing it because I knew you were going to ask this. So you're right. Our on-time graduation takes a while to get to that metric. We have leading indicators, right? Our two primary leading indicators for our students are how many credits do you earn every term and every year. If you only earn 12 credits a term, you definitely are not going to graduate in 4 years or even 2 years if you're in a 2-year degree program, right? Like the math just doesn't add up. So we know as our students are going through each term whether they can just mathematically graduate on time or not. We also look at persistence, so fall to spring continuous enrollment, and then again at retention fall to fall. For our Montana 10 cohort programs, our advisors, when I say data-informed advising, we're not looking at those things after the fact, right? We're looking at even one layer down of leading metrics in the moment. So we're looking at things like, what is your GPA? Is your faculty member flagging a student for having trouble in class? Is a student attending the required advising sessions? Are they participating in activities that we incentivize, like completing your FAFSA or going to tutoring if needed? So we have a really good pulse on where our cohort programs are, such that we're not like, at the end of this year, we're not like, oh, well, 10% of our students didn't come back. What do we, now we can't do anything about it, right? The whole point of having an advisor and that advisor having data is that so we can do something about it in the moment. So that's our cohort programs and kind of how that works. I think in terms of like what success looks like, I really think that it is true that some students need that intensive, holistic, wraparound advising. Some students don't need that all the time. They need it some of the time, not all of the time. So I think we need to continue to build that model. And then I also think we need to continue to think about how do we build models? How do we build innovation at the institution level? How do we leverage data and technology to be able to identify students and get them a support when they need it, not after the fact when we've only realized because they haven't returned for the spring semester. In our analysis, Eric's been running some match sample comparisons, and we're seeing some variation across institutions, but we're also seeing some really promising outcomes on those two metrics, retention and credit accumulation and persistence as well. I think, that's part of why we're doing a randomized controlled trial to see what those outcomes actually are, but we are monitoring those outcomes very closely. We're doing a couple of different comparisons there, and happy to share more outcomes, when I have the data, but yeah.
Thank you. Follow-up question. How do we select the cohort class originally, right? Because we've talked about having issues with data from high schools or from OPI.
Yeah.
So how is that selection process fitting?
Yeah. So right now, Montana 10 is treated as a post-admissions program. So by that, I mean, we are identifying students who meet those minimum eligibility requirements and then reaching out to them. I would like for us to someday be able to use this as a recruitment tool. We know that perception of affordability, perception of academic preparedness, and I would say academic preparedness is almost a bigger factor in affordability when students are thinking about like, I'm not college material or not. But I would like for us someday to be able to link Montana 10 to our system or institution recruitment and admissions work. To say to students, not only are you academically prepared, but we also have some supports for you that are going to make it more likely that you'll be successful, and there's some financial support paired with that. There have been similar work done in other states, in particular Michigan, that has seen quite a significant increase in enrollment. Now they aren't far enough along in their project to see if that strategy has yielded higher graduation rates among a certain population of students, but definitely impacts, when you link that financial support in particular to admissions, it's pretty powerful in terms of recruiting students.
And I know we've had this program going for 5 years, but when you say that we have, I don't know if counselor or advisor is the right term, there's a ratio of 100 to 1, right, effectively. But, lots of our campuses have 20 or 40 or 60 enrolled. So what does it actually look like on the ground? I mean, have we made new hires? Are they splitting time?
So in some instances, we have hired new people as part of this program, and that is largely at the campuses where there's bigger cohort numbers to support that, right? The funding supports that. I think some of our smaller campuses, the question isn't like, how do we scale things? It's really, how do we operate many different programs to serve diverse student needs? And our populations are just small. And so that at our smaller institutions that have Montana 10 has been a real challenge. I think we've been pretty innovative in trying to pair and collaborate with other existing programs or just building into institutions kind of how they operate. And I would really like us to see, should Montana 10 continue going, I'd really like us to move in that direction where we're integrating some of these best practices just into how we do advising, for example.
One more question, if you allow me. So, again, Director Miller, thank you. I think it's amazing that this bill was signed just a couple months ago, and we've launched. We are under a strict timeline to hoping to show results. I think it would be helpful to also think about the legislature and the governor's office are our partners on this. We don't need to have a explicit goal alongside that like we would do with graduation, but I think it would be helpful to include how the state benefits financially and on alongside our improved graduation rates, whether it's the money we save per student that we're not financing, or just a reference along those lines to keep that alignment together.
Yeah, I think that's a really important piece of this, right? Like, graduation and getting students to the finish line is an important end in itself. And when we think about our system commitments, being able to talk to our state leaders and say, like, we are becoming more efficient in helping our students get those degrees and go out into the workforce and fill these needs that we see across our communities. And there's some numeric and dollar amount value to that. And I think I'm kind of looking at Joe because he's better at math than I am. But I think, Joe's lying. But yeah, I think those are important goals to include there as well.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Director Miller, what is the buy-in level on our campuses? Because I think the Board of Regents, has made this a goal, but do our campuses and our campus CEOs, do they see the value like we see the value in the Montana 10 program?
Mr. Chair, Regent Jasper, I don't want to speak for our campus leaders, so I will say a word about that and then maybe open to our campus leaders that are sitting here at the table. I'll tell you what, this is a lift. This isn't like, here's a program, it's kind of like what you already do, like go forth. It's definitely not that. It's a big project. And I'm not going to say that it hasn't been without challenge. I feel very lucky that so far our institutional leaders and our board and the commissioner have been very committed to making this happen, and have worked through those challenges even when they have been there. But it's a lift.
Christine and Regent Jasper, if I can add, it's a big lift, particularly right now. And I think part of that is this time around, we're making an argument towards sustainability, and institutions have co-invested and picked up part of the bill to support students, the scholarship component of Montana 10. And that's a cost that they're bearing in anticipation of the retention improvements paying out towards that investment. And then these timelines, I think it's worth recognizing that 2 months to MSU enrolling a cohort when they hadn't had a program before, that's not what I'd call ideal launch circumstances. For all of our other institutions, there was uncertainty of, are we going to be able to support a cohort? So they had to work immensely quickly. I'm very grateful to all of those folks because we were moving quickly based upon changes and uncertainty of would this be supported by the legislature in what's always a complex environment for resources. So that all is to say that it's been an enormous effort over years by many folks at institutions to build the program and build this argument. And that work has continued or maybe accelerated because of the scrutiny and the expectations that legislative incentives, investments rightly bring.
Yeah, I think Regent Jasper, Mr. Chair, I think just from a campus, the answer is yes, we support these efforts. Student success is our #1 priority. And if you think about the strategy framework, data-driven advising, academic momentum, affordability, purpose, and belonging, these are the principles that permeate everything we're doing around student success. Now, this particular program, I think, it puts additional resources and takes focus, and that's good, right? We hope we learn things from this. But I think the The other thing to notice, and I think Deputy Commissioner Trevor showed this, is, these are the things that have already started to drive our retention rate so much higher. I mean, we're going to have a record high retention rate at the University of Montana this year. Our 4-year graduation rate has grown by 1/3 over the past 7 years. So, this I think is in line with what we're trying to do. So the answer is, are the campus is supportive? Everyone wants students to succeed, right? Whether it's through Hilliman, whether it's through Montana 10, whether it's through our TRIO programs, whether it's through all these efforts. So I think this is in line with what we're absolutely trying to do across the board.
Yeah, Regent Jasper, Deputy Commissioner Teal. We talk amongst campus leadership. I don't think you'll find a campus leader who's not bought in on this. And part of it is because philosophically we're all in the business of student success. It is a big lift. I mean, I can tell you from first-hand experience, well, I guess more accurately, second-hand experience, but through our Vice President, Steve Swinford, who's here. It's a lift at the leadership level, at the staff level, in some cases even at the student level in terms of making a commitment, and they're taking a bit of a leap of faith. It can be a bit of a lift because, we have different student success programs kind of threaded throughout campus, whether it's TRIO, Hilliman Scholars Program, other sort of holistic advising programs, and now Montana 10. There's no way that you can look at this program and not see both immediate benefits and long-term potential. The immediate benefits, I think, are already apparent. We are seeing increases in our retention rate. I think that'll translate into an accelerated increase in our 4-year graduation rate. And then perhaps what is most special here is about what we're gonna learn. Because of the way that this is being approached through a randomized controlled trial, the disaggregation of the different interventions, I think for the system, we're going to be able to start seeing which levers work best, which ones are most cost efficient. And so 15 or 20 years down the road, if we think about building an ecosystem that applies to all of our students, we're going to be able to do it in a cost sustainable way. And so I think that's one of the things that's most exciting to me personally.
Are there other questions from Regents for Christine? None. Thank you, Director Miller. Chair Fulford, that concludes the ARSA agenda.
Any other questions or discussions for the ARSA committee?
Regent Fulford, I'm talking a lot, but I have to say, so I feel so good to be here. Like, so much for me feels like it hasn't changed. It's just like time has stopped and I'm back. The one noticeable difference is the dramatic increase in professionalism and mastery that is coming from our Deputy Commissioner of ARSA. It just seems like, so I don't know what was in there before, but it seems like a noticeable difference. No, Joe, great job.
It's nice to see the handoff was successful, right? I echo those sentiments, and thank you to Deputy Commissioner Teal and his staff for putting together this work plan, the strategic priority items, and also assigning some timelines for the deliverables. And if there's no other further discussion, then the ARSA committee is complete.
Chair Fulford, thank you very much, and fantastic committee report, you all. Thank you for the substantive work we're doing. Chair Hoyer, turning over to you to chair the 2-year and Community College Committee. Thank you so much for taking the horn. Go.
Well, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman, Commissioner Regents. Joe, thank you very much. You had the honor of onboarding 2 new chairs, and so we just appreciate you. Happy afternoon, everybody. It has been a day of a lot of information, so for those of you who are struggling, as am I at times, to not fidget, not move, I'm a classroom teacher, fidget and move, all you want to fidget and move. I appreciate everything that this committee has done. This is kind of a passion project for me, so when I was asked to think about stepping into this, 2-year colleges, community colleges and our 2-year programs really is the heart of what I do in public education. They are my CTE partners, they are my dual credit partners, they are relationship builders within my community, so I'm really passionate about this. You may have to knock me off my soapbox a time or 2 on this one. With that, thank you, Montana Tech, for this bulldog is thanking you for hosting. Very well done. Great lunch, great day here in Butte, so it was good. Last time I was on campus like this, I believe my basketball team was losing to your women's basketball team in double overtime, a long time ago. But thank you very much. It was like yesterday, and I was a heck of a lot better than, if you ask me right now, than I probably actually was. I'm going to kick this off and turn it back over to Deputy Commissioner Teal. He has kind of been the afternoon running the show. He's going to share the 2-year work plan and give us a little bit of analysis and summary of some of the work he's been doing with shared policy goals of CTE, flexible CTE, dual enrollment and future ready payments, and then really focusing in on transfer success. So I will turn it over to him for this portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Regent Hoyer, and I'm feeling Deputy Commissioner Trevor has shared experiences of past budget chairs who were investment bankers, and I'm having a similar experience of having a 2-year chair who is a Montana expert in CTE and CTE partnerships, and it's going to be a fantastic year, I think. Just as before, we have before you the proposed work plan for the 2-year committee for the year. Again, you'll see our parts of our shared policy goals with the legislature, a lot of focusing on the dual enrollment investments that they've made, and then our strategic initiatives for fiscal year 26 will be on our agenda regularly. You know, within those, a main focus has been on flexible, accelerated career and technical education. And think back to the morning presentation on Workforce Pell. This is in that bucket. It's been a really important national conversation. We've had a lot of work over the past couple of years in the MUS. There, some of our goals are to shepherd this work around Workforce Pell, for Montana's take on what those criteria, what that process, how we're going to leverage that new investment in students. You'll hear just soon about a Workforce Initiatives Council. There's so much happening in this space across multiple agencies, so many different ways that students in short-term CTE programming might be supported, that we wanted to more regularly convene the campus teams who work on that across that variety of initiatives. We've had a group led carefully by Dean Stephanie Erdman and Dean Tom Gallagher looking at what we term validated skills training. Think about very short-term, often non-credit training, which historically we haven't collected great data around, where we don't have some of the infrastructure to support those programs, and where they're often on an uncertain financial basis because they're looking to things like SNAP education and training or WIOA in order to fund the students who are benefiting from them. And then thinking about how all of that is building a better infrastructure for accelerated programs or short-term programs. So think our Sprint Degrees initiative, our Year to Career initiative, and kind of their next phases and evolution. Dual enrollment is going to be an important focus this year. We'll talk a bit about why, but we're doing ever-expanding work trying to refine some of our metrics and goals around dual enrollment. Jackie Treaster and Chase Rose have dramatically improved some of our analytics so that we can start looking at dual enrollment students' matriculation and success when they come onto our campuses, starting to think about, do we have good measures that would inform us of quality assurance concerns? Can we identify where we have gaps in offerings and more strategically think about how we fill them? And that's all going to be really important this year because the legislature has decided to further incentivize dual enrollment through what they're calling future ready payments, and we'll speak more about that in just a moment. And then finally, Ange King in May reported out on her work on a statewide assessment of transfer student supports. She's now convened a transfer advisory council to talk about how we support that student population, how we build some better infrastructure. As part of that, there are going to be faculty committees meeting this fall to review some of our course articulation tools. And there's going to be, I think, some additional work that those faculty committees undertake. But, you know, it's kind of work that never goes away, that you need to ensure that our curriculum is aligned so that we're helping transfer students to succeed. And I'm really proud of the work that Ange has done and that this council is already doing to work on some of those other barriers in that transfer experience. Again, a bit of a calendar of key items and when the committee can expect them to come forward. And with that, Regent Hoyer, I will turn it back to you to see if there are any questions on the 2-year work plan.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioners. Are there any questions on this? Okay. Seeing none, we will then move on to the next item on our agenda. That's the future ready payments. Deputy Commissioner Teal, I believe this is up for you again.
Thank you, Regent Hoyer, and I think you might be eminently qualified to chime in at some point here. This is a big deal for our dual enrollment programs statewide, and right now it's a major question for a lot of superintendents around the state. And just to dive in, if I can go to the next slide, can't I? Maybe. So this year, Representative Lou Jones passed House Bill 252. He was the sponsor. This is the main new funding vehicle for K-12 institutions statewide. It was more than $100 million appropriated, most of that funding going to support incentives to boost starting teacher pay, to support districts in areas that have really high housing costs. It's a long bill, there's lots of complexities. But one part of that bill was creating a new incentive payment for districts, including both the high school and an elementary school district, if they support a Montana high school graduate to have earned certain levels of dual enrollment credit or what they termed CTE equivalent credit. And we'll talk more about that, but think industry credentials, think high quality work-based learning experiences, think other types of career and technical education experience. And that's a big deal because in a cash draft environment, in K-12 in particular, those are potentially new funds to support students, and it's leaning into really a bigger architecture that the legislature has tried to establish to encourage schools to develop career training and career pathways at the high school level. So this shows what those future ready payments might be. Level 1, a student who graduates with 15 post-secondary credits or these equivalents. The high school would get $800, the elementary school would get $600. The student hits 30 credits, $1,600 and $1,200. If they earn an associate's degree, $2,400 and $1,800. You know, at an individual student level, that's a reasonably large amount for districts. Where this process gets a little bit more complicated is what it charges us through the board, the Department of Labor and Industry, the Office of Public Instruction, and districts around the state to do that's new so that these payments can be made. And on our part, we're charged with defining through board policy what post-secondary credits can count towards these payments. For transfer post-secondary credits, that's already very well defined in board policy. It also charges us with clarifying, hey, if you're taking an AP examination or an international baccalaureate examination, what might that count towards? And so our action step has been to catalog those AP and IB scores across the system. We're relatively consistent in how we recognize those scores for credit, but not completely consistent. And so we'll be working with faculty committees through the fall to attempt to align in those areas where we'd like to provide a single number to the superintendent for processing these payments, and then potentially come back to the board in spring to incorporate that alignment into policy. On the other end, and the much more complicated end, I'll say, is defining what counts as a CTE equivalent credit. That could be quite a broad array of trainings and experiences, and the charge has been to the Department of Labor and Industry to undergo rulemaking, to define some of the key definitions about what might count, and to produce a list that can be revised over time. And we've heard from colleagues at the Department of Labor that they expect that rule and that initial list will be published at the end of this month for comment between now and December. But that kind of begs the question of, I think, the bigger challenge. And the bigger challenge is, if we just look at post-secondary credits, the data on the screen shows how many students would have achieved these thresholds in recent years. And just based on dual enrollment credits, this incentive would not have driven a lot of funding. There's going to be districts around the state, particularly C districts, very rural districts, trying to think about how they build programs that can meet these eligibility criteria. And then more importantly, we don't just want students to send students down these pathways to gather credits that aren't leading somewhere. And so we've had great discussions and are setting a plan with the superintendent to pull together an advisory group to think about all of the pieces that aren't just how is the payment made. Think, can we develop some template pathways? Can we suggest some resources? Can we highlight some good models that potentially gives districts a good starting point and some partners to reach out to if they're trying to build new pathways that can help their students meet these thresholds, that can then bring some of this funding back to the district to perpetuate a good cycle. And some of our early steps there is all of our campuses who operate dual enrollment have pathways partnerships, often with local high schools. And so cataloging what are those existing pathways, seeing what we can compare, and then seeing, given that data access that we have, can we determine, hey, which of these pathways are we close to offering around the state? And if we have gaps, can we come up with some creative solutions, partnerships with the Digital Academy, online offerings, dual enrollment offerings, which are becoming more common, other ways that districts and we can collaborate and work to close some of those gaps. In broad summary, I think that this is a recognition by the legislature of where dual enrollment has come, and a recognition by the legislature that there's a lot of opportunities late in high school that can structure students immediately into a career or advance them through college, and wanting to incentivize that. So, and I think in part that's thanks to some of the success that our institutions have had in developing some great partnerships and some great collaborations that are producing meaningful educational pathways that didn't exist for students before. Lots of work to come, lots of items to decide upon, but I think an exciting new way that K-12 and higher ed could be further linked if we use it well. And happy to open for any questions, or Regent Hoyer, if you'd like to provide a superintendent's perspective.
I think, first of all, you did a fantastic job of summing this all up. We, in the PK through 12, I really liked K to Gray that they used earlier. I might have to steal that. But in our realm, we've used Montana Advanced Opportunities. This is Montana Advanced Opportunities has been rolled into this, so if any of you are working with local partners, just mention to them, they might not understand this, but they should mention Montana Advanced Opportunities Act, where we can essentially use the money we used to receive from the state to help students do what they need to do to move forward through their CTE pathways, including taking additional classes above and beyond 1-2 free. And all of the things that go with it. If it's a welding class, the welding helmet, all of the safety gear, all that fun stuff that's pretty amazing that they get and use. But there's a correlation they should understand. It's an exciting opportunity. I like the fact that there's an elementary component to it, and I think what we'll see is public schools pushing on our university partners to create more, provide more, so they can leverage the money. So it's important. Thank you. Any questions from my fellow regents?
I have one, thank you. So what's the incentive for the student that looks different in this than what they're doing today?
Regent Dombrowski, Regent Hoyer, I don't know that there's no monetary incentive for the student.
Right, I get that, but just sort of in a general way. Dual enrollment's very successful.
Exactly. I think the incentive for the student and the incentive for the district is to say, we want to build out more opportunities for you to get these industry credentials or dual enrollment at higher levels than you're receiving currently. So on average, across our state, students who participate in 1, 2, free, it's gone up over time.
Right.
They're earning about 7 credits. This is setting the goal of get more of those students towards 15 or towards 30, or some of the partnerships and structures that we've had that are trying to get students to a general education certificate or a full university credential by the time of graduation. Again, all of that's fraught. There's valid questions of, is an associate degree before you're in high school desirable for everybody? But I think that's the student benefit, is that districts will have resources to potentially offer longer pathways in those industry credential and post-secondary credit realms.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Hoyer. Maybe this question is for you. As I talk to high school students, there's a little bit of tension between dual credit and AP. And I know that it certainly varies on each campus where the principals and those elevate. I don't know how we tackle that. Obviously, there's different desires for students attending different schools, in-state, out-of-state, that might influence some of that. But I recognize that tension, and I don't even know which questions to ask about how we steward the right answer for those campuses. And maybe you've had some experience, and appreciate any insight on that.
I work in a very unique district where half my district, one of the high schools is very high participation in AP, and the other high school is equally as high, if not higher, in dual credit. It really comes down to the student and family choice about what they want to do post high school, and trying to give them the best advice for that moving forward. And I think that as we start to look at relationships between our high school counselors and things like Montana 10, common language, common conversations are going to become vital to allowing these students and families to make the best choice possible for their child beyond public high school or private high school. Any other questions on that before we move on to the agenda? All right, thank you, Deputy Commissioner Teal. We now have letter C, which is the MUS Workforce Initiatives. Dr. Kirk Lacey, I believe, is going to be giving us a presentation on that. Thank you very much.
And Regent Hoyer, I just might provide a very quick introduction to Kirk. Dr. Kirk Lacey is back. He had served stints at Ochi, at the University of Montana, at Helena College, also with the Department of Labor, has a wealth of experience in two-year education, workforce education across the state of Montana. As I've said, there's so much going on in this space right now that we called Kirk back into service, really to lend as an organizing force to all the projects that are happening coming out of individual institutions, and then also the projects that span our system, and then also the connections with our Department of Labor, our Department of Public Health and Human Services, other groups who are invested in how we support students through workforce training and workforce programming. And so delighted to have Kirk leading this area, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thanks. Technology. Regent Hoyer, Commissioner, members of the board, I'm very excited to be here. For those in the room that I haven't met yet, again, my name's Kirk Lacey, and I'm very pleased to be serving as in a new position as Director of MUS Workforce Initiatives. I started in this role almost 9 months ago, and when I came into the role, I needed to get a better understanding of all the great MUS workforce initiatives that were already in play, and I started hearing about sprint degrees and future at work and year to career and the SHIO non-credit mobility academy and the KALO credit for prior learning initiative and the validated skills training task force and education design lab data collaborative and all these different array of initiatives, all with a lot of moving parts and a lot of different people involved and a lot of great work that was being done around the system. And so I needed to get an understanding of all the initiatives, how they were playing out, what they were trying to accomplish, what progress has been made, what are opportunities to continue to improve and organize. And so I decided I wanted to approach it by pursuing one overarching question, and that was to say, how do we leverage and build upon the great work that's already underway with all these different independent initiatives? And how do we leverage and build upon that to improve how we're organizing as a system around our workforce development efforts to even better serve Montana's workforce development needs? So that was my overarching question. So working with the great ARSA OCHI team, we put together the MUS Workforce Initiatives Tour. And the intention was to go out and meet with the different campuses around the system, particularly the two-year colleges and their respective leaders, the deans, the CEOs, the community college presidents, and their respective workforce development leaders on their campuses who are involved with all these different initiatives. And to answer these questions, which the gist of these 5 questions were pretty basic. What's going well? What can we build on in terms of the successes that we're having around these initiatives? What's not going well, or what's not going as well as it could be, and how can we be addressing opportunities for improvement? What are policy and system improvements that may be needed to better support the success of the initiatives that are underway? What are the priority areas of focus that we should agree to team up together moving forward to better serve Montana's workforce needs through future workforce initiative efforts? And then ultimately, how can we be approaching workforce initiatives in the future as a system more efficiently and effectively? So those were the overarching questions. And I got out on the road and I went from campus to campus, and I got to meet with primarily the two-year college leaders and their respective workforce leads, and really incredible dialogue and great things that came out of that effort. And so between February to April, I went around on this workforce tour and gleaned a lot of common perceptions, common themes that came out of these discussions. And so I got back home and in May, I put in all my notes and uploaded all my documents, and I asked my good friend ChatGPT-4, please synthesize and summarize the common themes and findings of this intensive tour. And in your agenda, there's a much broader overview of the common themes and perceptions that came out of the tour, but I wanted to highlight some of these in particular that I think are most important. And the very first one is, I think we should celebrate and brag about the incredible leadership off to the right of the two-year college campuses and the incredible work that they do every day and their teams do every day to serve Montana's workforce needs. What came out consistently across every meeting, across every campus, is that these leaders and their teams are passionate and they're committed and they're dedicated to serving the workforce needs, not only in their own service region of their campus, but they work together as an incredible team across the state to serve the state's workforce needs collectively. And I can tell you that not all state systems can brag about that. And so I want to applaud them. Other things that came out in terms of strengths that we can build on, including the leadership, is that because we have all these great initiatives underway and these great efforts that have been underway for a year, a couple years, even 3 years now, we have some great success stories, some best practice models, some models of excellence and innovation, best practices and lessons learned that we don't have to start from scratch every time we get a new initiative. We can build on the success stories and the lessons learned from these others. We have the SHIO Non-Credit Mobility Academy, the Education Design Labs Data Collaborative, the Validated Skills Training Task Force. And I know you're going to be hearing from Dean Tom Gallagher and Dean and CEO Stephanie Erdman most likely in November with their recommendations and findings that are coming from their efforts with that. But they've done an incredible amount of work in the non-credit space to organize and build our capacity as a system to pursue non-credit and validated skills training programs more effectively and efficiently moving forward. We also unearthed a number of common challenges that across the campuses, everyone agrees these are things that we should be and need to be addressing more effectively and efficiently as a system in order to best meet the state's workforce development needs. Big one, there's a perceived need for a common platform or platforms that allow us to record, track, assess, and report, and then continuously improve and evaluate the array of non-credit, short-term, validated skills training programs that are happening around the state. We don't have a platform currently that allows us to easily, efficiently, effectively to do that. And it's holding us back in significant ways as a state, as a system, and in individual campuses. You might not be surprised that there's a common perception of a need for a sustainable funding source. Funding source to support the administration and staffing of those that have expertise in the development and delivery of non-credit programs, and development of a sustainable funding source for those professional staff to develop, deliver, assess, and continuously improve those programs in a sustainable way. Lastly, there's a perceived need for us to come together beyond the ways we already have, but to build upon the strengths of the collaborations that have already been built and to organize ourselves in a way that promotes stronger communication, coordination, and collaboration across the system to support these efforts and these initiatives as we move forward. And finally, to come together and develop a set of priority goals and strategic directions that we can all agree to pursue together next year, in the next 3 years, in the next 5 years, that are going to allow us as a system to significantly move the dial on serving our state's workforce needs. So from those common themes, we didn't take a lot of time to turn into action mode. After May, we scheduled and convened a statewide workforce initiative summit in Great Falls. And again, we had all of the two-year leaders, their workforce leadership directors and staff from their campuses that were involved in these initiatives. And we assembled for a full-day work session. And we focused on what should be our priorities in the coming year or moving forward in the future. And we had a great day of dialogue and deliberation and ultimately focused on these 7 areas of priority areas of focus for the coming year. And specific ways that we believe we can move the dial on workforce initiatives related to these areas of priorities. So workforce development program priorities, there's a lot of interest in shared programming and resources across campuses, which presents a huge opportunity for the system. Partnership priorities, as Deputy Commissioner Teal talked about with the STARS Act passage, both partnership priorities with OPI, Department of Labor, other state workforce development stakeholder organizations, building systems and processes that allow us to develop and implement in partnership with K-12 system STARS related programs, and marketing and PR to help the STARS efforts be effective. As I said, non-credit workforce student information system, CRM platform, and an inventory management system, and the funding for non-credit validated skills, program administration, development, and delivery. So from the summit, one other thing that came out of the recommendations was to take these strengths that we know we can build upon, to take these challenges that we know we need to address, to take these priority areas of focus that we know we can team up on and pursue together as a system, and create a new structure within our system that can ensure more effective, more efficient communication, coordination, and collaboration around these efforts moving forward in ways that we haven't necessarily had before. So we proposed this MUS Workforce Initiatives Leadership Council that would be led by myself or whoever is serving as a director of workforce initiatives, working under the 2-year leadership group off to the right and their leadership of their respective campuses that do a lot of the work in this workforce development space, and to serve under the 2-year committee of the board, and to be focused on efforts related to the will of the board in this space. This council would serve as a conduit with designated representatives from every campus that is going to be the workforce lead of each campus that comes together as a leadership council for the system. And that workforce leadership council can also be a conduit for current coordinating and communicating and collaborating on current initiatives, as well as future initiatives that get added to the mix. It's also the conduit for our external workforce development partners to engage with us as a system in an effective and efficient way. So the State Workforce Innovation Board, Commerce and Chambers of Commerce at the local level, Department of Labor and Industry, OPI, economic development entities, other workforce entities that are external to the system, it provides them with a conduit to come in and have the ability to engage with workforce representatives from all the campuses all at once to help be more efficient and effective at serving the state's needs. So in sum, we know the strengths that we can build on. We know the challenges we need to address. We know the priorities of focus that we all believe we should be pursuing together. And we now have a structure that we can leverage to move these efforts forward. So I'm excited about the developments that have happened over the last 9 months. I'm even more excited about the next steps of how we leverage what's happened over the last 9 months to get organized to even more effectively and efficiently serve the state's workforce needs with the leadership that we have in the system. So I'll stop there, and happy to take questions or get suggestions or feedback on how we proceed from here.
Regent Hoyer, if I could just make one addition, is to say that I think the work that Kirk has done and the priority setting that happened at the summit over this summer has already helped us to align some of our proposals for phase 2 of year to career philanthropic support that we have to support our workforce initiatives, and align those funding mechanisms pretty closely to how are we going to fund and achieve some of these near-term goals that came out of that work. So and a lot of that philanthropic support and those projects have been led by Dr. Angela McLean, and just super grateful to her as well for carrying those forward and so quickly collaborating with Kirk on what's a really, really important space for the system right now, and a complex one.
Back on your last slide, are those all willing partners on the bottom?
As you might imagine, each partner is in a different stage of partnership.
Understood.
These are the priority partners that we want to continue to cultivate those relationships with.
So that will be part of the ongoing work then?
Definitely.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from my fellow regents? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to the Perkins Comprehensive, the CLNA, that is so important to the work we do. And we have Jackie Treaster with us to walk us through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Like our chair just mentioned, I'm going to talk about Perkins Regional Local Needs Assessments today. This is an exciting new direction that we are taking this process in Montana. So just excited to give you an overview of what that looks like and what the changes are. So just to set the tone, give you a little bit of information about Perkins in Montana and the impact and really why it's so important. The total state award for this year and last year was about $6.8 million. So this is a huge funding for career and technical education programs in Montana for both the secondary and post-secondary sides. 85% of that total award is sent directly to our high schools and our colleges to strengthen their CTE programming, and we call these our local funds. 35% of those local funds are allocated to post-secondary, so it's about $1.78 million. So again, this is a huge investment that our campuses are given to strengthen these CTE programs. A lot of the times we see expensive equipment, expensive professional development opportunities, career exploration events that otherwise would not be possible through general budget. This money is allowing our campuses to be able to do that work. So this is just some of the language that I think is important to keep in mind. Perkins 5 added the requirement for every local eligible agency, and again, those are our secondary and post-secondary grantees that receive Perkins funds. They have to perform this needs assessment to show how the results of it determine what programs and initiatives and activities are going to be funded, and everything has to reflect the needs of regional, state, and local employers. So this is something that was not a mandatory part of Perkins 4 and has really strengthened that relationship between our districts and our colleges and really our employee partners that we work with. So everything that we do in the local needs assessment, and I'll kind of go through like what exactly that entails, but it has to be informed by labor market information, labor market projections, and it has to be aligned with skills that are required and desired by our local employers. So we are required, again, by law, and it's great because this is best practice. And so now that it's a requirement, we're able to make it happen with a little bit more teeth. So we have to talk to our CTE teachers, faculty, counselors, administrators. We need to talk to our local and regional business and industry. We have to talk to our parents and our students and our special populations. So again, these are our students that have disabilities, our students that experience homelessness, our students that come from an economically disadvantaged background. Those are our special populations. We have to engage with our tribal organizations and our tribal colleges. We do have currently 2 of our tribal colleges receive Perkins, and we have a 3rd. Little Bighorn is going to join us starting this upcoming fall, which is really exciting. And then we also need to engage with our agencies serving homeless and at-risk youth. Luckily, because we're in partnership with the Office of Public Instruction, that is a part of their agency, and so we're able to engage with those professionals pretty easily. So the question is why? Why are we going to be using this regional approach? We have 132 high school districts that receive Perkins in Montana. If every single one of these districts, and I'm sure you can imagine the vast majority of those are pretty tiny, are being asked to do this like pretty burdensome administrative lift of the local needs assessment, we're seeing a lot of not only fatigue from the high schools, but stakeholder fatigue as well. So we're noticing that, in certain counties, certain regions of the state, the same folks, those same, industry leaders and economic development leaders are being tapped multiple times for the same information. And so this really it simplifies the process for really everybody. We also are taking advantage of some quality common data. We have, we've mentioned a few times in this meeting that we have this new relationship with OPI that is super positive. And a big part of that is that we're a lot more willing to share some of that quality data, and we can share it amongst the schools. And we can make sure that everybody is speaking the same language when they're answering these questions. That facilitated time to collaborate between secondary and post-secondary has been amazing. So I will say, we've had 2 meetings so far. One, actually, I just got a text, just wrapped up here in Butte, a few miles away at Highlands College. And our feedback that we've gotten from both high school participants and our college participants has just been so positive. Getting those folks all in the same room for 5 hours, feeding them some lunch, and having them talk about all these different elements of the local needs assessment and how to strengthen the way that Perkins funding is spent has just been so positive. And the big takeaway has been, why aren't we doing this more often? So we're hoping that this will kind of get us on a trajectory where we can do this a lot more. So again, those shared resources and employer input, we have some schools that have different advisory committees. They might have different resources for employer needs. And so it's really nice to be able to share those. I will also say that because this is a burdensome process, a lot of our schools are treating it like a box that has to be ticked. It's an administrative hoop that must be jumped through. And we would really like to get away from that sentiment. This should be a really effective, impactful process that drives the way that we're using these funds in Montana. And so I think that this kind of regional approach really helps us do that. And it also helps us with connections for our future work. Joe talked about STARS. We have a lot of our districts that are going to start talking more about how to embed industry recognized credentials within those dual enrollment credits that their students are taking. What types of career pathways can students be advised on as they're engaging in dual enrollment? And how can they work with our colleges more closely to be able to embed those credentials, get better pathways established for dual enrollment, and hopefully get that money. And getting all these folks in the room together just strengthens the way that they can collaborate to do that. So this is our timeline. We have 5 meetings. We've already done our Great Falls meeting. SKC was on Monday, and today was here in Butte at Highlands College. Next week, we are going to be heading to Billings, and then we are also going to be heading to Glendive Community College. So we're really excited to get all the way out there. We're going to have a pretty big group. We've had anywhere from 40 to 60 folks attend all of our meetings so far, and the outcomes are really exciting. I am going to be putting those all together from each of the meetings, summarizing some of our most common priorities and strategies, and those will be available on the website for both our high school districts and our community college and 2-year partners, and so hopefully it'll be a really useful resource for everybody involved. So these are the 6 elements that are required as a part of the local needs assessment. And then it's good to keep in mind, so this local needs assessment happens, and then when the schools actually apply for the funding, they complete their budgets and they let us know what they want to spend their money on. And then it's approved at the state level if they can do that or not. And so these are the 6 elements that have to be addressed within the local needs assessment that then drives those decision-making processes about, what the budget's going to look like. Element 1 is student performance. If there are certain groups of students that are not performing very well, we want to make sure that those schools are addressing that and how they're going to try to fix those gaps. Element 2 is program size, scope, and quality. So obviously we want everybody to have access to CTE, but it needs to be quality CTE program, and it needs to be of a sufficient size and scope that it actually benefits the students when they graduate. Implementation of CTE programs of study. So these are the programs of study are kind of those pathways. So like what our high school students are engaging in their junior, senior year, and what sets them up nicely for what they might be interested in post-secondary, or sets them up for a career that they could go right into. And then recruitment, retention, and training for CTE professionals. This is an important one because we talk so much about the students, but we are also very much experiencing a shortage of CTE teachers. Because we all know that they make a lot more money out in the field. And so finding ways to recruit and retain, and then give those teachers that are already involved in teaching, giving them some meaningful professional development opportunities that helps incentivize them to stick around. Element 5 is improving student access. We've talked about access, and again, making sure that every student in Montana should have an opportunity to engage in a program that they're interested in. And then element 6 is alignment to those labor market needs. And so we've partnered with DLI. They, back in 2020, when we very first started this, they made us an amazing dashboard where our regions can kind of drill down and see what labor market projections are looking like in their specific area. And then, of course, that work with stakeholders, our state level industry leaders, local industry leaders, and then local small businesses and folks like that help us make those decisions as well. So I know that was pretty quick. I'm very, very excited about this. This is really our first iteration. Right now in the meetings, we only have our high school partners and our college partners, but in 2 years, when we are required to do this process all over again, we are hoping to have those industry partners in the room, our DLI partners in the room, our tribal partners in the room, and then have students and parents in the room too. And so I think that just the future looks very bright and very exciting. So with that, happy to stand for any questions.
And just one final note is a lot of this is a direction we've wanted to go in for a long time, and a lot of it wouldn't have happened without the partnership of the superintendent and her team and her office. And I, at least, early days, 3 meetings in, it seems like such a sensible way to approach this requirement to make it productive for everybody. And as Jackie said, I think a lot of ideas for the next iteration of EDAs, other planning activities that happen, how do we integrate with those other voices and get them to these meetings?
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Thank you, Jackie, for that presentation. Important work that we're doing, and how it all dovetails together, from Perkins to workforce development and to the STARS Act. They're all important moving pieces of one big puzzle. So thank you very much. Are there any other questions on behalf or from my fellow regents? Okay, with none or seeing none, that closes the agenda of the 2-year and Community College Committee. Thank you.
Excellent work, Chairman Hoyer. Thank you so much. And to everybody in that committee, great work. Good job on today's agenda. Condensed day, lots of activity. It does bring us to public comment. Since this is a public meeting, we'll now call for any public comment. Public comment may be offered on items on this meeting's agenda or on any matter not on the agenda but under the jurisdiction of the Board of Regents. Written public comment may also be sent to Jasmine Casanovas at jcasanovas@montana.edu. For those of you today with us, allow us to give everyone a chance to comment. Please limit your comment to 3 minutes. Jazz, I'll ask you in a minute if we have anybody online, but at the moment in the room, is there anyone wishing to make public comment this afternoon? Second call for public comment. Final call for public comment. Jasmine, do we have anyone online with public comment? Wow. Can you recall that? I don't recall one, not one. Excellent. Well, good. We covered all the bases. Good work. We will go into action related to committee reports and actions. So jumping right into it, we'll jump into the Budget and Administration and Audit Committee. I believe everyone has had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Again, does any regent wish to remove any item off of the consent agenda for individual consideration? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Regent Dombrowski, thank you. Regent Jasper, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board on the consent agenda? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment as it relates to the consent agenda? Seeing no further comment, I will call for the vote. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Consent agenda passes. Thank you. We have 5 action items we'll request today, so I'll start by entertaining a motion to approve action item A.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Folkford. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Jasper. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from members of the campuses? Any public comment? I'm going to take a minute to step back on a question that was asked during the Budget Committee because I think I heard multiple threads in today's meeting that I think can tie together. Regent Hoyer, you asked a question about that trend line. A $2.24 billion operating budget. Commissioner Christian and I remember approving budgets below $1 billion 20-some years ago. Record budget for the system. I think the trend line question, and through dialogue today, I saw a lot of examples of maybe why that trend line goes, and I want to just review a couple of those. As we know, budgets can look like numbers and items. Budgets are a reflection of where we prioritize what we're trying to do, what programs we're trying to do. Incredibly comprehensive budget today. That trend line is not an accident. It is not an immaculate conception. That is the result of a system working in coordination with our legislative partners, our executive partners, the constituents of the state, and you as internal stakeholders of this. And I just want to point out a couple of things, and at the risk of missing many people, I still think there's a couple of things to be elevated. In the time frame that trend line started, I joined the board. And what we were seeing was the realization of a request by the state to reorganize higher education. In 1994 was when the legislation took, after some leadership attrition around the state. We finally came together as a system. We had one coordinated agenda with the legislature. We had one point of contact with our executive branch, whereas before every campus was out there advocating for themselves. So I think the idea that we culminated in the effort to work as a system is a critical point to point out. We hired an executive that understood what OCHI's role was in bridging the divide between our funding partners and creating relationships. We talked about shared policy goals today. We talked about identifying legislative priorities like time to completion, working with the Department of Labor to find workforce shortages and identifying strategies and skills within our system that could address those. We created a partnership, a more collaborative relationship with those partners. I think as I've been back on this board, the effort from campus leaders at every level to engage our legislative stakeholders, our executive partners, OPI partners, I see them on our campuses being courted, being hosted, and interacting with the projects that, because they're working with you, our leaders on campuses, they feel that this is their agenda. I think that is imperative to point out. We have done such a great job of making it the state's agenda. And I don't want to dismiss or cast an opinion poorly on previous leadership, but it was a us versus them approach prior to the system approach. So again, a lot of accolades to the leadership. To the regents on this board, particularly Regent Bao, during this legislative session, us extending the connections and the relationships we have with the executive branch and the legislative branch, advocating for the priorities in this budget, those don't happen without this board doing their work. So I thank this board for that. Christine, you said Montana 10 feels like a lift. You know, we're going to be heading into a much different legislative environment as far as the people that are on the education committee that are leading when it comes to budgetary decisions in 2 years. We will be graded on how we do with this budget. And as we as a board met this summer and discussed how we want to tackle this next biennium, one thing surfaced that I think is undeniable, and I felt it routinely throughout today. The quality of leader sitting in this room, from faculty to staff to administration, implores us to push hard. We are leading in so many ways. We hear this, we know that, we trust it because we're using data-driven assessment. There is no other path for us if we want to continue that trend line than to make this a heavy lift and complete it. And so I summarize my thoughts there to say thank you to all of those. I certainly feel very proud about this reflection of priorities. I feel the pressure and encouragement from the state to reach big, punch above our weight. Johnny, I think that's a great way to look at it. And extend a hearty thank you to everyone in this room for committing to the task that we're about to decide whether or not we're approving. This is a system prioritization vote, and I stand certainly ready to support it. And thank you for allowing me a couple thoughts as we wrap up a really busy day. I guess I should ask one more time. Any further public comment? Seeing none, all in favor of approving action item A, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Action item A passes. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve action item B.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Hoyer. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Jasper. Any discussion from members of the board on action item B? Discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Action item B passes. I will now entertain a motion to approve action item C.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Jasper. Is there a second?
Second.
Appreciate you, Regent Folkvord. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment on action item C? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All of those in favor of passing action item C, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Action item C passes. Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to approve action item D. Regent Dombrowski, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Regent Jasper, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Those in favor of approving action item D, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign for all those opposed. I'll make a note that Regent Bao has abstained from the vote.
Yeah, abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Action item D passes. Thank you for that. I will entertain a motion to approve action item E on the agenda. Regent Dombrowski, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Regent Folkvord, thank you. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public item on action item E on the budget agenda? Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor of the action item E signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Action item E passes. Thank you. That takes us from the Budget Committee, and we'll move into the ARSA Committee. I believe everyone has had the opportunity to review the ARSA consent agenda. Does any regent wish to move any item off of the consent agenda? See none, I will entertain a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Jasper. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Bao. Any discussion from members of the board? Any discussion from campuses? Any public comment? Seeing no further comment, we'll call for the vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The consent agenda for the ARSA Committee passes. Excellent. It gets summarized pretty darn quick, the amount of work that we just approved. Great work, everyone. Thank you. At this time, we will adjourn the public portion of the meeting. Our next items will be taken up during executive session. Johnny, where will we be meeting for that? Do we? Yeah. Let's do it. We'll meet where we had breakfast this morning. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you. As we move into the executive session, and as the presiding officer, I have determined that this discussion relates to matters of individual privacy and that the demands of individual privacy clearly exceed the merits of public disclosure. At this time, barring any final thoughts from anyone at the table, again, Chancellor McLean, welcome as our 13th Chancellor of Montana Tech. Fantastic job to you and your team for hosting. And I, again, really want to thank every member of the Montana University system participating in today's meeting. Your contributions are incredibly valued. We wish you a safe trip home. Meeting's adjourned.